around Raleigh. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your face should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, just when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. They do you badly for sure. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said it's silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They're not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your
Humble, you on mute. You on mute. Humble, you on mute.
Good looking, Quantum. See, look, that's why I was just shouting out Brother Quantum right there. That's why I was just shouting out Brother Quantum right there. What's up, Titan fam? It's your brother Humble coming to you live. First off, I want to say thank y'all for the love in the comments, for holding it down. Massive shouts out to the brother Quantum. You see how the brother always got my back, and of course the brother A1 for the consistent support. Let me get my slides up here, family. So now, as y'all see, family, today's topic: metaphysics and supernatural are not the same. I'm gonna repeat it again for the ones who scratching their head, tilting their head. Metaphysics and the supernatural are not the same. The reason this topic is so important, family, is because I know if you're hearing my voice right now, you're a seeker of knowledge. And let's be clear, the reality is we've got various of voices, damn near from every worldview, from atheism to faithism and all in between, all operating out of flawed, unexamined worldviews, completely blurring and misrepresenting these core frameworks. That stops today. I'm stepping in, stripping away the confusion, and placing these frameworks and these ideas back into their proper context. No more mixing apples and oranges. Let's elevate these conversations and actually sit down and talk about reality. Let's cut straight through the noise, family. We turn our attention to the gold standard of scholarship. Hold on one second. Let me change my thing. All right, bang. We turn our attention to the gold standard of scholarship, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, right? What did it say for metaphysics? Metaphysics is the foundational branch of philosophy, examining the fundamental nature of reality, existence, and being itself. Being itself, family. Existence, reality. Rather than focusing on specific physical objects or measuring raw empirical data, metaphysics investigates the abstract principles, categories, and ultimate structures that underlie everything that exists, right? This is why, let me do this real fast. Let me make, hold on a second. Let me do this. Bang. Here we go right here. So I can have it a little bigger. All right, bam. So the underlying everything that exists, as Aristotle famously outlined his foundational text, Metaphysics, Aristotle has a book, a text called Metaphysics. This discipline studies being, core being. Being is being. Exploring foundational concepts, including space, which is inside of reality, time, which is inside of existence and reality, identity, which is inside of existence and reality, change, causality, modality, and the defining criteria of what it means for something to genuinely exist. Now, this text includes all of that. The text is called Metaphysics. It ain't called Metaphysics and Supernatural. It ain't called the supernatural or the metaphysics. No, it's called Metaphysics. And clearly we see here that the metaphysics in the metaphysical realm, they're dealing with real things, not imaginable subjective wonders. They're dealing with existence itself. Let's get into it, y'all. Hold on, let me get back to my thing. In the intellectual trenches, family, critics often ask why this matters. We have hard science, right? Why do any of this, even matters? We got hard science. The reality check is simple. Science itself stands on metaphysical foundations. As philosopher E.J. Lowe says in his book, The Possibility of Metaphysics, a conceptual analyst is essential because science cannot validate its own presuppositions without running in circles. Understand this, family. Every time a science run an experiment, they rely on unstated metaphysical hypothesis. Let me say that again for the people who didn't quite catch that. Every time a scientist, not some of the times, not a half of the time, not when they feel like it, but every time a scientist runs an experiment, they rely on unstated metaphysical hypothesis. For an example, the uniformity of nature, an objective reality of cause and effect. Science measures physical mechanics, but metaphysics investigate the very nature of existence that make those mechanics possible. So while we have physics that study the physical mechanisms of nature, we have metaphysics that study how those mechanisms in nature operate. So it's a layer either beyond, however you want to perceive, or underneath, or deeper. It's a deeper layer to physics. It ain't disproving physics. It ain't contradicting physics. It ain't doing anything of that nature to the science that's already available. It's working with those sciences and is making new predictions and discoveries. This is why we can't mix up or smash together metaphysics and supernatural. Let's get into it, family. The supernatural operates beyond natural physical law. This is precisely where the confusion with the supernatural happens. Metaphysics is systematic, structured, and rational, not to mention logical. It deals with the underlying architecture of reality. The supernatural, by contrast, is often tossed around to describe anomalies that supposedly violate the natural order entirely. So this is another main reason we cannot smash together these two ideas, because they stand on opposite sides of the coin. They oppose one another, right? So metaphysics is trying to find out what these unexplainable anomalies are through science. The supernatural is saying that these unexplained anomalies are beyond the natural completely. They're not saying the same thing. Let's get into it, man. The supernatural historically refers to forces, entities, or even the transcendent in the physical universe and operate outside of predictable natural laws. That right there tells you why they're not the same. Metaphysics operate within predictable natural laws. The supernatural does not. Often attributed to divine intervention, miracles, or occult phenomena, and study of religion and philosophy of religion, as scholars like Alvin Plangina and Warren Christine discuss the supernatural invokes a transcendent realm distinct from the immanent physical world. So this is another clear understanding of why metaphysics and supernatural are not the same. Why metaphysics is dealing with the natural world. Once again, the natural world. The supernatural is dealing with something that is not even attached to the natural world. It's outside of the natural world. But yet, we hear people out here on their panels, on their shows talking about, metaphysics and supernatural is the same, and they pull up these little synonyms and things of that nature. I just want to be very clear about something. If you want to find the definition of a word, you don't look up its synonym. I'ma just say that. Let's get into it. The supernatural, and I said that already. However, in modern non-academic discourse, the term is frequently conflicted with unverified folklore, pop culture, magic, and a catch-all for unexplained phenomena. Unexplained phenomena and anomalies. Which is a whole, we're going to have a whole nother conversation about that, right? Because an anomaly is not unexplained, because an anomaly cannot be explained, does not mean it's supernatural. What it means is we just don't have enough evidence for that yet. It's funny how the believers try to do that for God, but when it comes to other things in the universe, they back off of it. They back off of it. So we gotta be real clear that these two things are not the same, family. We gotta stop conflating these two. We got to. Let's get into it. The reason conflating the two is an issue for me personally is because it gives unexamined worldviews such as WASP, such as Judaism, such as Christianity, such as Islam, such as Buddhism, all of it gives unexplained worldviews space to weave misinformation and manipulation into the community. That's the major issue here. All of this time, all of these years, right? 400 plus something years, 600 plus something years, right? That's what's been going on to us. And at first, we only had to worry about that from the outside people. We know who they are. But now in 2026, family, we got to worry about that even with our neighbors, with the people we care about, the people we share circles with. We got to worry about them misinforming us and manipulating us on purpose. Why on purpose? Because it fits their agenda. Bringing deeper confusion, they try to equate a deity to nature, while simultaneously claiming that the same deity is entirely supernatural. How many times have y'all heard this, family? How many times have y'all heard that God was nature? God created nature. God is natural. God is natural and supernatural. How many times have y'all heard this? And it's funny because if the people who were saying this really studied this, they would know that breaks the law of non-contradiction. Let's get into it. Oh, hold on, my bad. I went. Oh no, I'm right. I'm right where I need to be at. Okay. See, this is where we have to do our due diligence and study. If we're going to have these conversations, as Aristotle famously stated in his work Metaphysics, the law of non-contradiction is the most certain of all principles, because without it, we cannot make any meaningful assertions about reality whatsoever. What is Aristotle saying here? Aristotle is simply saying, if there is no rubric to how this works, then how do we know what really exists and what don't? By what standard do we have to measure it with? That's what Aristotle was saying here. So without this law of non-contradiction, which we can see in life, by the way, right? How do we know a statement is true? Because it cannot contradict itself. If a statement contradicts itself, then what do we know about that statement? It ain't a true statement. Right? So, like I said before, going all the way back, with metaphysics, we're dealing with logic. We're dealing with experimentation. We're dealing with observation. We're dealing with studies. With the supernatural, we're dealing with belief. We're dealing with faith. We're dealing with angels. We're dealing with outside things that are outside of nature. Which is interesting, if they ever interacted with nature, would have to adopt some type of physical attributes. And y'all heard me say this before, family. If that is to be true, then they should be able to be measured in some sort of way, directly or indirectly. Contradictory statements cannot both be true at one point and not true in the same sense. Existence itself demands, what you say, Brother Quantum, coherence. Existence demand coherence. It don't just ask for it. As the Titan in this last message, I'm going to close out here, family. And this is the most important message. As the Titan Debate League keeps rising above, as we keep coming with our frameworks and our, our theories and things of that nature, right? We have to stay sharp, scholarly, and anchored in authoritative sources. Now, I know what some of y'all are going to say to that. Oh, well, he doing the authoritative thing, right? Or he's giving the power to the authority. He's bowing to the authority. He's saying that the authority know everything. No. What I'm saying is there's people out there that know more than me, you, and the rest of us that actually do this study. We don't got to go do the hard work. They already did the hard work. But if we do our due diligence and follow up on our hard work, as my elder Assam Khan say, if we stand on the shoulders of those that came before us, right, then we'll be able to hit the path that we need to be on. We cannot afford to let lazy definitions, as we see throughout the community, lazy definitions, man, and sloppy arguments muddy the waters of our community. When you strip away the linguistic gymnastics, you see why precise thinking matters. You cannot logically declare a concept to be identical to natural order while simultaneously dodging the very rule of reality that make communication possible. That's a direct violation of intellectual coherence. And in a Titan, round, and a Titan fam, the Titan fam I know, we ain't falling for that. So you're going to have to come tighter than that. This is why y'all think we joke on y'all when we say tighten up your scholarship. But we ain't joking on y'all when we say that. It's because you literally need to go back and study and tighten up your scholarship. I mean, and then, we got the wolves out here, me, my brother Quantum, we don't never mind taking on a snack or two, 3, 4 at a time. But this is why it's so easy for us. Because when we go study something, we don't have to take you to the roundabouts. We don't have to take you through the forest. We ain't got to play the Houdini game, show you one thing and then talk about something else. We ain't got to do that. We grasp the information well enough to know how to convey it in concise messaging. That's the end of my presentation, family. So I'm going to drop this right now. We're going to come here. Let me get up here with it. Am I on the stage? Hopefully I am. All right. I want to meet here we go right here. All right, bam. I'm back up here, family. I'm back up here. I'm about to drop the link in the comments. Hold on 1 second. I'm about to drop a link in the comments. Where these comments at over here? Dropping the link in the comments, y'all. I'm dropping the link in the comments. And of course, I didn't even get to read the comments. My apologies, families. I'm about to go over the comments right now. Quantum, if you still there, you can come up now, Quantum. You can come up now. Let me go over some of these comments. I appreciate y'all. I ain't want to sit up here and talk y'all head off all day about this, about that, go around the riffraffs. You see what I'm saying? I wanted to come up here, keep it short, concise, man, really define these terms and what they talking about. So when we out here and we had these conversations, we know where we're coming from and we know what we saying. We're not opening ourselves up to scrutiny. You see what I'm saying? And we not, where somebody can hear us and say, dang, they just had a hour conversation. And I don't think neither one of them knew what they were talking about because they both were using their phrasing out of context. You feel me? What's up, Smash? What's up, Smash? What's up, Roy Chess? My man, Roy Chess, yo, I appreciate your activity in the comments, Roy Chess. I appreciate your activity in the comments. There's more to contradiction than what you're showing. You have half of the definition. Where's the rest? Roy Chess, you know what? And you never come up here, bro. And I don't know why you don't come up here because you are very active in the comments. However, one thing you do that don't get a lot of respect, and I must say respectfully, brother. You make a lot of claims and statements that you yourself don't back up. I talked about the law of contradiction, and you said there's more to contradiction than what I'm showing. Well, of course, if I'm showing the basic stuff, of course, if they go dive into it, they'll find more about contradiction and how it's used and how it evolved, over the years due to scientific experiment and things of that nature. But you're acting like, oh, well, you showing one side of the coin, but if you flip the coin over, you'll see something else. No. That's not what happened in my presentation as you saw, right? I talked about how people break the rule or the law of contradiction, or how people commit fallacies according to the law of contradiction by even way of their belief system. You believe something is natural and supernatural. How is that possible? That's not even logically possible. So that's two fallacies. The fallacy of logic and the fallacy of law of non-contradiction. How many more they want to break before somebody step out and say, wait a minute now, you gonna fall over there. But I respect your input, brother Roy Chess. I respect your input. I just wish you came to the panels more often. You feel what I'm saying? I like our little back and forth we used to have. What's up, Michigan? I see you in the comments. What's up, Hurt? It say, don't confuse me with Vincent Marcini from the movie Godfather 3. I'm the real Godfather. Yo, what's up, Vincent? All right, say contradictions. Contradictions meaning coming from Aristotle originally, square of opposition. I want to put this on. I want to put this on the screen really fast, family. And the reason I want to put this on the screen really fast, and while I put this on the screen, I want to put this on the screen as well, because I don't think Roy Chess caught my point when I was speaking about the law of non-contradiction. So don't worry about it. I could bring it back up. All right. So, right, when we're talking about the rules of reality cannot contradict themselves, right? As Aristotle stated in Metaphysics, the law of non-contradiction. I didn't say the definition of contradiction. In his book Metaphysics, he talks about the law of non-contradiction. Now, what else do he talk about contradictory statements? Contradictory statements cannot both be true at the same time, cannot both be true and false at the same time, in the same sense. So I don't know why he trying to go out here and throw out a different definition. There we go, Roy Chess. There we go, Roy Chess. Here you come.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. We can hear you.
Okay, cool. I'm having trouble with my device here, but I'm glad you can hear me. So that definition literally is half, right? So it's not the case that two statements that cannot be true and false at the same time. There's more to it than that, right? So if you go to the square of opposition, you will see that there are other statements that can be not true at the same time, and they're not contradictory. They are contrary. So that there's a reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, right? So you now have two categories of that same definition. So how do you know which one is which? That's why I'm saying contradiction has more to that definition than just what contrary does. What you define is contrary.
No. So Roy Chess, can something be and not be at the same time? Is that, matter of fact, let me ask you a question a different way. I apologize for asking it that way. If something is and isn't in the same time, isn't that a contradiction?
No, not necessarily. That's what I'm telling you.
What do you mean? That don't make sense.
Yes. If you go to the square of opposition, right, you can have a proposition that is an A proposition and an E proposition. They both cannot be true at the same time. They are not contradictions. So you must not know about that part, right? That's why I'm telling you that definition is not enough. And that is the definition of contrary.
Hold on one second.
What you define is contrary, not contradiction.
All right, so this is the part where we be missing each other, right? Can it rain and not rain at the same time? Yes or no?
No.
So if it rain and not rain at the same time, that statement is a contradictory statement.
No, it isn't. It could be
contrary. It is.
No, it isn't. Why can't you just deal with what I'm telling you? If I say
because I know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't. If I say all men are human beings, no men are human beings. Both of those statements cannot be true at the same time. Is it a contradiction?
No, that's different. No,
how is it
that's
different?
What I'm saying.
No, how is it different? No, how is it different?
Different because hold on. It's different because you're using a different frame of reference. You're saying all men. What did you just say? You said all men
are human beings.
Are human beings.
No men are human beings.
But then you said no men are human beings.
Right. So both of those can't be true.
Hold on.
Both of those can't be true, right?
Hold on. However, if you use them together, and this is what separates contradictions, right? And oppositions. Oppositions, things that are in opposition are not used at the same time. They just don't match up. The moment you use opposition in the same phrase, the moment you say all men are humans, however, all men are not humans, that is a contradictory statement.
No, it isn't.
We about to
That's
figure
what
it
I'm
out.
telling
Hold
you.
on. Let's do this. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out. So
all you would have to do is go to the square of opposition, and then you will see what I'm talking about. What you're saying is not what, that's a slang, and that's maybe in the conscious community what contradiction
actually,
means.
I don't even need this one right here. Hold on 1 second. I got you. Let me pull aside Meta real quick. I keep forgetting I can do that. And let me not do that again. Let me not do that.
You're not defining contradiction the way Aristotle used it. Absolutely not. You might be using
definitely. So would you like to go? All right, so that's another thing we can do. After I do this, then we're going to go to the book Metaphysics, and we're going to see how Aristotle, who wrote the book Metaphysics, uses the definition of non-contradiction or even contradiction.
I'm telling you how he got the definition, and he uses the definition in all of his works from the square of opposition. You have to look up the square of opposition
I thought you didn't
first.
like definitions. I thought you didn't like definitions, Rich.
I'm not going by the dictionary. So the context of this is nothing to do with a dictionary.
Hold on. Watch this, Roy Chess. Watch this, Roy Chess.
The context here is
if
Aristotle.
I make the statement, all men are humans, and then I follow that statement up with also all men are not humans, is that a contradictory statement?
So, say it again. You broke up on my end. I couldn't hear the second part. Yes, I heard the first.
Making both statements back to back is a direct contradiction. Here is why. Broken down logically, statement 1, all men are humans, means that the set of all men is entirely contained within the set of humans, A subset B. Statement 2, all men are not humans, which is logically equivalent to no men are humans, means that the set of all men has zero overlap with the set of humans. A cap B equals empty set. In formal logic, a statement and its direct negation cannot both be true at the same time and in the same sense. Asserting that a group both belongs to a category and entirely does not belong to that category violates the law of non-contradiction.
What do it do? What do it do? Hold on, time out.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
What do it do? Saying a statement is and a statement isn't. What does it do?
That's wrong. Now ask it what a contrary statement is. Ask that same AI.
What is a contrary statement?
In logic, a contrary statement occurs when two universal propositions cannot both be true at the same time, though they both can be false at the same time. Unlike a direct contradiction, where if one statement is true, the other must be false, and vice versa, contraries share some breathing room. Key characteristics of contraries: mutual exclusivity. Both statements cannot be true simultaneously. If one is true, the other is automatically
false. No, it's not the same thing.
Shared falsehood. Both statements can be false at the same time. The middle ground, contraries, usually exist on a spectrum where a middle option is possible. Classic example, Aristotelian square of opposition. Consider universal statements about a category, such as animals and flying. Statement A, universal affirmative. All animals can fly. Statement B, universal negative. No animals can fly. These two statements are contrary. Can both be true? No. Can both be false? Yes. In reality, some animals can fly. Birds, insects, and some cannot. Dogs.
They can't both be true, but they can both be false.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
That's what gets it.
Yes, exactly. But your definition.
We're not talking about. We ain't talking about contradiction. We talking about what can't be true together. We don't care about what can't be false. You trying to bring
again, you're not understanding context. Again, you're not understanding context.
Yeah,
the example you gave.
Your context ain't the context.
The example. Hold on. Let me speak. Hold on. Let me speak. The context he gave, when he asked the AI that question, that AI said it was a contradiction, and it said that the two universal statements can't be true at the same time, and it said it was a contradiction. Then, when I asked you to look up what the AI says about contrary, it says the reverse. It says that the universal, the A statement and the E statement cannot both be true, and they were contrary. So which one is it? It gave you two different answers.
Hold on.
That AI gave you two different answers.
Hold on, it's my turn. That is not what that said, Roy Chess.
Yes, it did.
It said
Thank
when it's
you.
contrary, while both of them can't be true, that's still the same. Still,
That's
the
not
law
the
of not
same.
contrary. Both of them can't be
That's
true.
not the same
They can
thing.
both be false. Those are
And
two.
that's
We
not
about
the
to
same
look at
thing.
it. We about to all look at it. We about to all look
That's
at it.
not
Hold
the
on, I
same
got you.
thing. You don't know what contradiction is. What he gave was half the
Roy
definition
Chess,
of
no,
both of them.
What you're saying is we don't know what contrary is. We're not using
No,
contrary.
you don't know
We're
what
using
either one of
contradiction.
them is.
You're trying to put
Joe.
contrary in the.
You don't know either one of them because they both have two parts. They both have
Don't
two
worry about it.
parts.
Don't worry about it. We about to go over it line by line. Don't worry about it. We about to go
They
over it
both
line by
have
line.
two parts. Both words have two
They
parts.
both can't be true. They both can
Both
be false at the
words
same
have
time, but
two
they both
parts.
can't be true.
Why can't you understand English? Both words
Why
have two
can't
parts
you
of the
understand
definition.
English? Both cannot be true
Both
at the same
terms.
time.
Only you have to understand what I'm saying. You're over talking.
You have to
me.
understand
All
what I'm
Can
saying.
y'all see my
No,
screen?
you're not understanding what I'm saying. You're addressing me, right? So when I say the word contradiction, that term also has two parts. Contrary has two parts. What Humble gave is one part, and it's not enough. There's two parts to
Hold
both
on
of those
1 second.
words.
All right, hold on, Roy Chess. Now watch this. We about to read this, Roy Chess. And the
All you have to
reason
do
we
is go
about
to
to read
Aristotle,
this-
who's the source, man.
Hold
That's
on.
all you gotta do.
I got you. Watch this.
I know
Right.
what the terms mean. You guys are not familiar with the
Okay.
terms.
Don't worry about it.
What
Don't
the
worry
terms mean.
about it. Don't worry about it. Watch this. It started off with this one right here. If I make the statement, all men are humans, and then follow that statement up with also all men are not humans, is that a contradictory statement? Listen.
Right.
Yes.
Stop right there. Wait,
Hold
wait,
on.
stop right
Hold
there.
on.
Stop right there.
Come
Hold
on,
on.
Roy
Stop
Tess.
right there. Because there's two universal quantifiers, right? That means they're not contradictories.
Okay.
They're
So
two
let's get
universal
back- let's-
quantifiers.
Okay.
They
So now
cannot
let's
be
read.
they cannot be contradictories.
Okay, so now let's read Roy Chess. Okay, and so we can follow up why they are contradicted. It say yes,
They're not contradictory.
making both statements. Hold on, Roy Chess. Come on, you gotta let me read. You gotta let me get it in, bro. Making both statements back to back is a distinct contradiction. Here is why, broken down logically. Statement 1. All men are humans, meaning that the set of all men is entirely contained within a set of number of humans. A, B, right? 2, all men are not humans, right? Which is logically equivalent to no men are humans, means that the set of all men has zero overlap with the set of humans, right? In formal logic, this is what this is saying. A statement and its direct negation cannot both be true at the same time and in the same sense. Asserting that a group both belong to a category and entirely does not belong to that category violates the law of non-contradiction. Now let's keep going, family. Let's keep going. Because then Roy Chess talked about contrary statements. Let's see what it says about contrary statements. In logic, now we're talking about logic here. In logic, a contrary statement occurs when two universal propositions cannot both be true at the same time. Listen, this is the key, family.
Isn't that the example you just gave? Isn't that what you just
hold
read?
on. No, Roy Chess,
Wait,
come
no,
on, bro.
no,
Come
no.
on,
Isn't
bro.
that what you just
Come on,
read, brother?
Roy Chess, I don't
Isn't
want to
that
mute
what you
you,
just
bro.
read?
Hold on. No,
You just
hold
read
on.
it.
We're about to show you the difference. Hold on, bro.
You're not showing me anything. Your example
Oh my
had
gosh.
two
Hold on, Roy
quantifiers,
Chess.
two universal quantifiers, man.
Come on, Brody. We don't want to do this, Roy Chess. Hold on, just let me finish. I
You're
got you.
reading to me.
Right? Though they both can be false at the same time. That's what separate contrary and contradiction.
No.
Now I'm gonna show
Two
y'all why
universal
this is the case. Watch
propositions.
this. Look at this right here. Look at
Why
this
you keep
right here.
saying no? And it's
Here, for the people that
Because it's
don't
wrong.
understand. Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess. Hold on. And I'm gonna land my plane, and I promise you, Roy Chess, I'm gonna give it to you for about 45 minutes. For the people who still don't understand, here's a chart, and I'm gonna break it down for you like this. Here's how we know they're different, right? Contradictory and contrary can both be true. Never, never, meaning they never can. Both of them states that they cannot be true at the same time. Can both be false. A contradictory statement, never. One must be true to make the other false. A contrary statement, they can both be false. An example, all men are humans versus some men are humans. Example for contrary, all men are tall versus men are tall. So while they both can't be true at the same time, is what Roy Chess keep trying to get hung up over. Contradictions, right? One have to be false and one have to be true. They both can't be false. In contrary, they both can be false. I don't know why he's not understanding that. Now I'm gonna go ahead and let him think he I don't know where he's trying to. I'm gonna go ahead and let him get it in, and then we go on to quantum, Roy Chess.
Yes. Okay. So now you gave the proper definition, right? So a contradiction has two parts. Both cannot be true and both cannot be false. Contrary means both cannot be true, but both can be false. That's two parts to each definition. Now, in your slide, you didn't give the two parts. That's what I said. Where's the other part? So to say contradiction, the way you keep trying to say is that if one is true, the other one has to be false. But contrary is the same thing. Now, the second part makes the distinction, whereas both can be true in one case. I'm sorry, both can be false in one case, but both cannot be true in one case. And your definition didn't include that. You're adding it now because you looked it up and you didn't have it in your slide. Now go.
Go ahead, quantum.
Why would he need that in the slide if he ain't talking about contrary? He was talking about the law of non-contradiction. Does contrary have anything to do with the law of non-contradiction?
Did I say that? I was talking about contradiction.
That's exactly Why do you what keep you saying? Said. If you said that he was wrong when he was explaining the law of non-contradiction, is that not what you said?
No, you're not.
You telling him he should have added something that he don't think he needed to add. You think he needed to add it.
No, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. You keep thinking I'm talking about contrary. I said his definition was not complete. His contradiction definition was not complete. He completed it when his last statement was when he completed it. On his slide, it was not complete. Contradictory statements cannot both be true at the same time. Contraries can't be true at the same time. Right? So the second part is needed. Both cannot be false at the same time. That's a contradiction. Both cannot be true at the same time. Both cannot be false at the same time. That is the proper definition. No, it's not. Look at the slide. That's not what he said, and that's not what the slide says.
Was he talking about contrary?
Did I say contrary? Did I say contrary? Did I say contrary only?
All right, I said contradiction. Hold on, Roy Chess. Let's read
Why
checkmate.
You keep mentioning contrary? I said contradiction.
Hold on, y'all. One mic.
Why did we start talking about contrary? Who said something about contrary?
You were not paying attention, brother.
Who said something about contrary, Roy Chess?
I did, but there was a reason why I did. You were not paying attention.
Yeah, so I know. Let me read this real fast. Something that you don't even know.
Hold on. One mic, y'all. One mic, y'all.
One mic, y'all. He was talking about.
Let me read this real fast, Quantum.
When he ain't even talking about contrary.
Did I say contrary? I wasn't talking about contrary.
That's a fact.
That's
a fact. I wasn't talking about contrary.
All right.
Why did you bring contrary into it?
Hold on, Quantum. Hold on 1 second, Quantum. Hold on 1 second. So, number one, that's a fact. I wasn't talking about contrary. I was talking about contradiction. But I really want to read this really fast before we go and jump and making assumptions. You cannot logically declare a concept identical to nature in order while dodging the rules of reality that make communication possible. You cannot, now what am I saying there, right? You cannot say, and I'm putting it in plain sense so people can understand. You cannot say in one breath that God is natural and supernatural. Why? Because natural and supernatural are contrary statements. They don't go together. So then you got one being, right, that you're saying that's natural and supernatural. That's a logical fallacy that follows the law of non-contradiction. Why? Because supernatural and natural contradicts each other. So I'm still trying to wrap my mind around. Even if we give Roy Chess, hold on one second, Roy Chess, because I'm about to come back to you. Even if we give you, Roy Chess, the fact that there are two parts, in my presentation I just explained two parts. So now where am I missing anything?
No, you didn't. The way you presented it, you didn't explain the two parts that you mentioned at the end, where a contradiction is that the part you missed is that they both cannot be false. That's the part that you missed. You gave half the definition, is what I said to you.
I am
right.
Did you miss what I just read? I'm talking about a deity here.
Yes, but you're still
Being
using the wrong
natural
term.
And supernatural.
They're not contradictory. Those are not contradictory. If they're contrary, that's different, right? But they're not even contrary.
So something could be. So hold on one second. So something can be natural and supernatural at the same time.
Yes. In a context, yes.
What can be natural and supernatural at the same time?
No, in the context, by the language. It has nothing to do with me giving an example. By the nature of the language, you can have both at the same time.
Even in logic, hold on one second. Yes. Even in logic, which language have to follow, that's still a contradiction. So it can't be
not.
True. It
no,
is.
It's not. No, it's not.
How not?
You don't understand concepts. So you would have to understand the concept of extension and intention to answer that, right? But if you don't know what that is, that's why you're making a mistake.
No, Roy Chess, you're making the mistake because you're trying to go deeper into something that's not that deep. Like you're saying, oh, well, time out.
Actually, it is.
Because you didn't have this, and I came back and I showed you where. Well, you know what?
Even you didn't have it.
Say I spotted and I just didn't do that. I just showed you where I covered that base at right here. Then you say, well, time out. That's contrary. That's not contradiction. I'm like, wait a minute now. So are you saying right now, after we didn't watch it, we say, well, they both can't be, false at the same time. One must be true and one must be false.
Right.
So hold on one second. So then I come back and I ask you, well, then how can something be natural and supernatural at the same time? You said it can. Well, if it's supernatural, we know it can't be natural. And if it's natural, then we know it's not supernatural. So then where is the contrary? That's contradiction.
No, I'm not saying it's either one. I'm saying to you, it's neither one, actually. It's not contrary and it's not contradictory. You're taking it as that, and there's no way to demonstrate that. By the language, I can have it both ways. I can say something can be a father and a brother at the same time, right? So one term is included in another term, in a larger set. So supernatural would be the largest set, and then the natural would fit in that larger circle. So you could have the small circle inside the larger circle. You can't exclude that.
Hold. My bad, Smash. I apologize, brother. I apologize. Hold up. When we have supernatural, you said that's in the larger set, and then we got natural in the smaller set. But how can we just assume the supernatural is there?
What do you mean assume?
How is the supernatural, right, the larger set of the natural?
You're trying to apply science to it.
Can't be proven.
You're trying to put science to it. We're talking about definitions, right? We're talking about language. We're not talking about science. What we can, you're talking about science now. I'm not talking about science. I'm talking about the language.
About the ideal of what these things are.
Right, but you're bringing in physics. You're bringing in the physical world, and we're talking about language.
Hold on 1 second. Because we are, number one, we're bringing the statement back that the natural and the supernatural. I apologize. The metaphysical and supernatural are not the same thing. So you're asking, well, you bringing physics into it because we're talking about metaphysics.
No. I'm not talking about. So you're confusing things, right? When you say metaphysics and the supernatural are not the same thing, you now bear the burden of proof of showing why they're not the same thing. When they can be the same thing, the metaphysics would be the larger circle, and the supernatural would actually fit inside of it. Because how are you defining metaphysics in the first place? I mean, if you're using the old definition, and that's usually what metaphysics refers to, because we don't really use that word.
What do you mean the old definition, bro? There's only one definition: the study of existence.
No, that's not. I've never heard of that.
You
so the
never,
original.
Hey, yo,
the original.
No, you terrible, bro. I just showed you. Stop, Roy Chess. Did you see my presentation or didn't you?
The whole thing, no. I came in late. No, I didn't.
Okay, so I literally went over what metaphysics mean.
Right, it's metaphysics came from Aristotle, right?
Existence. It's the study of the stuff.
No, it isn't.
It's the study of what make up the physical world.
No, it isn't. Where are you getting that?
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
How? What?
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Aristotle came up with that term. Aristotle came up with that term.
Because there was a such thing as philosophy. This is why metaphysics is a branch of philosophy.
No, you're not understanding that. And I will tell you what it is. When he says metaphysics, he's talking about things that are not.
Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess. After you get it in there, we're gonna go to Smash. Go ahead, Roy Chess.
Right. So what Aristotle means, and you can look this up everywhere else, most people take that to mean as anything outside of physics, right? So anything. So for example, when he talks about logic, he's not talking about physics. So logic would be part of metaphysics. Anything that's not physics, anything that's not in the sciences, basically. That's what that means. So the arts are not sciences. They are metaphysics. They're not in the sciences. That's what that means. So you're taking it as something else, and that's not the normal usage. But you can do that. I mean,
let's go to Smash, and then I'm
confusing
respond to you, Roy Chess. We gonna go to Smash, and I'm gonna respond to you. Go ahead, Smash. No, he's not correct, Hurt. He's not correct at all.
I am.
Go ahead, Smash. Go ahead, brother Smash.
Y'all can keep going ahead and building and doing y'all thing. I'm just sitting here in the seat. You know what I mean? I'm just
most definitely. You know we want to show some appreciation to you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for coming up, bro. And you know we appreciate your engagements in the comments, Brody. Thank you so much.
Peace.
But so I do want to respond to that, right? Once again, I ain't gonna do no more green Shan because then I'm gonna kill him with that. But once again, anybody who was a philosopher from Rene Descartes or from Aristotle to Rene Descartes, right? They were called naturalistic philosophers. What did they study? They studied metaphysics.
You're talking about Cedric stuff, man. Nobody uses that term in philosophy, bro.
So how do you so time out. This the issue. And see, this is that Eurocentric thinking, right? So now here's these people that come up with a way of thinking, with a framework, right? And this framework is completely in language, so I should say, completely different than what anybody had back then. Completely different, right? Now here we are in 2026, right? And we're talking about these frameworks. Now, who are we to then come back and tell these people they didn't have the proper definition for their frameworks? How did that make sense?
So you're using the terms weirdly.
So are you saying that when Aristotle coined the phrase metaphysics, he didn't know what he was talking about?
When he used the term metaphysics is what I told you. Anything outside of science, anything outside of physics.
No,
anything outside of science.
No, it was not.
Yes, it is.
Logic is outside of science?
Yes, it's not a science. It's not purely a science. It's not purely a science. There are no experiments in logic.
Bro, is
There's
logic
no observation.
Hold on, Roy Chess. Is logic not a framework? Do we not follow the framework of logic?
Framework. That doesn't mean it's a science.
Hold on, time out, Roy Chess. Let me talk to a real philosopher for a second who got his own philosophy. Hey, Quantum, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, is logic not a framework that we use on a daily basis to figure out what the world is?
No.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. How you figure?
Reasoning.
Show me evidence
logic
of that.
is a form of reasoning. Yeah, you use forms of reasoning. No, people might not be using it in the right form, but everybody use logical reasoning.
Thank you.
No, that's not correct.
And here's from a philosopher who got his own shit. You can't tell somebody who got their own stuff was right. Like, that's crazy, Roy Chess.
He's not a philosopher, man. Is he a chemical engineer too?
Come on now, Roy.
Roy Chess is reasoning.
Everything is not.
Roy Chess reasoning. Roy Chess reasoning is to try to confuse everybody, because in the end, he wants you to believe in the God that he believes in. All of this
nothing. I never even mentioned God to you.
That's so you can believe in God. This is why
when have I ever mentioned God
tries to confuse in everybody.
When have I ever mentioned God? When I'm talking about logic. When have I ever done that? Never.
Roy Chess.
Never.
Come out. Hey, Roy,
I don't even bring religion into it when I talk about logic.
All your arguments is that's the logic you use because you're a Christian apologist.
But even then, Quantum, Roy Chess, me and you are one of our first conversations. You was trying to prove God to me logically through an equation.
No, I gave a demo in my presentation. You're talking about?
No, this was when me and you just hopped up there and we was talking. Hold on. I think Smash got something he want to ask. Smash wasn't talking, so let's Smash go ahead, Smash.
All right, okay. So now you're the person up here right now trying to disprove whatever you're trying to disprove through like some type of sources of like what is it, science or quantum? I don't know, but you specifically stated earlier that it cannot rain and not rain at the same time.
Exactly.
And you not only debunked, I mean, no, but you don't say exactly yet, because
go ahead.
You said that when not only did you was directly wrong, it can actually rain not only in from one side to the other side of the earth, but if you live in like Florida, then you notice that you could be standing on one side of the street and it raining, and on the other side it's not raining. That happened to me when I was living in Florida when I was a kid. So for you to even try to make that example as if, well, that's the reason why it can't be in existence and in existence at the same time, or whatever you was trying to do, that was totally off, brother.
No, so you're if you're talking to me or you're talking to Oli?
No,
he was talking to me. And so
hold on, bro. So Roy Trace, you can't be that confused where you think I'm talking to you unless you just be spewing stuff. Come on, brother.
No, that's why I'm asking. No, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. I didn't accuse you of anything. I'm asking you.
You didn't spew that knowledge.
You didn't hear him say that he was talking to. You didn't hear him say he was talking to Humble.
No, I didn't
hear him say that.
No, I didn't. That's why I asked. No, I didn't. I didn't know who he was talking.
Hold on 1 second, Sean. I'm coming right back. I'm talking to my wife real quick. Give me 30 seconds, Quantum. Hold me down for 30 seconds, Brody.
Yeah.
But Chess, Smash, real quick.
Roy Chess, what can you talk more about that? Well, go ahead if you was about to ask Smash something.
Yeah, real quick, because the context that you're coming with is Humble did address it. that at the same time in the same respect, right? So even though it's raining on the left-hand side and not on the right-hand side, that means it's not raining and raining at the same time in the same respect at one location, right? That's two different locations. Just so you know that example you're giving is not correct because he addressed it.
No. What you're trying to do is you're trying to box out a scenery, and I'm giving you a scenery of it actually raining in one place at one time, and on the other side of the street there is no rain. That gives
no, but it's not the same location.
Wait. Oh, come on, bro. That's so you mean to tell me it's not the same location if I'm looking dead at you across the street and you just cross the street and it start raining and you the one that need an umbrella? You mean to tell me that's not the same location?
No, one is on the left-hand side, one is on the right-hand side, right? One is on the north side, one's on the south side.
No, brother,
that's not the same location.
You a Christian. Okay, I get it. All right, now
that has nothing to do with nothing I said had anything to do with Christianity. Nothing.
Yes, because that's how Christians act. Y'all, when he died, when he didn't die. You got that Paul stuff in you.
No, you don't understand the concept. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I'm telling you he addressed it. So you were addressing it to Humble, and he addressed it. That's why I'm telling you what I'm telling you.
Okay, so now you be humble and you explain to me how you can be in Florida and own a whole landmass of property, and don't say just because there's two cements blocking the atmosphere, and don't try to get all physical, whatever y'all words with it. Just answer me this question. If you mean to tell me you got 400 acres of land in Florida, you mean to tell me that in those 400 acres that are supposedly yours, you gonna tell me that if on one side of the 40 acres it's raining and the other one ain't, you gonna tell me that's a different location although it's yours?
It's the same location as far as state.
Man, shut up.
You can distinguish one part of the yard from the other part of the yard, can't you? People do it all the time. The left-hand side or the north-hand side.
All right.
I mean, people do it all the time. Where are you from?
All right, I'm back to Humble, man. I don't got time for y'all little shenanigans, bro.
We're sharing the same screen right now, right? On if everybody's watching this live, you're on the left-hand side of the same screen, right? I'm on the right-hand side.
Okay, so if I cuss you out right now, everybody gonna hear it, right?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Right, but there's a distinction we can make on the screen.
But you the only person that's gonna feel that. You gonna be the only person that feel what I'm saying to you. Even everybody else gonna be like, ha ha ha.
Don't cuss him out, Smash. Don't cuss him out, Smash.
Okay, but that's correct.
Saying,
that's correct.
Stupid, bro.
That's correct. I'm not just being a contrarian. I'm trying to get you to understand why it is what it is.
I know why you're frustrated, Smash, because you came up here trying to argue for Roy Chess and he turned it on you. I told you that. But Roy Chess, the reason you reason like that is because then you could always say that it's raining. You can always say that it's raining in the world, right? And just say that.
No, that would be vague. That would be vague. I would not that. So deductive reasoning doesn't work that way. Psychology.
No, but I'm saying, is that the reason that you have to differentiate from where it's raining, the location?
Yes.
As to saying that.
Yes. You want to be specific.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to be specific as possible.
I share sentiment though with Smash because I used to go to a big high school, and in my high school it'd be raining on one side of my high school. And then on the other side of my high school, it wouldn't be raining. And then, so what Smash said, it's like, okay, but then that's where Roy Chess would come back in, and I ain't say nothing.
With the little Christian doctrine, with the little Christian, yeah.
That's not a Christian doctrine. That has nothing to do with Christianity.
No. Hey, Ali, and I just want to let you know, bro, y'all will know when I get mad because I'll just leave this mug. You know what I mean? I just don't like
that.
I don't like
it has nothing to do with Christianity, bro. Why you keep saying that? I don't
like Christian. Yes, it does because
it doesn't. It's a logical principle.
No, brother.
It's a logical principle.
That was Christian.
Strictly a logical. No, it isn't.
Principle.
No, it isn't. You can look it up.
All stuff, even though
it's a logical principle.
Even if it does, it doesn't. That was nonsense.
Humble
brother.
even told you it was a logical principle.
You sat there in front of everybody.
Humble is giving the presentation. How you blaming it on me?
In front of everybody. No. You sat there in front of everybody in the TDL and said to them, "It can't rain in one spot while it's raining in the same spot." And
that's correct. No, that's correct.
Man,
and Humble said that. That's what Humble said.
No. Now you lying on Humble. All right, I'm done.
No, that's what he said.
I did not do this with you.
That's what he said. That's what you asked it. So what did you ask Humble when you came up here? Wasn't you talking to him? And then he had to step away?
I was talking to Humble, bro. I'm not.
Yeah, and you said the exact same thing. I'm talking
to Humble and Ollie, bro. I don't got time.
And you said the exact same thing. That how could it be?
I don't deal with y'all.
You said it can't be raining and not raining at the same time.
Okay, all right, yes.
And you didn't accuse him of being a Christian.
Right, amen.
You didn't accuse him of being a Christian.
All right.
You listening to Oli.
All right, okay.
So the whole point is that we gotta stop putting metaphysics in the same category as the supernatural. Those two things are not the same. And I want to say this, and I said this in my presentation. If we ever did find something we categorize today as supernatural, I promise you by 12 o'clock that afternoon, it will be moved to a different category within a physical space.
You have to rule it out, Humble. You can't just make the assertion. That's how reasoning works. You can't just make the assertion. You have to rule it out.
We have ruled it out.
How do you rule it out? How do you rule it out?
We ruled it out by testing everything.
What do you mean testing everything?
We test the particles. We test matter.
I'm stepping away for just a minute. Humble, I'm stepping away for just a minute.
So you're using science as the ultimate judge here, when predictions can be wrong?
I mean, no. See, now you're looking at science as when you're saying, well, you're using science as the ultimate judge. We live our life based on science. There's nothing that we do that's not scientific. Everybody. If you get up and
religious,
walk,
is religion. Wait a minute. Is religion science and people practice religion? So that can't be true.
You have to walk. Do you not have to either walk or drive to the church? That's science.
Walking is science?
You have to know. Yes, walking is science. You have to locate distance. You have to know where you are in your spatial inferential at all times. If you don't and you want to wear, that's how you get knocked off.
You're using a super general.
We see what happened to people who are not aware of their surroundings when they're in the wrong place at the wrong time. What happened? They get knocked off. So even in everyday life, we are using a form of science.
Wait a minute. So there's a lot of people in the science community and the conscious community that would disagree with that, because they don't define everything we do as science. Walking is not a science to most people.
But whether it's a science to most people or not, is objectively a science, because you're calculating where you're going at every moment of the time. So what do you use for that? You're used measuring. What is measuring? Measuring is a tool that is used in what? Science.
Yeah, but you're saying that everything is a science? You're using that general definition? Is everything a science? I mean, I can agree with that if you extend it to everything. Everything has part science to it. It's not totally science.
Yes.
Right? So I can agree with that.
We can say that. Everything.
Right. So let me be clear, because you asked me about logic being a science. So yes, in that general definition, logic is a science in that sense, the way you're using it right now, but it's primarily not a science as far as like chemistry, physics, and stuff like that. It's not a science like those things.
Yeah, no.
It's more of an art.
When I was saying
it's more of an art than
science, I was saying it was a framework that science used, right? Because we were talking about things that make sense and things that don't make sense. And I was explaining to you that one way that we know what's exist and what don't exist, by using the framework of logic. And so
I don't know about that. That's a little cringe to me.
Yeah, that's
cringe. That's cringe.
How is that cringe?
Because we don't know everything, right? We don't know if there's a life on another planet.
How did we learn the tooth fairy didn't exist?
We don't know that.
Did we just wake up one day and was like, oh, the tooth fairy didn't exist? That was just some made up stuff our parents put on there. No, one day we grew up and we got smart. And we was like, well, wait a minute. I got a tooth under my pillow and I fixed sleep one day to catch the tooth fairy, and my mother walked in. And, hold up now, let me put 2 and 2 together, and that's how we found out Santa Claus didn't exist. We spied on our
Santa
parents.
is real, man. Santa is real. Okay, I'm Santa.
This is wild, bro.
No, but seriously, we don't know everything, so you can't really say we know things like that.
It's not about.
We don't know if there's an alien technology out there that's willing to kill us. We don't know, simply because we haven't experienced it yet. So this is where science falls short. So when you're ignorant of evidence, what do you do?
But you have the thing, right? Science
so that's we have a problem.
For an example, Roy Chess, let me give you an example. Science doesn't make the claim whether aliens exist or not, right? They theorize about those things, right?
Right, but that's the same thing with the tooth fairy.
No, right? That's not the same as the tooth fairy.
How is it not?
It's not the same as the tooth fairy because we have proof that it was our parents putting the money under the pillow the whole time.
No, that was one instance, buddy. Maybe
that's
10
the whole instance. I guarantee once you found that out, what your mother do? She stopped being a tooth fairy and she just started giving you money for the teeth that you lost. That's what my mother did anyway. Once I called her, was like,
maybe the tooth fairy just skipped you.
You see how the tooth fairy just skipped you. So it's like we know these things, man, and that's the thing.
You don't know them. That's loose. You're using these terms so loosely. It's people are gonna have a problem with it. But I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but other people are going to be more specific with their terms, and they will disagree with you. But I understand what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, though, Roy Chess. If we are, for example, we going back to metaphysics, right? And in metaphysics, if we are trying to describe a thing for what it is, a category for what it is, right? We can't then say, oh, well, maybe it's this. Throw some wild thing. Oh, well, maybe God touched it and made it that way, right? Now, we studying this thing, but yet we find no evidence that God did anything or that anything that... I'll give an example, right? We got Earth. Mm-hmm. And now many people theorize how the Earth became Earth. We could theorize all day, right? But the more we study Earth, theories are going to start falling by the wayside. One of the biggest theories that already fell by the wayside is creationism. That have been fell by the wayside about 100, 200 years ago. And how did we come to that conclusion? We just didn't come to the conclusion and say, oh, well, ain't no way God could have did this. No, we started doing tests and things of that nature. And we like, well, wait a minute. God couldn't have did this, because if God did this, then it should have been some residue of how he did this.
So the reasoning is the problem.
Logical, like we were saying earlier, logical deductive reasonings draw us to our conclusions. That's not deductive. No willy-nilly thing. This ain't no.
That's not deductive, humble.
What do you mean? That's not. Weaving things out.
That's not deductive. No, that's not. Deductive has a certain form.
So, okay, say if me, you, Quantum, and Smash, say if we see a playground, right? Me, you, Quantum, and Smash see a playground, right? Now we sit off to the side and we theorize how this playground was built, right? All four of us got 4 different theories, right? And so one day I decide to go ask the principal of the school, near the school, how the playground was built, right? He said, you know what, Rumbler, I really don't know, but I know it wasn't built by. I come back and I tell the rest of y'all, hey, I asked the principal. He said he really don't know, but he said for sure that it wasn't built like this. That may weed out smash theory, or that may weed out quantum theory. That's deduction. We're weeding out the theories to see what can it most logically be. What's your thing, quantum? The only explanation, the only logical explanation for existence. But that's what we do with random things in our life all day long.
That's not deduction. The way your example is not deductive at all. That's induction.
Hey, hold on, hold on, real fast, boy, chess. So I want to add something to what Humble said. So if me, Quantum, Roy, Chess, and you were doing that, and automatically there would naturally, okay, so that means there always and forever has been a first step, right, to who will choose what, and what they choose is from lowest to greatest the best explanation or resolution for that. And then with that resolution there, whoever is the top, then they go further with that, right? So in this scenario that you're speaking of, there would literally have to be a first, second, third, fourth answer to it. And then now this is where we get kind of, I guess, groupal or cultist, scientific or whatever, because now you need peer people to separate, what they feel is real and is what not. But now right here, but okay, so just like pale people have a natural selection due to certain situations, right? It's the same thing with anything else in life. Everything has a natural selection. So to say that there is not a creator, oh damn, I punched my mic, my bad. Or to say this and this, you would have to deal with, at the end of it all, you have to deal with selection A. There is nothing else before A. That's it. I just wanted to build on what I just wanted to.
No, most definitely.
I guess.
Yes, but that's inductive reasoning, though. That's not deductive, Humble. That's inductive. Right. When you use your senses as the primary source of your conclusion, that's inductive. Deductive, you're only using your mind.
But now I didn't say anything about senses. The only thing I was saying was, in that situation, we would still need, unless the action itself of our option was prominent, then we would need something pure, like a peer, like a what they call it, peer. When somebody else check your work,
a peer review. Peer review, you mean?
Yeah, peer review. They would need that. Yeah. But if there is no one to peer review it, then what do you have? And that, in all sense, always lines up with what is the better answer or the better faction, better result.
Again, that's science, though. And science uses your senses.
I'm talking about science. Y'all talk about science. I'm not talking about science. I'm talking about reality.
That's what science describes.
All right.
So you have to use your senses. You can't do science without senses. Right?
Hold on 1 second. Let me share this. Hey, Roy Chess, one reason I appreciate you for coming up here so much, bro, because you do give me a lot of reasons to share my screen, bro. You give me a lot of reasons to share my screen. So, let me see if it pop up. Did it pop up? I don't know why my laptop be moving slow. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
But everything on my laptop seeming moving slow. Can y'all see my thing on the screen?
Now I can, yes.
All right. So let's say, what is deductive reasoning? Deductive reasoning is a logical process where a conclusion is based on the coordinates of multiple premises, right? So we want to stop right there real fast because I want to go back to the example I gave with me, Brother Quantum, Roy Chess, and Brother Smash. If we was all sitting right on a fence looking at a playground, right? And we all, like, okay, well, we know the playground was built. That's all of our conclusion, right? But we all have different premises on how the playground was built, right? So now, listen, right? It says that are generally assumed to be true. So when we all made our premises, we all assumed our premises to be true, right? It moves from general principles, right? So from all of our premises being true, right, to specific premises, to some of our premises being true, to certain conclusion, to only one of our premises being true. This is what philosophers call deductive reasoning.
It's more to
So
it than
I
that.
just want to say the example I gave the example. Of course, there's more to it than that, Roy. But we ain't saying. I'm not a philosophical professor. I'm not about to go sit up here to give.
Yeah, but you're
give them the
using
rundown.
you're
They gotta
using
go
it
and do their
wrong.
homework, bro.
You're using it wrong, though. That's why I'm telling you.
How
that.
am I using it wrong if it just describes? Hold on, Roy Chess. Hold on, Roy Chess.
What
Hey,
you're reading
how
is
am I
wrong.
using it wrong if it just describes? Hey, Smash. Are you here, Smash? Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess. I'd be needing to know I'm not crazy sometimes. Are you here, Smash?
Here,
You're just reading stuff, though.
I'm here.
All right, so Smash, you heard my example I gave with me, you, Quantum, and Roy, right? And
Kami,
you heard how, and you heard how I was given the deductives, right? I was using deductive reasoning to weed out all other possibilities, right? That was the core point of my example. Roy Chess said, humble, that's not deductive reasoning. I say, Roy, that is deductive reasoning. He say, no, it's not. That's inductive reasoning. So then what did I do? I shared my screen and I read what is deductive reasoning. And it broke down exactly what I said in my example. So now, what's going on here, Roy? I told you that's one reason I love you up here,
No,
Roy Chess.
what you're reading has errors in it, and I can demonstrate the
How
errors.
is what I'm reading? Now what I'm reading has errors in it.
Yes, you're just reading stuff, and you're taking that as true.
Do not let this brother sidetrack you, right? All right, so
go ahead, Smash.
Roy Chess, go on. All right, so let me put something in your mental, right? So we're talking about deductive reasoning, right? Mm-hmm. And even though I've heard Roy Chess and I've heard him speak very eloquent, and he has good points from time to time. But simply a person like him and how I've heard him, I don't want to say weeble around or wobble, whatever, but he runs from time to time, but he does stand firm. I do want to say this. I would think that he would simply give you an example of deductive reasoning as such as this. Okay, so we look at the order of mankind. We see that even though there are things there are tools that we use that they have made that we do see, sooner or later they will be mankind's I won't say destruction, but downfall, right? Which always means mankind and humanity goes backwards for a time frame, right? And then they move forward. But then I would say this, in that scenario that the brother was talking about, we would have to break down that playground instead of how was it built and who built it. The only way that we can, like was being spoken, deductive reasoning, right? The only way we can find out how to build it, what it takes to build it, is to simultaneously take it apart. And once we take it apart, if we can't rebuild it again, then we know that it was something more than all of our mind frames, right? And that's the same thing how humans are doing with life itself. They're going backwards. They're trying to untwist screws and do all these things, and they think they're getting better, but all they're doing is like unraveling things. And when it's all said and done, no matter what God you want to believe in and all of this, when it's all twisted all over and everything's laid out in the parking lot, I mean the playground, nobody else is going to be able to build it except the one that created it. So I would think that, the brother would just be like, this is a better example of deductive reasoning. How about we break it down in this sense?
So it goes by structure. So you can ask your chat GPT or whatever, does the main difference between inductive and deductive is structure, right? Inductive doesn't really have a structure that is a formal structure per se, even though that's not literally true, but we say it's not a formal structure like deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning has a set format in stone that something is on the left-hand side, something's on the right-hand side, and it has a pattern, a very, very strict, predictable pattern. Inductive, number one, does not have that strict pattern. And number two, it requires your use of your senses to get your conclusion. That does not happen in deductive reasoning. So deductive reasoning is not about content. It is about how the argument is formed and whether or not the conclusion is guaranteed to be true when the premises are true. Inductive reasoning, and mainly science, which uses the inductive reasoning, can never guarantee its conclusion. So whenever you have...
Can you give me an example of what you're talking about, Roy Chess?
Please, bro, because I'm getting confused like a mug. I don't even know.
Right, so it's a conceptual definition, right? So, I mean, it's very hard to give an example without like giving the slideshow that I did before, because I gave examples there. Right, so it's about understanding the concept first and then find examples that fit the concept. It's not about giving the examples first and then understand the concept. It's the other way around. Deductive reasoning, the main point in deductive reasoning, it is the only form of reasoning that guarantees the conclusion is true if the premises are true. Right, so I should say that back. I said it backwards. That the conclusion is guaranteed to be true when the premises are true, not the other way around. Not that if the premises are true, then the conclusion must be true, which is what your source says, which is a lot of bad sources out there. That this is why they have this feeling that science does deductive reasoning when it doesn't. By definition, it cannot.
Hold on
one
second, Roy Chess. Hold on. I asked you to give me an example. You said I had to go to the concept. So I'm going to give you an example, right? Say if it was an asteroid in space, right? And we all wanted to know what the asteroid was made of, right? Me, you, Quantum, and Smash all wanted to know what this asteroid was made of before we even touch any scientific things, right? I come up with an hypothesis. Quantum comes up with an hypothesis. You come up with an hypothesis. And Smash come up with an hypothesis. Now, all of our hypotheses could be true, right? We are assuming that our hypotheses are true, right? Then we say, okay, now we're going to go and do experimentation, right? The last one standing is true. So we shoot off and do our experimentation, right? Quantum goes off, he do his experimentation, he like da-da-da-da. Oh man, I thought it was made of this, but it was made of this. His failed. So knock that out the way. So we know it ain't Quantum's. Smash go do his experimentations. Da-da-da-da. You know, oh man, that ain't what I thought it was. I thought it was this. Knock his out the way, right? I go do my experimentations. It wasn't what I thought. And you want to go do your experimentations. You're like, you know what? I thought it was that. And we all came to the conclusion, and we all saw with our experimentations that you had the right one. That's deductive reasoning.
No,
I
it's not.
read on the screen. Hold on. I read on the screen the exact same thing I used in my first example, and just
And
now.
it's wrong. It's wrong. Both of you are wrong.
All right, so now this is how we going to do this. This is how we going to do this. You share your screen, and then show me that deductive reasoning says what you say.
Tighten up.
Okay. I mean, all right. Give me a minute. I don't know if I can. I don't know. I'll try it. Let me see if it works before I say I can't do it on this because my thing is acting up. But let me try it. Hold on. Let me try it first. Give me a minute so y'all can talk.
All right. Now, I'm going to say it again just so he don't think I'm trying to cop off what he's saying. So he don't think I'm trying to change my argument. Right? I gave an example of me, Quantum Smash, and Roy Chess looking at an asteroid. We tried to figure out what the asteroid was. We all had our hypotheses. We all assumed our hypotheses was true. Right? Now, we all did experimentation to see what the conclusion of what the asteroid was, right? Our hypotheses, one by one, was weeded out until one hypothesis was true, right? It was objectively true, right? So now, y'all heard my example in a nutshell. Now, what I'm gonna do real fast is I'm gonna share my screen one more time, and I'm only doing this because I don't want y'all to say that I was saying what Roy Chess was saying, and I switched my argument. Now, watch this, family. Let me see if I even got it up here still. All right, so I don't have it up here. So then, what I have to do, I got y'all. Don't worry, it's going to take me like 5 seconds. All right, bang. Okay. So now, watch this. Watch this, family. We're going to go back to what deductive reasoning means. I gave my example before I looked this up, by the way. Watch this. What is deductive reasoning? Deductive reasoning is a logical process which we all had looking at the asteroid. We all had logical processes where a conclusion is based on the coordinates of multiple premises. Whereas though we said, hey, listen, this asteroid is made out of this. We all had multiple premises. This is how I think. This is what I think. This is what I think. This is what I think. Right? That are generally assumed to be true. What did I say in the beginning of my example? We assume these things to be true already. It moves from general principles, right, or premises, right? So it starts from all of our perspectives to specific, certain conclusion, weeding out all of our premises, leaving one certain conclusion. Let's even go further.
That's not what that says.
The premises are.
It doesn't say one certain conclusion.
Don't worry. We about to keep reading until you get yours. We're going to read until you get yours. Don't worry, it ain't going to take long. If the premises are true, the conclusion must be true. This is often described as top-down logic because you start with the big picture rule and zoom in on a specific case, right? Key characteristics, certainty. Unlike inductive reasoning, which deals with probability and likelihood, valid deductive reasoning guarantee absolute certainty. Is why in my example, I said we came up with theories that we believe to be true. Why? Because our theories, not peer-reviewed with one another's, right, had strong certainty, right? Now watch this. Providing the starting facts are correct, watch this, structure, it typically relies on logical frameworks called syllogism, which consists of a major premise, a minor premise, and a conclusion. So we have all of us our theories is the major premises, right? When we test our theories, right, we gain minor premises, which means we're weeding the top ones out. And then at the very end of our premise, we should have a conclusion. So if, again, I just went through the whole thing. I ain't got nothing on that. But again, if I just showed you my example of what
you're misunderstanding
the reasoning was, and then my example I was even able to overlap my example with what I was just reading. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute my mic. I want to see what you bring. Let's get it.
Can you see? I shared my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah,
it says I'm sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Let me go back because I can't see. I got to switch. Okay. So I see my screen is sharing. So what I asked it was, does deductive reason guarantee its conclusion? So this is similar to what the last couple of sentences you just read. So guarantee means is kind of interchangeable with certainty, right? So one of the things that makes this reasoning different is this fact right here. It guarantees its conclusion. It's certain if the premises are true, and what your source doesn't say, and this source doesn't even say, the premises have to be related, right? So this is why reading goes wrong, why you just can't read stuff and not understand the concepts. Even this source doesn't tell you that when you do that if-then reasoning, you have to show the relationship between the left hand and the right hand side.
Ask this right here. What is the definition of deductive reasoning?
Right, that's what I was going to say, brother.
Ask you, what's the definition of deductive reasoning?
Every like it's going to give you the same thing.
No,
but it's incorrect.
No. Ask it the question. What is the definition of deductive reasoning? I showed you my.
Why do you need the Hold on. It's not about the definition. It is about how you do it. So that's the first mistake you're doing. It's not about the definition. It's this right here. Does it guarantee its conclusions? And what you're doing is using scientific reasoning. That does not guarantee conclusions. So again, you're not going to learn deductive reasoning by reading the definition. Just like I can't say I'm a medical doctor because I can look up what brain surgery means. That doesn't mean I can do brain surgery because I know the definition.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Red Chest. If me and Quantum is talking about brain surgery, right? And I say a medical instrument wrong. And Quantum says, hey, bro, you said that wrong. And I say, no, I didn't, out of ignorance. I say, no, I didn't. He said, yes, you did. I said, okay, well, let's go figure out what it's called, right? And then I find out, and he proves that what I call the instrument is wrong, right? We don't need to be masters at brain surgeons to have a conversation on brain surgery. We don't need to be masters at philosophy to talk about deductive reasoning.
You have to know more than what you're reading. You can't just read what you're reading and say you know as much as me.
So if I know the definition of deductive reasoning,
you don't know the definition.
I use an example.
The example
what's
is
the definition?
Wrong.
I'm gonna tell you the definition. Hold on.
No, you're reading stuff. You're reading stuff. You can't demonstrate the definition. You're reading. This is what I'm saying. You're reading stuff.
Definition. I mean, I just gave you.
Yeah, but you're reading stuff. You're reading stuff.
I'm not gonna read.
You can't demonstrate. You can't demonstrate it. Your demonstrations are wrong.
Demonstrated it.
And I'm telling you why it's wrong, and you're not addressing why what I'm saying is wrong. I'm telling you cannot guarantee a conclusion off observation. That's not possible. Type it in. You share your screen. You want me to do it? I'll do it here because since you can see my screen, observation.
He had typed that in, but he
Ever
won't type in the definition of deductive
be
reasoning.
certain. There we go. This is the different. Matter of fact, I skipped some stuff, right? So, this is the second thing I asked it, right? You just told me I typed 2 questions in when I shared my screen, before I shared my screen, right? So the first part, hold on. Are you doing that or me? Hold on.
No.
So the first part is this, right? That's what does deductive reasoning guarantee its conclusions? That's the first part. The answer is yes, right? Only if the argument is valid and sound. There's that can be explained also. I'll explain that if you want. Then I typed in, does inductive reasoning guarantee any of its conclusions? What does it say? No. And then I ask down here what I just typed. Can an observation ever be certain? This rules out science proving anything. Science can never prove anything with certainty. So your so-called definition is simply either you're misreading it or it's basically wrong. And I keep trying to tell you guys, it's not the same thing. You cannot just read stuff. You have to understand what you're reading. This is the difference, the main difference. Does it guarantee with certainty the conclusion, or does it give a probability or likelihood? That is the primary focus of that definition that you should be concerned with, not all this other stuff. This is the only form of human reasoning that guarantees its conclusions. No other form of reasoning does.
What happened was, and I don't know why, bro. I play chess, Roy Chess. I play chess. So I'm gonna explain to you this. I don't know why you think after all the talking you did, I'm just gonna forget how we got here in the first place. So how do we get here in the first place, family? We got here in the first place because we was talking about how we use logic in everyday life. And then I went a little deeper. Roy Chess said, well, you can't stay on the surface, man. You got to go a little deeper sometimes. You know, you can't just read the definitions. You got to. So I went a little deeper. And I showed how we use a form of logic through a framework of deductive reasoning. Roy Chess said, that's not deductive reasoning. I said, yes, it is. Roy Chess said, no, it's not. I said, yes, it is. And then I said, you know what? I'm about to show you the definition of deductive reasoning. And the definition matched not one of my examples, but both of my examples. Quantum and Smash is get a witness.
No, it didn't.
And
it
so,
didn't match.
hold on, Roy Chess. Hold on, Roy Chess. I got you. And so after I got tired of going back and forth with Roy Chess about deductive reasoning, I said to Roy Chess, I said, well, you bring up the definition of deductive reasoning than Roy Chess. And instead of Roy Chess bringing up the definition of deductive reasoning, he brought up everything else that ain't got nothing to do with deductive reasoning is and how it apply to logic and how we use that in our everyday life.
What do you mean? I just showed it to you. I just shared my screen. What are you talking about?
Yo, see, I told you I play chess. I told you I play chess better than you.
What are you talking about? Why do you think I shared my screen?
Again? Let me share my screen.
Why do you think I shared my screen?
Watch this. Hold on real fast.
You're reading stuff. You don't understand what you're reading.
All right. So, I'm going to share my screen, and then we're gonna stick on a very particular. See, Roy Chess want to stick on all other particulars. Right, but
no,
I want to stick on a very
particular. I mentioned this
thing that really mattered within this whole. Hold on one second. The thing that really mattered within this whole definition is this right here. I'm gonna show y'all. All right, hold on. The main sentence that mattered within this whole definition is right here. What does it say? It is often described as a top-down logic, family.
That's false. So you're reading stuff and you don't even know it's false. Why do I say it's false?
Okay, now you bring me something to show me that that's false. Don't just tell me it's false. Show me why.
Okay. Can you type in what is sequence count? Can you type in this sentence? Share your screen. Go ahead.
Okay, share my screen.
Share your screen. I'll tell you what to type.
Okay. He want to try to program my AI, y'all see this?
No, I'm not.
He's trying to program my AI, y'all.
I'm not trying to program your AI, because this is misinformation that the internet and other people outside of philosophy give you when they ask for it. What is deductive reasoning? Right. So ask your AI, does sequent calculus reason from bottom up or top down? So this would show you that reasoning doesn't have to go from general to specific.
Nobody
right? So
said.
I don't know. I didn't say you said it. I didn't say. Hold on. I didn't quote what you're saying. I didn't say you said it. But this is what happens on the internet all day long, because all you do is read. And on any platform, they're going to do the same thing you're doing. So I'm not addressing just you.
Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess.
I'm not just addressing you. Yeah, I'm addressing everybody who has that misinformation.
Hold on real fast, Roy Chess. I'm about to put you on checkmate. My whole premise from the beginning of not the beginning of the whole show, but from the beginning of when we opened up the thing, was that we use logic every day.
No,
deductive reasoning is deductive reasoning is a form of logic. I just pulled up the definition of deductive reasoning. What did it have in the definition of deductive reasoning? It literally had the word logic in the definition.
And it makes no sense, because they're different logical systems.
So I think I made my point. So now you got to show me where deductive reasoning is not logical, or deductive reasoning.
I didn't say that.
But that's what I said. I said
it makes no sense. So again, your source makes no sense, because there are different logical systems.
Hold on.
There are different logical systems. So you can't use that word in the definition.
You can't say that it makes no sense and then not explain how it don't make sense.
I'm explaining how it doesn't make sense. I'm explaining it. Because they're different logical systems with different rules. So
that's
to say
not
logic,
an argument, Roy Chess.
What do you mean that's not an argument? I'm explaining to you why that you can't use it.
So now I'm gonna turn my premise into an argument. Hold on. The argument I'm making is deductive reasoning is a tool of logic that we use on a day-to-day basis.
What do you mean logic? That doesn't even make sense. That's what I'm saying. You're just reading stuff. There are different logical systems. Just like if I say cars, what car am I talking about? There are different kinds of cars, right? There's Hondas, there's Buicks, there's Cadillacs.
What do they all have in common, Roy Chess? There's different kinds of cars, but what do they all have in common, Roy Chess?
You tell me what they have in common.
They're all cars, bro.
That makes no sense. Cars. If I ask you what a car is, you can't say car.
Bro.
You have to describe what you're defining. You can't use the same word. That's called circular reasoning, right?
Bro.
That's called circular reasoning, right? So if I say God is God, that is circular reasoning, right?
No.
I can't define God by being God. That's circular reasoning, right? Yes or no?
No.
If I say the color blue is the color blue,
see,
by definition, that's circular reasoning.
Hold on. That's not how this works, Roy Chess.
What do you mean that's not how it works?
I asked you, so for an example, you said, well, if I say I want a car, you just can't say, or if I ask you the definition of a car, you just can't say car, right? There's many cars. Yes, there are many cars, right?
So that's why you can't use the word car.
Hold on, watch this though, Roy Chess. There's just as many automobiles. But then when I ask, okay, what is one property all cars have in common? No matter from a Ford, hold on 1 second, from a Ford, a Mustang, a BMW, Tesla, what do all of these cars have in common? They got many things in common, but what's one of the most things that we use? Logic. Let's bring this framework of logic. What's one thing that we logically know that all of these cars have in common? They all fall in the categories of cars, no matter the brand.
You can't use this. What I'm saying, you're not making sense.
So now,
You can't use the same category that
Oh,
you're describing.
gosh.
This is you using. This is what I told A1 when you
Oh,
guys
if
say
we-
source
okay, so
up.
watch this.
Y'all doing the
So
same
watch
thing.
this.
Y'all
So watch this.
you're
Hold on,
overriding
hold
what
on.
I'm saying, and
Hold
and you
on,
can't
Roy Chess.
override. You can't prove me wrong. You're just overriding me.
Oh, bro.
I can prove you wrong, but you can't prove me wrong.
Watch this.
You're just
Hold
overriding
on.
me
You
with a
didn't prove
source
me wrong.
that you don't
So
understand.
now
I
let me
did.
prove you wrong. So now let me
You
prove
can't
you wrong.
prove me
Watch
wrong.
this.
Not
So
intelligently.
hold on.
You're reading
I'm
stuff.
gonna use a hold on.
I don't even
Roy
have to
Chess.
read
So
stuff.
I'm gonna again. Hold on, Roy Chess. So
All you're
there's
doing is
nothing
reading
here.
stuff.
There's nothing here. So and I'm using and my Wi-Fi acting bad too. I hope we don't stay. We got a little thunderstorm outside. But so listen, we have Porsches, we have Hondas, we have Nissans, we have Mustangs, we have Teslas. All of these are different. However, they got many things in common. What is one of the main things that we can logically say all five of these names have in common? The one that logically comes into my head, they are all cars. So now,
If I'm
how do
asking
we
about
say,
cars,
well, that's illogical that a Porsche and a Nissan and a Tesla are all cars? Well, what do we call them? All automobiles? Okay, if we call them automobiles, what category do they fall in? They fall in the car category because there are way more automobiles than there are cars. We got motorcycles, we got trucks, we got SUVs, we got cars. I don't know if you played Grand Theft Auto before and went to the car shop, right? Or they call it the automotive shop, right? But when you go there, they have a category for automobiles. They got motorcycles, Jeeps, trucks, four-wheelers. They got buggies. They got cars. They literally have a category called cars. They got Maybach, lowriders. All of these are different categories of automobiles. Now, what make Tesla and Porsche and what make these things cars and not trucks? Trucks and cars both got four wheels, right? They both got a lot of similarities as well, right? But what make them different? Cars are smaller. This is why when we talk about Tesla, we could talk about any car brand, right? But when we talk about Tesla, Tesla have a Tesla truck and they got a Tesla car. But what do we know about a Tesla car and a Ford car? Yes, they're different brands, but what is the most common thing they got in common? They are both cars. I think I done bust them upside the head like 20 times already. I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic. If you want to get back in here, go ahead, Roy Chess.
You're just repeating yourself. You're not proving anything. You haven't proved one thing. You just keep repeating yourself.
Hey, Quantum, are you there?
You're using a source to override me and trump me to say that you're right and I'm wrong. I can explain why you were wrong. And I even pulled up a source like you that shows deductive reasoning guarantees the conclusions and inductive reasoning does not. That's the main difference.
I mean, respect. Y'all, neither one
science of y'all does not guarantee its conclusions.
Hold on, real fast, Roy. So Smash, you just heard me talk about how we use logic. Deductive reasoning is a tool of logic that we use. You just saw me bring up the definition of deductive reasoning, and it had the word logic in it.
And then he
said, "Wait a minute, that makes no sense." And then I use another example. Y'all know I'm a man of examples if y'all don't know by now. And the reason I'm a man of examples is because when people like Roy Chess come and say, "Well, that don't make sense," okay, well, let me make it make sense, right? And then I proceeded to make it make sense, right?
No, you didn't.
He still said that made no sense. If you was here the whole time, Smash, can you come off mute and can you explain to me my point that I was making when I was giving my examples?
Well, I just got back. I don't know if y'all heard me before I left. I told you
All right. So
I was gonna go get a black.
all right. So what I'm gonna do real fast is I'm gonna give you my example and make my point. And I want you to see if you can repeat it back to me and if it makes sense to you or not. Okay. So, like I said before, logic is a framework or worldview that we use every day, right? Within that, we use something called deductive reasoning. Now, within the definition of deductive reasoning is logic. Do you understand that? Go ahead, Smash.
Oh yeah, no, I understand it, and I heard all of that.
Wait a minute. How do you understand it? How do you understand it? Can you break it down? How do you understand it? What is logic and what is deductive reasoning? He didn't define either one.
Y'all literally, bruh. First of all, this is wild because not only did he bring it up, but I literally gave y'all an example, which y'all not gonna take it. But then you turned around and asked the dang Gemini or Google, whatever it was, you asked it a question that had nothing to do with what we said, but you used the words deductive reasoning. That was totally disingenuous. The brother, at least, even though he is on the verge of trying to debunk some type of, there's not a God or whatever he's doing, he's showing you that there is deductive reasoning. Only thing different is, in order for y'all to actually do deductive reasoning, you're going to have to unscrew every screw in the playground one by one until it all falls down, and then figure out how it was built. Not your own way. No.
That's
yes,
not correct.
That's
not correct.
I'm not even going to talk. All right, sure.
That's not correct. Neither one of you understand what it is because you're just reading a definition.
Deductive reasoning. When you deduct something, you're going backwards all the way until there is nothing, and then
that's not
building it. Man, all right, whatever.
That's reverse.
Hold. Time out, Roy. And I'm only muting you because what Smash did was very clever, and I was going to do that earlier, but I didn't want to play you like that, Roy. But what Smash did was very, very clever. Even if you just look at the word, bro, you ain't got to be a master in philosophy to just look at the word and know what the word means. The word deductive literally mean to subtract.
No, it doesn't. Not in this context.
You can't come and add your own context to things now, Roy Chess, bro. You're cheating.
Now subtraction means subtraction only when it wants to mean subtraction. Stop it, bro.
No, again, you're using the dictionary as a source, correct? Is that what you're doing?
Bro, we're using life as a source.
No, you're using something to override whatever I say.
Hold on.
Whatever I say doesn't matter because you read something.
If I give you 2 cherries and I deduct one, I don't want to use that fruit. I don't even know why I did that. If I give you 2 water bottles and if I give you $2 and I deduct $1 from you, what did I just do?
In that context, you subtracted, right? But there's other ways there's other contexts that we can use that word for. So hey, why Smash, are you doing that?
Your boy got skills, Smash. Your boy's got skills, bro.
Yeah, but you're not eliminating the other context. All you did was show one context.
This is how you make them agree with you, y'all.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, in this context, you using subtraction.
Right. In one context, what about the others? Are all the context that way? No.
Oh, but I'm not agreeing with you, Humble. One thing you need to know is I'm not agreeing with you. I'm letting you know that you're debunking your own self.
Oh, No. I don't. What I'm looking at you witnessing this slaughter between me and Roy Chess. I said I got
Oh,
skills.
it's definitely a slaughter, bro. I ain't gonna lie, brother.
There's no slaughter here. You didn't
Hey,
slaughter anything.
Roy Chess,
You don't understand what you're reading.
All right, whatever.
You can't give me a deductive example.
You sound like a
You
Hebrew
haven't-
Israelite, brother.
No, I'm not. But he keeps using the AI like he knows what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Y'all. I'm gonna go to a
Go to a textbook. Go to a textbook and give me an example from a textbook and see if that matches your example.
I got you, Roy Chess. We gonna come back. We gonna get it in right after this, y'all. Let's get it. Oh, let's get it.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah, I thought the slots was all full up. You muted, Brody.
I'm muted. My bad. Y'all, I didn't even know if I was muted. My man Quantum out here with the 2K joint on, with the 2K joint. Hey, Quantum need to be over here helping Roy Chest. I'm out here embarrassing him, man.
Well,
Hey,
you're not understanding what you're reading.
Bro.
That's you don't understand what you're reading. So you haven't shown what deductive reasoning is. You're reading stuff and not understanding what you're doing. Go to a textbook. Can you do that? Go to a textbook and give me an example of deductive reasoning. There you will find an example. You just go into the dictionary and your AI is not enough.
All right, I can go to one. Hold on, wait, hold on. Let me get it real fast. All right, Roy Chess. You ready for this? All right. So you said go to a text?
A textbook, a logic textbook, not just any textbook.
All right. How do you feel about the New Testament?
The New Testament is, it's not going to probably be, but go ahead.
No.
I said I'm asking specifically for a textbook about logic because he's talking about logic. He said, right? So let's go to a logic source. He claims to be talking about logic. Let's go to a logic source. What better to do than that?
So you being a Christian, it is logic that you believe in John 3:6. What is that? John, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and what?
It has nothing to do with being Christian. Deductive reasoning is not about content. So that's not something Humble is going to read either, because his source doesn't even say that.
Bro.
So the main difference between inductive and deductive, like I said earlier, is structure based. It's not based on content. So if we were talking about abortion, it has nothing to do with knowing about abortion. It has to do how the argument is structured. Where the terms on the left hand side, where the terms on the right hand side. That's what deductive reasoning is.
Yeah, I ain't fucking with that
It's not
Bible.
about reading.
Hey man, we got the elder Master Herc in the building. What's up, brother Master Herc?
Not much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hey man, I wanted to come up there, man. You did a great job. I wanted to get a few clarifications, but y'all exited straight out, bro. And I was like, man, my man Elder Herc, man, finally doing a presentation. But how you doing? How you doing tonight, Elder?
All right. I wanted to damn it, hold up. I just wanted to, I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna just wanted to help you guys out on this subject. So I'll let you guys God damn it. I'm gonna share my screen.
Yep, you're free to do so.
And you guys can let's see. Hold up. Let me get this right. And so you can talk about the deductive reasoning, and you guys can clear it up. So y'all can get more clarity on it. Instead of just like keep going back.
He doesn't understand it's a field of study. He just thinks that he can just read the dictionary and then know as much as somebody who studies it. That's just crazy. I gave the brain example. I gave the brain surgeon example for a reason.
Hey, Ali, stay out of this, bro.
You're not going to be able to go into it, man. Just reading? Come on, bro. It takes years to get this knowledge. You think you're going to read it in 5 minutes and get the knowledge I have?
All right, so all night I've been giving y'all examples of deductive reasoning.
No, you haven't. Stop lying. Stop lying. You have not given one.
Hey, Smash, are you not here? You here, right, Smash?
You have not given one.
I don't got one, bro.
Ain't
just forming a hypothesis
to the people like that.
No, you're lying. You think that is deductive. You type it into your AI, is deductive reasoning about content or is it about structure? And then
so why would you type in your AI? What was the definition of deductive reasoning there?
Because it might give you the wrong information like you.
Hey, look, you full of crap, bro.
I'm not full of anything. I can demonstrate what I say.
No, brother. No, listen. When you're by yourself and you bring presentation and stuff, it's totally legit. You know what I mean? But when you get to just saying stuff, just because you want to be right, brother. Yes, you are.
I'm not just saying stuff. No, I'm not. I gave a presentation on this channel.
You went to Google.
I did it because he did it.
Words that we were talking about and then added extra words.
No. We were talking about deductive reasoning. No, stop. We were talking about deductive reasoning. And I typed in something about deductive reasoning. I don't need a definition. I'm not a dictionary lover. You guys are.
If that's what we talking about and you say
why do you need a dictionary?
Nobody told you to go to Google. You did it yourself. And
he did.
You challenged. No, you challenged.
No, he did.
No,
that's
brother,
why I did it.
No, you challenged.
No, don't lie. I wouldn't have done it if he didn't ask me. He did.
Bro,
he did.
All right, hold on. One second.
He said share my screen.
Okay, humble denies the Most High. Why the fuck would I just go and just?
You lied.
Know what I mean? Just.
You lied. He said.
Hold on, brothers. Hold on 1 second, brothers. Hold on 1 second, brothers. Hold on.
You did say share my screen. You did say that.
Hold on, Roy Chess. So
you did say yes or no. Answer that first.
What?
I wouldn't have done it if you didn't ask that.
What?
I don't do that.
If I told you to share your screen?
Yes, you did, right?
Yeah, you told me share my screen, so I told you.
No. You told me because you shared yours, I have to show mine. That's what you said.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you. So I didn't just come up with it. He told me to do it.
All right. So let's get the Master Hurt. Go ahead, Elder Hurt.
I can't hear him if he's talking.
He ain't talking yet.
Wait, can you hear me? Roy Chess, can you hear me?
That's fine. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Roy Chess, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, Roy. Hey, Roy. Okay. I'm looking for a logic. Okay, I got a logic book.
Uh-huh.
So, but I don't think in this because I don't have too many. Most of my books are analysis. I think I only have like one or two logic books on logic, and I don't. But hey, is a with a Psalm outline book okay?
A what? A what?
You
What
cool with
book?
that?
What book? I can't hear. What book did you
So I
say?
got Psalm, the Psalm
What?
outline.
The Psalms outline. I
Psalm
mean, you can
outline.
go with
A logic
you can
book.
go with it.
Psalms.
You
Yeah.
can go with it, but it's probably not going to be specific enough
I'm
because
just-
it's outside of the field. It's like a shortcut.
Hold on. he
No,
said-
no. Hey, that's talking about logic, bro. Hey, Roy
on.
Chess, you can't sit. All right, so Roy Chess, what should he use then, Roy Chess?
Textbooks. That's like
What
what I
you
said.
mean textbooks, bro? This is a textbook, bro.
That's not a textbook.
All right. So I think
That's an
don't think
outline.
my
That's what it
textbook-
says. Textbooks are what you
Hold up,
learn
let me see.
when you take the class, right? You're not going to learn a text. That's not going to be a textbook in the class if you were paying for it. Nothing I said is outside of the logical textbooks, and that's what you're not understanding.
I got a
Humble. You don't have one, so that's why you don't know the concepts. That's why I'm telling you what I'm telling you.
I have a logic book.
Bring us your logical book. Bring us your logical book out there, Herc. What it say in there?
I'm trying. So I'm trying. I'm seeing that. I'm looking at the thing. The called the index.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have I'm looking for deductive reasoning in the joint. So the only one
Look
that
for
I got because I
examples.
don't.
Look for the examples because they want to see examples.
But yeah, they don't have.
Don't worry about the definition. Give
I
them an
am.
example.
That's what I was about. That's what I was going to do with the Shams, because I don't have most of my math books are not math logic. I have mostly analysis books.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't have like a real mathematical logic book. I don't have the Shams, and the ones that I do have, I don't know. It doesn't have deductive reasoning. Hey, can you see the screen? Roy Chess, can you see the screen?
No, I don't see I don't see your screen. I see Gemini. Is that your screen?
No, I see mathematical logic.
Hold on 1 second. Maybe I'm on the.
Yeah, it's a,
Okay, I see it now. I see
all
it.
right. So
Yeah,
let's go down
so
to
just hold on.
the,
Just be clear. This is a type of logic, right? It's not the only logic.
Let's go down to the content. Huh?
This is a type
So,
of logic. This
hey,
is
you
not
see
the
the
only
contents?
type of logic. Yes.
So we had
So when you say logic, we have to talk
Yeah.
about the type.
so
Right.
Yeah, we're doing so. I mean, we dealing with this is like mathematical logic.
Right. Just to be clear, because
So
when
you want-
people say
so the
logic,
philosophy logic.
it's vague. Philosophy logic is different. So that's why I'm
Yeah, I
telling
know.
people
I'm
there's
saying, do you
different
want
types.
philosophy logic?
No, this is fine.
Look,
You can go with this because
Nah,
it's gonna
so
not agree with Humble more than what I said. It's gonna be against Humble too.
So the Old Testament. Hold on. You say Psalms?
He said no, it's a Shams. It's a type of outline. It's like a Cliff Notes type of thing.
Shams.
He's not talking about the Bible.
This is Shams.
Yeah, it's not the Bible. It's not the
book
Bible.
right here. So I'm going to use this one because this one got examples.
Right.
This one got examples of deductive and inductive.
Hey, blow that up.
And
And it might be horrible examples too.
Well, we'll see. Wait. It had. Oh man, it's skipping around. Wait, damn it. Wait. I gotta go back up top. It should, because it was up top. Let's go over there. You know, hold up. Because it had pretty good examples. We're gonna go to like chapter 2 in the beginning, and argument evaluations. So in this one, let's scroll up. right here. I'm gonna read the sentence to you. All right, here we go. Yeah, right here. So it says classify the following argument as either deductive or inductive. All right, so the sentence says no mortal can halt the passage of time. You are mortal. You cannot halt the passage of time. So is that deductive or inductive?
It is deductive. Provide in mathematical logic is deductive. And why is it deductive, Humble?
So we have.
No, ask Humble.
He
Ask
explains.
Humble.
They explain what inductive and deductive is.
You said
right?
why is it deductive?
A deductive argument is an argument
Go back up, Herc.
conclusion.
Go back up, Herc.
Hold on, Roy Chess. Hold on, Roy Chess. Go ahead, Herc. Because he was reading something.
It says
ahead,
a deductive argument. A deductive argument is an argument whose conclusion follows necessarily from its basic premise. Its basic premise. Mm-hmm. More precisely, an argument is deductive if it is impossible for its conclusion to be false, while its basic premise are all true.
Mm-hmm.
That's deductive.
Right. And how is that the same thing as guaranteeing the conclusion, Herc? Is that the same thing? If I say that same sentence, what you just read is equal to what you just read, isn't that saying the same thing?
See, this how he be trying to throw in a mix right here, y'all.
I'm not trying to throw in any mix.
Same thing as trying to say
the same thing.
But nobody's arguing that.
What do you mean?
What we're arguing is deductive reasoning is a logical tool in a framework. In the framework of logic, it uses deductive reasoning. That's what we're arguing.
We're talking about a form of logic. You can't use logic as far. Bro, you can't use the word logic in it.
See what he doing, Herc?
Did Herc do it?
I'm gonna say what the argument is again. Hold on, Roy Chess. I'm gonna say what the argument is again. The argument is if deductive reasoning is a tool in logic. He's saying that is not. I'm saying that it is.
I never said no. Wait,
never said it's not. Bro.
No, I'm not.
Smash. Hey, yo, we sitting up here listening to you, bro.
No, hold on. I never said that. I'm saying it makes no sense. I never said it's not logic. It makes no sense to say it's logic when there are different logical systems.
Okay.
I never said that.
He tripping.
I never said that. Don't tell me.
How did we get? Hold on. How did we get to the point where I started describing cars? Because I'm trying to describe to you there's different. Come on, bro.
I brought that up, not you.
Let me cam up.
I brought that up, not you. Go back and review. Bro. I brought up the examples of cars because there are different kinds of cars. There are different kinds of logical systems. Bro. That's why I brought it up. That's exactly why I brought it up.
But what do okay? So Herc, me and him got into it because we was talking about logic, right? We was talking about deductive reasons. He's talking about. Hold on one second, Roy Chess. He's talking about there's different types of logical systems. We already know that, right? What I'm simply saying is deductive reasoning is logic. He's saying no, that don't make sense because there's different types of logical systems. We know that.
No, you don't.
Is deductive reasoning not a logical system? Does it not stem from logic?
No.
What do you mean? No. How can you say no?
Because there are different kinds of logic. There's mathematical logic. There's Aristotelian logic. Deductive reasoning would be the bigger circle.
He terrible.
You're confused.
He terrible.
You keep doing that, and I don't know why.
All of those logics. What do all of those logics have in common? They are all
deductive reasoning. No, it's deductive reasoning what they have in common.
What?
Those logical systems have deductive reasoning as in common factor. So deductive reasoning is the bigger circle. Deductive reasoning is the bigger circle. Logical systems fall under it, not the other way around. You are confused.
You see,
you are backwards.
You see how he keep trying to frame. Hold on, real fast. Hold on, Roy Chess. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna move to brother Sadiq. So y'all see how Roy Chess keep trying to move the conversation every time we're getting to deductive reasoning, right? Is a tool, so to speak, of logic.
No,
he keeps
it's
saying
not.
that don't make sense. But then after he said it, he keeps saying there's different type of logics as if we don't know that. And then
You
he said
don't
you
know
don't.
it.
But then we're
You don't
saying,
know it.
okay, so what's the so if there's different type of logics, what's one thing all logics have in common?
Logical system.
Deductive reasoning. What?
Deductive reasoning is the bigger category.
Do
What part
y'all
don't you
see how,
understand?
bro? He don't make any sense. See, I've been slapping
No,
him
you
around like
don't
this
make
all
any
day,
sense, or you don't
I've been
understand
slapping
English.
him around like this all day, y'all. But hold on
You're
real
not
fast,
slapping
brother
anything
Roy
around.
Chess. We gonna go to Sadiq really fast.
You're not
What's up,
understanding
brother
English.
Sadiq?
What's up? What's up, family? What's going on, guys?
We over here chilling, having a good time, my guy.
Man, had a great show going, guys. But I'm just sitting back enjoying it, man. Listening to my brothers intellectualize and exchange and build, man. That makes my day for real, you know. So yeah, keep cooking, guys. I'm just man. We got the Roy Chess in the building. We gonna he gonna keep it interesting. I can appreciate that, Roy Chess. For sure. King Hurt, what's going on, brother? Brother Smash, we got the whole house. Got my brother Only up there on the 2K.
I'm not only up there with the two kizzy.
Right? Hell yeah, guys. I don't want to slow up the flow. Yeah, I'm in the house though, so.
Okay, so what I want to do, and y'all know we got the man in the background up there. But what I want to do is I want to take us a little bit back. Okay, I want to take us a little steps back, right? So I started all of this, right, because I was explaining that metaphysics and supernatural are not the same. And then one metaphysical law that I used was the law of contradiction. And then, right, we got into deductive reasoning. But all of this is based off of how we use logic, right? These are logical systems.
You have it backwards.
And so that's when Roy Chess came in, him got into it because he don't believe that deductive reasoning is a part of a logical system. But then I just asked Roy Chess. But then I just asked
not
Roy
what I
Chess.
said.
What you say, Roy? What you say?
I said you have it backwards. You're thinking logic is the bigger category. You're saying all logical systems, all deductive systems have logic in common when it's the other way around. Deductive reasoning is the big circle. Logical systems fit into that big circle. That's why they have deductive reasoning in common. That's why they're called logical systems, not the other way around. You're trying to put deductive reasoning into logic. That's like me trying to say dog fits into German Shepherd. When German Shepherd fits into the category of dog, you have it backwards, and I don't know why. Deductive reasoning is the bigger, broader category, not logic. I keep telling you they're different systems.
So I see now. So you're saying that deductive reasoning is a broader category than logic, right? And you think I'm saying that logic, because I said deductive reasoning is a tool for logic. Well,
yeah, I would disagree with that.
And here's what I would say. So the reason I would give you pushback, Brother Roy Chess, on why why deductive reasoning is not what make logic, but logic is what make deductive reasoning, is because without logic, without the fundamental foundation of the principles that logic affords you to have, you wouldn't even be able to make a deductive reasoning without that.
You have it backwards. The laws come from deductive reasoning, not logic. I keep telling you, logic deals with systems.
Hold up.
Deals with systems.
Roy Chess. Roy Chess. Listen. Hold up, real quick. The only reason I would disagree with that is because if deductive reasoning was the largest system, the book would be called Deductive Reason and not Logic.
Thank you.
You're talking about mathematical logic. Your book says mathematical logic. It doesn't say deductive reasoning because it's the smallest set.
Yeah.
Mathematical logic is the smallest set.
All right, so this is what we're going to do again because you brothers wasn't here. This is what we're going to do again.
again,
once again am going to share my screen and show y'all the definition of deductive reasoning. Now, before I share my screen, I'm gonna let y'all know real fast, Elder Hurt. Before I share my screen, I'm gonna let y'all know the definition literally have the word logic in it. It lets you know it's a logical framework.
Yeah, for sure. It's
It
intimately
don't say
connected.
that logic. Hold on one second. It don't say that logic is a deductive framework. It's a deductive reasoning is a logical framework.
Right.
You don't understand what you're reading.
Oh, now I don't. I just told y'all what I'm reading.
I don't care about what you read, bro. You can't understand. You can't explain it. I don't care what you read.
I didn't even read it. I remembered it. I read it earlier, and I remembered it.
You can't explain it.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, Roy Chess. Hold on one second, Roy Chess. Watch this. Watch how surgical I get with it. Not only did I read it, I remembered it, and I was able to use it in multiple examples, right? Explaining what it is. That lets you know I have a concept of understanding what it is.
Oh, you have a horrible understanding. You never gave a good example, not once.
Look, let's just do this. Yo, can we just put up the definition? Just do this. Put up the definition. Hold up. I want you to do this.
This is not going to help you.
Wait, hold up. We just going to do this.
Let's see if King Hurt.
Put up the definition of deductive reasoning and let it flow, and then ask, is deductive reasoning a subset of logic, or is logic a subset of deductive reasoning?
I got you. I'm about to pull one of those. Watch this. Watch this. I ain't even gotta type this. Watch this. Y'all about to hear this. Watch this. Hold on. All right.
Y'all trying to source up and not understand the sources is crazy to me. Y'all can't explain anything.
We all about to understand the source. We all about to understand the source. Hold on. Watch this. Listen to this.
You're reading the source. You don't understand the source.
Hold on, Roy Chess. Hold on. Hey, Roy Chess, if I'm talking and you talking, it's going to pick up. Listen to this. What is the definition of deductive reasoning?
Deductive reasoning is a logical process in which a conclusion is based on the concordance of multiple premises that are generally...
What kind of process is it, Elder Herc?
Logical process.
That ends the conversation right there. I told y'all. And I told y'all this before I pulled up the definition. Did I not?
Explain it.
Did I not?
Explain it. No, you didn't. You read it and you cited stuff. You can't explain it. Explaining doesn't mean read it. Doesn't mean recite what you said before. Explaining means to explain it. Break it down.
Roy, you cannot break it down.
You cannot break it down. What?
Roy, there is no book called deductive reasoning.
What are you talking about? Nobody said there was a book called deductive reasoning.
Listen, because
your book literally says the type of logic that you're dealing with. It's not all logic. All logic is not mathematical, right?
That's fact.
So it says mathematical logic. That's what you're dealing with.
But still, you're not going to have a book called deductive reasoning. It's going to be in logic, and then you're going to find deductive reason, the subject under there.
No, that's incorrect.
Yes.
That's incorrect.
Okay,
let me show you why it's incorrect.
Book.
Let me show you why it's incorrect. Because Aristotle has the first logical system, and from the time of Aristotle to 1845. There was no other logical system. That was what you call logic. That was it. Now, today, logic is defined typically today as mathematical logic, which what your book says. Very few people learn Aristotelian logic today. So how many people have ever read an Aristotelian logic book on the panel or in the chat? None of you.
It's called metaphysics. It's literally
one of you.
The name of his book is literally called Metaphysics.
But I see.
No, that's not a logic textbook. It said a logic book. Not
that's a logic. Hold on, real fast.
No. Logic is a field of study. Logic is a field of study.
Hold on one second.
Don't tell me to hold on.
This is where Roy Chess keep trying. Hold on. This is where Roy Chess keep trying to flip.
Logic is a field of
study.
We know. Hold
on. We know deductive reasoning comes from logic. We know logic comes from philosophy.
No,
What are
Right.
you
okay,
They're
talking
intimately
about?
tied. Right.
Bro,
yeah, I
what are
understand
you
where Roy's
talking
coming
about?
from
I'm
now.
telling
I
you
understand what
directly, it's a field of study.
Yeah, you can't
What
What
is
are you
a
separate the
talking
two.
about?
philosophical field of study?
Roy,
It
hold
is
up,
a
hold up,
field
hold
of
up,
study
Roy.
by itself. By itself,
But
it's
hold
a
up,
field of
Roy,
study.
hold up. It's
Why?
not a field of study today by itself. That's
It
the thing.
is.
I
It
understand. I
is.
understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from
No,
because
logic
what
is a
Roy is
field of
doing.
study today.
Hold
Wait,
on,
hold up.
Herc. Hold on, Herc. Let Elder. I apologize, Herc. Hold on, Roy. Just let Herc get in there, and you next. Go ahead, Herc.
Wait, Roy. I understand where you're coming from now because what Roy is doing is he's going back and looking at the original foundation of Aristotelian where it started at. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he's
No,
basing it
it's
on.
not.
But I think the problem is that today it's no longer that way. It's now deductive reason falls under logic. Period.
Because of math people like you.
Hold on,
That's
wait a
But
literally
see,
minute.
a molecular logic system.
under logic.
Wait. No.
Mathematics
You're
made
not
it
gonna
like that.
blow past this Roy Chestnut, bro. Brother, you just said the brother was saying something that he wasn't saying, but then saying it. That don't even
What?
make sense, bro.
What? What do you mean?
Mansa Hercules, he tried to back
Yeah.
you up, trying to say that you was bringing it down to the root, but you was trying to bring it to a modern term or whatever of logic. That don't make sense. Either
What?
it is or it ain't, brother.
No. I
Either
mentioned that there are
deductive.
two fields.
No. Damn, it's like
You're not
all you do
understanding
is talk.
them.
You don't never
Hold
fucking
on.
listen, nigga.
Hold on, Roy.
Shut
Hold
up.
on, Roy. You next, Roy. You next.
Oh, never mind, bro. Never mind. I can't. Never
Again,
mind.
because mathematics have you all brainwashed, there are different logical systems. The most frequent use today is math. That's why you're all thinking this way. And
Ain't
I
nobody
brought up
said nothing about
Aristotelian.
math, brother.
Every time you say logic, you think in math, whether you
No,
know it or
no,
not. Yes, you do.
no, brother.
Yes.
That's
You
bull
don't know
crap.
the other one,
Did
nigga.
I bring
You
up
don't know
math
the other
one
one.
time when we was talking about the playground? No,
No.
I said that
Yes.
all four of us, and I was the
Yes,
only
you
one
even
to
said you
have
had to
the
break it
thought
down to this
process of
components.
Hold on,
how
Roy.
the
Hold
only
on,
way,
Roy.
One mic.
the only way that in that situation that we was even talking about, and that breaks it down to the whole universe. And it's simple as this: you're going to have to, whoever it is, you're going to have to take each screw, each bolt, and unbolt it, loosen it up, and make sure and fall and see how all the things fall, how the chips fall. And then if you can build it back up from then, and we're talking about the universe, then you have a conclusion, and then you can say otherwise. This is
No,
not what we're talking to you. You're talking about we talk about math and shit. That's not no
that's what most people do. And
logic
you're
is
all
not
talking
math,
about
brother. It's
it.
common sense.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
not. No, it's not. It's a field of study.
Man, I'm
That's a
done.
slang usage. It's a
We
field of
know it's
study.
a field of. We know it's a philosophical field of study. We know that.
It's a
But what is
field
that
of study.
philosophical? Hold on, Roy Chess. What is that philosophical field of study based on?
What do you mean? What is it based on? It's based on deductive reasoning. That's what I said.
No, you was finna say
There are
logic.
different logical systems. That's why you say logic, because that's the way math that's the way math conditioned people. And you respect math and you disrespect philosophy. Nobody gives a shit about philosophy. But when a math person says it, they run with it. So
So
that's
no,
the language
wait
you
a minute.
use.
Wait a
Because
minute, because
these
you do
guys
understand.
said it.
No, that's stupid, brother. Because you do understand
Right.
if
No, don't
what you
tell me it's stupid when you don't
be
understand what you're
quiet.
talking
Hold
about.
on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Because everything that you saying, you go against it. Because if you really went with it, you would be agreeing with Ali because he's the only philosophist up here. Everybody else is based upon
No, it's
either a
not. What makes
belief,
him a philosopher?
a history, or some type of religion, I guess.
No, I'm a person. I'm a
No.
person with a degree.
I don't give a
I'm a
fuck about
person.
your Western degree,
So,
bro. Man,
so
never mind.
Hey,
what are you talking
language,
about?
y'all. Let's
But
None of you
logic,
have a
make out the
degree.
quorum, y'all. Let's keep
but
out
Roy
the
Chess,
quorum.
Roy Chess, deductive reason deductive reason is found is defined both in philosophy, theoretical philosophy by itself, and in mathematics. It has the same definition. If there are two different definitions, can you show us the two differences? Why they're different?
Well, one of the
Right.
differences between your mathematical logic, usually when you look at your textbook and the one you're holding in your hand, a lot of the examples are going to be the if-then kind, right? If A, then B, such and such. And then your texts typically say something silly like if the hypothesis is true, then the conclusion must be true. And in reality, on this panel, since you deal with science and you deal with reality, that's not correct. It doesn't hold all the time in reality because you have to show the relationship in reality to A and B. Just because if I say if A is true, then B has to be true, that doesn't hold. If you drink water, then you are a billionaire. That does not hold. I have 2 legs, I'm not a billionaire. So you have to show the relationship between the left-hand side and the right-hand side. That is why deductive reasoning is about structure and form, not content. So it doesn't matter what the A and the B stand for. It's based on where they're placed. And none of your definitions state that. Not one. Your sources are full of it.
So
it has to do with structure, not content.
Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess. So as this pop
where the terms of place matter. Inductive reasoning, it doesn't.
So watch this.
You're giving me reading
philosophical framework? Hold on. What is the philosophical framework of logic based on? The philosophical framework of logic is fundamentally based on a combination of self-evident structural principles, axioms, and the study of formal inference.
That's math.
Self-evident structure principles is math?
Axioms is math.
I shall not lie. Is math?
What?
That's math?
Self-evident, that's an axiom, right? Math uses that terminology. Does Aristotle use that terminology?
Hold on. Yes.
Where?
Hold on. Let me finish reading. Let me get it to you. Hold on 1 second. Let me finish reading this, y'all. So the study of formal inference of structure. Hold on, Roy Chess. And the nature of language, meaning, and reality. Rather than relying on empirical observation like science or physical experimentation, logic rests upon abstract rules that govern correct reasoning. The foundational axioms, law of thought. Y'all show me where some math at in this. Law of thought. At its deepest core, classic logic rests on few fundamentals. Self-evident axioms, often called laws of thought. Without assuming these, no coherent arguments or system of thought can function. The law of identity, right? A equals A. Whatever is. Every entity or proposition is identical to itself. A dog is a dog and can be nothing else. Let's go to the one we was talking about earlier. The law of non-contradiction. Whatever these is A, or A is not A. It's a contradictory statement, and here's the formula. Contradictory statements cannot both be true at the same time and in the same sense. Something cannot be both and not be. It cannot be both, be, and not be. So, as we were saying earlier, like Richard was saying, that's not completed. But this is completed. The law of non-contradiction simply says something cannot both be and not be. Now, watch this. We was talking about God earlier, right? And I was explaining to Roy Chess. God cannot both be supernatural and natural. That it doesn't work that way. That violates the law of non-contradiction. It has to be one or the other. Let's go down here to law of excluded middle. Now, y'all show me when y'all see some math up in here, y'all. Show me when y'all see some math. The law of excluded middle.
All of the declarative
statement. Hold on 1 second, bro. No, they're not. What are you talking about?
Yes, they are. You don't know what you're talking about.
So because you see an equation, all equations are not math equations. You do know that, right?
They are math. That's why they're using it. The symbols are math.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
It is.
Physics use hold on. Physics use a total different equational system than math. You do know that, right?
Yes, but they're using mathematical symbols.
Oh
Yeah,
God,
he's right. Those are math symbols.
So it's mathematical. The
we're
definitions
not
are
arguing if they're math
mathematical.
symbols. Hold on, a mass or hurt. We're not arguing if they're math symbols or not. What I'm saying
you're talking about mathematical logic.
This
That's what you're doing.
This is like, hold on one second, Roy Chess, and then I'm gonna let you share your screen.
Hold on.
This right here is a philosophical equation. This is not a math equation. We know what a math equation looks like.
No, that's math.
But this is a philosophical. This is a philosophical equation. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do this.
No.
Watch this.
Wait,
Watch this.
Hold up, humble. Stop, humble. We could kill all this. All you have to type in is what is the difference between mathematical logic and philosophical logic.
Can I share my screen real quick while Humble does that?
Yeah. I'm gonna let you share your screen, and then yeah, I got you.
Can you see my screen?
Second.
What's the difference between deductive reason being used in math and deductive reason being used in philosophy? That's why
I'm going to show you. You don't even need to do that. I'm going to show my screen, Humble.
But we need to see the difference.
Y'all guys are not understanding. Y'all guys like to read so much and not think about what you're reading.
But Roy,
you're not understanding concept. Let me show the concept. Share my screen.
Roy, what I'm saying is that you have to show the difference.
I'm going to give you the difference. And the difference is the terminology.
No, I'm talking about the symbols that are used.
I'm telling you what it is, man.
But he's not going to understand.
Mathematical logic uses connectives, right? So when you have the and, the or, the if-thens, that is mathematical logic. Aristotle did not have it. So when you say logic, you're 99.9 today saying mathematical logic. You're just cutting off the math part. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. I demonstrated by showing you Aristotle was first. And for over 2,000 years, he had no competition. There was no other form of logic. There were no other systems of logic. There was only one logic. And now there's more than one. So when you say logic, it is ambiguous. That's why I gave the example of cars. There are multiple cars. If I just say I have a goddamn car, I don't tell you what kind of car it is until you ask me. You would have to ask me, what kind of car do you have?
Hey, no, see, you think you slick. Because
I'm not slick.
No,
I understand the concept.
Y'all gonna see that, Roy. Y'all gonna see Roy. Y'all gonna
what
see
does
Roy.
It say here? What does it say here?
Bro,
what does it say here? Hold on, I'm presenting here. I'm presenting here. Stop cutting me off. Let me rock first. Then you answer. What does it say here? When someone says classical logic, that doesn't mean Aristotle's logic. Classical logic, they're referring standard to predicate logic. Now, what is predicate logic? It is going to be mathematical logic. It is not Aristotelian.
No, we don't see no mathematical in here, bro. You cheating.
Let me show you.
Say math at. Show me math anywhere in here.
Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me type it in.
Why you typing
now we gotta type it in. Hey, yo,
before you type it in, did anybody ever claim to be using Aristotelian logic, by the way?
What?
No, his claim is that that's the original form of deductive reasoning.
What does the screen say now? Predicate logic is fundamental mathematical because it uses connectives. That is the difference, Monte Hercules. The difference between Aristotle's logic and mathematical logic, which is modern modern logic, or logic as you people like to freaking say, it is using the connectives. And, or, if then, your favorite if then, if A then B, that is all mathematical. The biconditional, mathematical. None of that appears in Aristotle's logic, the original form. None of it. So everything that uses logical connectives and, or, if then, the biconditional, the not, Those are the 5 connectives in mathematical logic. You will not find a mathematical book without those 5 connectives. You're not going to find it. They're going to be there somewhere.
And so can you read Sat Theoretical Foundation? The syntactics, you know, yeah, huh? You know what sematics mean? Right here, right? Meaning
wait,
are the
hold on.
defined.
Hold on. I don't see your screen. Hold on.
Which interprets.
No, what are you talking about? Repeat what you're saying, because I was on another screen.
Right here, it's on your screen.
Okay, what are you? Where are you reading?
Theoretic. Right, it's a symbolic formalism. Right under that. Sat Theoretic Foundation. It's semantics meaning are defined using model theory, which interprets logical statements. So that was important when I was showing y'all those equations. Those equations are logical statements, right?
What are you talking about?
This is why he used what you say, Smash. What you say, Smash? He trying to be slick.
Yo, what's wrong with you?
He used mathematics.
No. What's literally wrong with you? Right? Hold on. What's literally wrong with you?
Structure.
What does it say above that?
This is what your stuff is saying, brother.
And it says it's mathematical. What are you talking about? Everything on this is mathematical. Mathematical characteristics. You missed that part? You missed that part, right? It clearly says
now, Hey, hold on. Hey, I got a question. Hey, Roy
mathematical characteristics.
Hey, Roy
It's not philosophical.
So answer me something, brother. Is logic on the premises of reasoning?
What?
Oh, now, goddamn, I ain't never heard you say what like you didn't know what a question was.
No, I'm confused by your question.
Is logic on the premises of reasoning?
Are you saying? So again,
no, man. Yes or no?
There's no yes or no because they're different systems of logic. Man, are we talking mathematical logic? Are we talking logic?
Are the epitome of why I don't deal with Christians, brother. You never answer a question straight up.
It has to be a specific answer.
It's a yes or no.
It has to be a specific question for a specific answer.
We're talking about logic and reason.
Right. So they're different kinds of logic. I just demonstrated that.
I don't care about I don't care about your philosophy. I didn't
show you mine.
No. I don't care about your Aristotelical theories.
So you're talking about math then, right?
No,
you're only talking about one of the two.
I'm asking you a simple question. Is logic in the same perimeter as reasoning?
In math, if you're talking about what we're talking about on the screen, mathematical logic falls under reason.
I'm done.
You have to be specific. You can be specific. Mathematical logic falls under reason, yes. But there are different kinds of reasoning.
I don't care. Listen, brother.
All reasoning is not deductive.
We went over that. I'm asking you a simple question. Is logic on the same
when you say logic, like I said, you're talking about mathematical logic today. So yes, it's part of reasoning.
Okay, yes. So why didn't you say yes? Yes, it is.
I want to be clear because you're trying to be vague and ambiguous.
No. Look, let's get some straight. Let's get some straight, brother. I definitely know how it is to be on the ropes of everybody trying to question and double and give you one answer. I mean, one question with a bunch of answers. This is not that. That's why I ask specific questions. I'm asking because logic, like you stated, falls in many categories. And any category that you set logic in, it still has to have a reason. It has to have reasoning behind it for it to even be
that's
logic.
Why I said yes.
No.
That's why I said yes.
No, we're talking about any. So if you want to throw English, mathematical, science, it don't matter. You try to run from it because you couldn't understand.
I'm not trying to run from it.
No, I'm back, y'all.
I didn't try to run for. I want you to be more specific. That's why I said what I said.
All right. So we have the specific and the
All right,
really
share my screen real quick.
specific.
All right, where your screen? Oh, there
Indeed,
you go.
you gotta
man.
have logic
Brother,
involved.
I couldn't even finish my question because the brother kept running. Goddamn.
You see it?
Yeah, go ahead. Finish your
Hey,
question.
real
Go
quick,
ahead.
y'all.
It's
Oh,
good.
hold on.
It's good.
Hey, Master Hurt, before you get it in there, let him finish his question
Yeah.
and then.
You gotta have
No,
reasoning
go
and
ahead,
logic.
go ahead, Master. We'll
go ahead,
run.
Master.
It'll come back around. I know it will.
So look, listen, Roy. Yeah, you're right. My foundation is the mathematical logic, and so all I was asking you was that you have to show them and me. You have to show us the contrast. So I just asked for the contrast. Is there a difference in using deductive reasoning in mathematical logic versus philosophy? Yes, there is a fundamental difference. And this is what I was asking you to do. So you was explaining it, but you the way you explained it was not good, man. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. And when you come down here to the notations, it says in mathematical logic, arguments are entirely stripped of human language and converted to strict symbolic code. So this is the math logic. The philosophy logic, while modern philosophers do use formal symbols in logic, deductive reasoning is heavily applied directly to written and spoken language. Philosophers must count for nuances nuances, intent, context, and rhetorical fallacies that the symbols cannot easily capture. So there's a a difference between mathematical logic and philosophy and the logic of philosophy.
Hold on, wait, bro. Why you trying to defend him? He brung all of that mathematical whatever philosophy. He brung that up. We was talking about logic and logic alone.
I know, but his point.
So
his point was his point was this.
No, stay here, brother. No, stay here. No, he keep trying to switch he keep turning the wheel when we driving on the straight road.
Yeah, because
I'm not turning any wheels. I'm not turning any wheels.
I don't think Roy. I don't think you're that good at explaining that. You was not good at explaining it. You should have just explained that there was a complete difference.
No,
like
what you should no, Master. What you
did.
should have been telling him is don't go to don't go to the math, nothing. Just go to logic like they've been talking
There is
about.
There is no such thing.
Roy Chess,
There is no such thing. Like I said, I demonstrated.
How is there no such thing? Hold on. One mic for 1 second. One mic for 1 second. Roy Chess. How is there no such thing as philosophical logic if Elder Hurt literally just read to you the difference between mathematical logic and philosophical logic? And now you're going to come out your mouth and say there's no such thing as philosophical logic?
That's not the right title, right? So he's not using the right title. There are different deductive systems. There's no system. There is no deductive system called philosophical logic. There is a philosophical logic in philosophy, but it is not deductive. It is not necessarily deductive.
Bro, see, now
you're using the terminology horribly, and I'm trying to teach you the correct terminology, and you're pushing back with no knowledge.
Bro,
it's crazy, bro. When I say logic, when you say logic, you're talking about mathematical logic. I keep bringing out Aristotle.
No, that's what you're talking about.
No, there is no such thing. Like I keep
telling you. Saying this? What give you? Hold on, okay, Roy Chess. I got a question for you. What give you the authority to dismiss? Hold on, to dismiss philosophical logic.
You're using the terms wrongly.
What gives you the right to dismiss that?
What do you mean? That's not the right terminology.
What's the right terminology? What is the right terminology?
It's deductive reasoning. That's why I use
it. What?
You keep saying
you keep saying terrible, y'all.
Let me speak. Let me get 30 seconds. Now, Smash. Didn't you just ask me?
We're gonna have to move past this eventually.
No, hold on. Let me speak. Let me bust you all right now. Smash. Did you not just ask me? Does logic fit into reasoning? Did you not ask me that? And I said yes. And then I told you that deductive reasoning was the larger circle earlier. So how is Smash's question not proving what my point?
No, you're lying on me.
What did you ask me?
What
All
I
right,
asked
hold
you-
on one second.
Yeah, what did
Sean.
you just ask? No, don't tell me. Hold on, I'm proving the point.
Go ahead, prove your point,
He
and I'm
asked
moving
me
to
a
Sadiq.
question, and now
No.
he's gonna renege.
No, you lied.
What did you ask
lied,
me?
brother? When
What did you ask me?
When I asked you about logic and reasoning, you went to mathematics.
Because that's what it typically means.
No,
that's what most
I
people
didn't.
mean.
But
You don't know
I
the other
never-
ones.
I didn't ask you nothing about multiplication. I didn't ask you nothing about division.
That's not what that means. That's not what that means.
No,
that's not what mathematical
no.
means there.
All
right, hold
that's
on.
not what it means.
One mic.
No, he doesn't. That's not what it means.
All right.
It doesn't mean mathematical
y'all.
symbols like that.
No, brother, it's the same thing as if it's the
All
same
right,
thing.
hold on, y'all. Hold on. One mic, y'all. One mic. Hold on, Roy Chess. Hold on, Roy Chess. I'm trying to move to Sadiq real fast. Hey, brother Sadiq, are you there?
He doesn't understand that math it's not the same thing as multiplication.
Yo,
and
yep.
division.
What's up, brother Sadiq? What you think about the conversation so far, brother? Hold on, Roy Chess. Hold on, Roy Chess. We're gonna come back to you, brother. Hold on.
What you think about the conversation so far, brother? Hold on, Roy Chess. That's an echo. You got an echo. We're gonna come back to you, brother Sadiq. Think about the conversation so far, brother. You got an echo.
That was Sadiq.
All right. Oh, Sadiq, you got an echo, Sadiq?
Yeah, he was echoing.
I got like a delay. For some reason, the live on my side is I can only hear maybe one person on the StreamYard speak. But when I go on YouTube, I can hear everybody. It's just a little strange kind of quirk on my phone. Like I can hear Smash, but nobody else. And then sometimes I can hear Humble and nobody else. Even while all you guys are talking, it's real strange. But I would say I think it's fair to say that we can agree to go with the sources that were quoted by everybody, by the authorities. Roy Chess, you can't really denounce what's been researched and published, bro, by numerous institutions unless you have your own literature establishing your version of logic. So to give yourself voice, we can't just arbitrarily shoot down every
Roy,
source pretty much that's been quoted.
Let him finish.
You know what I'm saying?
So that's wrong because there are thousands of textbooks on it, and none of you seem to know of any of them.
No textbook. Hold on. Roy Chess, no textbook says deductive reasoning, the field of logic. No, but all textbooks say, or most textbooks that talk about logic say, the textbook of logic, right? And inside that textbook of logic, you'll see a study of deductive reasoning.
No, what you're gonna find is that it's a mathematical book that you're looking at. That
book
that says logic on it is going to have mathematical logic in it.
So wait,
no, you're not.
Roy, that's your opportunity. That's your opportunity right there to prove to them that it's not the math. Don't use the math book. Use the philosophy book.
The philosophy book.
You shouldn't be referring to math at all.
Thank you. The philosophy has it also. That's what I'm telling you. It's an overlap. Because the original term logic comes absolutely from philosophy. Now we have more fields involved in it, like computer science. It wasn't that way when Aristotle did his system. There was no computer science logic.
There was no computer science.
Right. That's the point, Einstein. Because there was only one system. So
no, there was no computer science because there were no computers.
No shit. That's the point. You're getting the point now. Now so you're not trying. What are you trying to do? You're trying to prove.
So do you feel that the Aristotelian point of view is better?
No. What I'm trying to get you to say, what I'm trying to get you to understand is, if you say logic, you're gonna have to talk about what time frame, because there are different kinds.
Where we talking about today?
Hold on. So that's mathematical logic today.
Hold on. Wait.
Some of you don't understand that.
If we're talking about today, you shouldn't be jumping back to Aristotle. We're talking about today.
No. You're not saying mathematical logic. You're saying logic when it's really called mathematical logic. That is the name of it. That is the name of your source.
Nobody was jumping back to Aristotle.
No. I didn't say go back to Aristotle. God damn it.
Good only.
I'm saying when you say logic, you have to talk about the time frame. If you're talking about the time frame, it is called mathematical logic. Not logic. Mathematical logic. First name, last name. First name,
Humble.
last name.
Humble. Was you
First
was you
name,
talking about
last
ancient
name.
times? Humble, was you
No,
talking about ancient times?
no. He just called it logic.
So if
He's
today
talking about mathematical logic. That is the goddamn
again,
name. It is not logic.
You have to show the book.
I don't have to show anything. He can look it
Yes,
up.
you do. Because you're going off. I just showed a book that just said the title was logic. It didn't say nothing about mathematics. It just said logic.
Does it have the symbols in it?
So what? That's the point.
What do you mean, so what?
That's what Sadiq said. That's what Sadiq said. He said you need to show us. He said you need to show us.
You anything. I
already
show the book.
Bro, I already typed it in. I already typed it in, Roy.
There's hundreds of books that have that title. Bro,
one mic, y'all. One mic, real fast. Hey, we got a special question. My wife, as she's sitting here listening to the conversations. So, Roy Chess, my wife want to know, how you're describing logic and philosophy and equations. Are you saying that the equation of two rights don't make a wrong? That's a mathematical equation?
No, I never said it was a mathematical equation. You're associating math with equations.
How you want to answer?
So mathematical logic has nothing to do with arithmetic. It has nothing to do with division or calculus or anything like that. It is just a term because of the connectives.
See, you try to help him and he's stabbing himself. See?
That's the reason don't make up your own context when you're talking about mathematical logic. Mathematical logic doesn't have to do with mathematical equations. That's not what that is.
Yeah, we
Does
already
she hear me?
that. We know that because you already proved it.
No, they don't know that. No,
yes,
they don't
he
know.
does.
They still think. No, he doesn't. He still thinks it's a mathematical equation. It has nothing to do with mathematical equation. It is called mathematical logic by the name. It has nothing to do with division or subtraction or adding. Like, it's not normal math. That's not what that means. It is defined as mathematical logic because of the logical connectives. And I gave all five of them. The not, the and, the or, the if, then, and the biconditional. That is what makes it mathematical. It doesn't have to have division or calculus or all this other mathematical stuff. Geometry. That's not what mathematical logic means. Mathematical logic refers to the connectives that are being used and the symbols with those connectives. That is what mathematical logic is. It has nothing to do with math itself.
See this? Hey, look. Now, Roy Chess, this is a thing, bro. When that triggers me when you say stuff like when you try to add stuff like mathematics. Damn, bro. Can I talk?
Yeah,
like mathematical. I hate that word. Mathematical or whatever, right? Logic. And you try to add on to that, and then but then you stated earlier that really we couldn't basically even speak on that until the time framing of whatever that word was meant to be. But the only reason why I asked you earlier about reasoning and logic was because I wanted to know if you understood what logic meant in the language of Hebrew, rather modern or ancient. It don't even matter.
So I don't go by the dictionary. So if you're asking me,
so no, wait. How can you go? How can you say that when you go by the word logic itself that is in a dictionary that was made up by some man that you claim that created the word logic? And
no, he didn't create. It wasn't created. It was not created. Mathematical logic was created. Mathematical logic was created. Aristotle didn't create anything.
All right.
He's the founder of it, but he didn't create it. He didn't invent it. Mathematical logic is a human invention.
All right.
It doesn't occur naturally.
Is logic sound reasoning? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
That doesn't make sense. You have to tell me what kind of logic you're talking about.
No, every logic. There is not one logic that you want to specify in any category that cannot be sounding and reasoning between the people before they say this is the thing, whether it's 60-40% or 50-50%.
So you mean when you say sound, you mean agreement? Because sound means something in philosophy.
Sound reasoning means agreement. So
no, it doesn't.
Logic, right?
No, it doesn't. Not in academia.
Yeah, no,
so
no.
You want to use that
wait a minute. Don't play with me, bro. Because the word for reasoning or logic, whichever one you want to pick, because it's all the same thing, bro.
No, it's not. I'm telling you, it's not.
I believe in the Yiddish, it's like Hagayan or Hagan or something like that.
Thing.
But in the Paleo Hebrew and the Hawadayat it's Hagayawan, I believe.
You're giving me words. It has nothing to do with the definition.
No, yes, it is, because those words, whether it's biblically, aka Bible, or ancient, or you want to put it into English form, it still means reasoning. It means a sound reasoning.
No,
it's
it
a
doesn't.
structure. Yes.
No,
okay. So
it doesn't.
It's all right. I'm about to prove you wrong right here.
You can't prove me wrong. You don't know it.
Is logic a structured thought? Yes or no?
What kind of course it's structured.
Is logic a structured thought? Is logic a structured thought? Stop playing Christian games and answer the question.
I'm not playing Christian. You need to be specific.
Logic structured thought?
All forms of reasoning are structured thought.
Logic structured thought?
All forms of reasoning are structured to it.
Logic
but
structured
they don't have a form of structure.
Dang, bro. That's why
you need to be more specific. Einstein,
like dealing with people
you need to be more specific.
When you wrong, brother.
So structure and form mean two different things.
So you gonna sit here and lie to everybody on the
panel? I didn't lie at all.
In eternity that's gonna watch this, and they're gonna hear you tell me that logic is not a structured thought.
Did I say that? No, I didn't.
Why are you?
I'm telling you.
Yes or no? Yes or no? No.
There is no yes or no until you are specific.
Yes or no?
That's not a yes or no question. That is not a yes or no question. There are details missing, so I cannot answer.
Can you answer
yes
me?
Or no?
Is that a yes or no question?
He doesn't know. It's not a yes or no question because you don't understand the difference between structure and formal reasoning. I'm not even
talking to you no more. I'm talking to Sadiq, brother.
Rhetoric has structure, but it doesn't have.
That's a yes or no question, brother.
No, it isn't. And I'm giving you an example. Rhetoric and formal logic are not the same thing.
No. So really fast, that is a yes or no question.
No, it isn't. Don't tell me it's a yes or no question. No, it isn't. Okay. I just gave a counterexample. I just gave a counterexample. Prove my counterexample wrong. Don't just
I got you. I'm about to prove your counterexample. You're just reading stuff.
Rhetoric has structure.
No, I'm not reading nothing, brother. You are a liar.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Humble. You didn't read anything, so it doesn't apply to you. It applies to Humble. He's just reading stuff like what is wrong with y'all? Y'all just read stuff.
What do you mean? How else do you get any understanding of what we're talking about if you don't know how to research?
It's called reason. That's what we're talking about. Why do you have to read stuff to reason?
What are you talking about?
Why do you have to read stuff to reason?
All right.
Because listening to you, hold on, one mic, real fast. Because listening to you, Roy Chess, somebody out here be walking and take a left on the wrong side of the street listening to you.
They won't.
Let me explain why. Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess. So this brother right here just asked you a simple question. Is logic a structured thought? Hold on. You said you couldn't give a yes or no. He said it's a yes or no. You said you couldn't get one. Watch this. Watch how easy this is. Watch how easy this is, Roy Chess.
You keep reading stuff.
Logic is fundamentally a system of structured thought. Easy peasy.
What kind
easy
of
peasy?
Smash an item.
Come on, man. Come on, and you see how you see these games that he's playing now, right?
Tell us what kind of
logic was this? All he asked was a simple question. Hey, is logic a structured thought?
What are the different logics?
Tell us
Roy, list the different logics that you know of.
So there are two main categories, like I said, and the main categories are Aristotelian and mathematical. And then there's different systems within each of those. So the big picture is one of those two. Then there's smaller circles inside of each of those.
All right. So what is mathematical logic? Is it top down or is it down? Is it top to bottom or bottom to top?
Well, some systems are top down, some systems are bottom up. So that definition is misleading.
Now,
The source
reason I
material
asked him that
is crazy.
The reason I asked him that, right, is because I literally looked up and said, what do logic mean? Logic is a systematic study of valid reasoning, exactly what Smash said, right? Correct inference and the rules of valid
You don't know what
thought,
those words mean.
right?
You don't know what those words
so now
mean.
let's go down here really fast. Hold on. Come on,
You're just
brother.
reading
Hold on,
stuff,
hold on,
bro. You're just
so
reading
there's
stuff. You
two
can't tell
main
me
types, right? But then it is not philosophy, it's not philosophical logic and math logic. No. It's deductive logic and inductive logic. One starts from the ground up, the other starts from the ground down. But what do they have in common, y'all? Right? The epistemology, right? They're both logical processes. So when I said earlier, right, hey man, how do we do the deductive reasoning? Well, deductive reasoning is a part of logic. No, it's not. Yes, it is. It's the smaller part of logic. No, it's not. Yes, it is. How do we know we can study these things?
Well, no, it's not, brother. You got to look at the mathematical part of it.
Exactly.
No, I never said that. I never said that.
Crazy stuff.
No. You're not understanding English. Why do you keep rewording things I never said? Go back up. Go back up. Go back up. So when you're reading, when you're reading the rules of valid thought, what does that even mean? Tell everybody what that means.
A thought that is coherent.
Hold on. The first sentence. Logic is a systematic study of valid reasoning and correct inference. Mm-hmm. What do those terms mean? What is valid reasoning and what is correct inference? Tell everybody what that is.
A systematic study of coherent reasoning. Right, hold on 1 second.
You can't use reasoning if we're talking about reasoning. You can't use that word.
You're asking me to break down what this. So you want me to define these words independent? Is that what you want me to do?
Yeah. Yes, but don't use a dictionary. I want you to
I got you.
Don't use a dictionary.
I'm looking at you. My screen is shared. But let me turn my camera on so you can see. Valid reasoning is reasoning that is coherent, that fits inside of our logical world.
That's not what that means. That's not what that means. No, it's not.
It means it has no contradiction.
That's not what that means either.
So now what I'm gonna do?
Now scroll down, and you will see what the definition is. Scroll down. Scroll down. No, just scroll down. Just scroll down, and it'll tell you what validity is. No, just scroll down on your source right there. And you won't even be able to comprehend what correct inference is. Because valid reasoning refers to deductive reasoning. And it talks about structure.
You can't use reasoning when you're talking about reasoning. You can't use reasoning when talking about reasoning. Use another word.
No. The topic is deductive reasoning. It's not just reasoning. We're talking about a specific form.
Couldn't use reasoning. You just used the word reasoning. How you get to do it, and you told him he can't?
No, because he's using the source he has on the thing. Oli, I'm not making it up. I'm reading his source. Valid reasoning. I didn't make it up. That's what the thing says. You don't see it?
Roy Chess told us that you should.
I made it up, right? It's not on the screen.
Tells us that there's no.
It's not on the screen right now. It's not on the screen right now.
What is the use for textbooks again?
What do you mean useful textbooks?
You said that there's textbooks that you have that we don't have. What are those textbooks for?
None of you seem to know that.
What are the textbooks for?
What are the textbooks for? To learn the subject. That's part of it.
How do you learn the subject with them textbooks?
You don't just learn the subject with the textbooks. I'll tell you that straight out the gate.
What do you do with the textbooks, Roy Chess?
Just the textbook alone is not enough. Just reading and not enough.
What do you do with just the textbook?
You can use it as a reference.
What do you do with it?
What do you mean? I'm telling you, use it as a reference.
How do you use it?
What do you mean?
Just grab it and use it? What do you do with the book, Roy Chess?
What do you want me to say? Read it? I mean, but you do more than read.
Okay, yes, I want you to say read it because that's the truth. But while ago, you told Humble that he can't read.
No, but that's all he's doing. All
Now,
he's
how
doing,
do
he's
you-
not
how-
understanding.
how-
He has no understanding what he's reading. That's what I said.
What?
I'm
How
not
did you
just
get
reading the
understanding
books.
for what you was reading?
No. I can explain it. That's how I know I
How
understand.
did you get understanding from what you was reading?
And
Explain
boy,
that
you
first.
do a horrible job at that.
Because there are expert teachers. That's how. I don't just get it by reading.
Are they reading the same textbook that you have?
They're not getting it from just reading it. That's what
Do
you
they
go to
have
school for.
why they got textbooks then?
So why do people pay thousands of dollars to go to college when you could buy the textbook for cheaper?
Duh.
Why do
Why
people pay
do they use
$100,000
textbooks?
for a degree when
Why
you could
do
just
they
buy a
have
$200 book?
Why do they have
think that
textbooks?
You think the textbook is teaching you everything? That's the mistake right there.
I never said that. I asked you
No,
what
I didn't
the
say you
textbook
said
was
it. I
for.
didn't say it, but you're implying it.
That's not what I'm implying. Stop trying to
Yes,
tell me
you
that
are.
you know my reasoning. You don't know my reasoning.
Yes, you are, because you're trying to
No,
make
I'm
it
not.
that you could buy the same
I'm not.
textbook so you know the same
Because the
stuff.
man asked you. I'm asking you this for a specific reason. It's gonna go backwards and you'll see. He asked you what he said was a yes or no question about reasoning. Does reasoning use logic? You said, what kind of logic? But I'm asking you because I don't know why you always try to get on slippery slopes with people. What kind of logic doesn't use reasoning, or what kind of reasoning doesn't use logic? Can you tell me one of those?
Because the word is ambiguous, like I keep telling you.
I said, what kind? That ain't what I asked you, Roy Chess.
The words that you're asking me are ambiguous. So you cannot ask an ambiguous question and then expect an answer that is specific.
It's ambiguous?
Yes. Because if I have to ask you what kind, then it's ambiguous.
What reasoning doesn't use logic, Roy Chess?
What is logic? You tell me. You haven't defined that. Because you guys think it's a thing.
Hey, you full of crap.
I'm telling you, it's a system.
Right, Chess?
I'm telling you, it's a system.
Full of crap, bro.
I'm telling you, modern day people like yourselves, when you guys say logic, you're talking about mathematical logic, and you niggas refuse to say it. You keep saying logic. Why don't you say the entire thing? It's called mathematical logic, not logic. It is called mathematical logic.
Roy Chess, why you won't answer my question?
Because the question makes no sense. I keep telling you, you cannot ask an ambiguous question with a yes or no
I can.
answer. No,
you mean you can't answer that? You can't answer that?
No, I can't, because it's ambiguous.
You know why you can't answer that?
Because it's ambiguous.
All reasoning uses logic.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
So tell me, what kind of reason doesn't use logic?
Logic has to do with a system.
Tell me what kind of reasoning doesn't use logic.
For example, abstract reasoning doesn't.
Okay, explain that to us, please.
Abstract reasoning has to do with knowledge of patterns, right? It doesn't have anything to do with the concepts of deductive reasoning. It has to do with content of your worldly knowledge, experience.
So deductive reasoning does use logic?
I would never say that. That makes no sense. The way you're using the word is crazy.
You'd say deductive reasoning uses mathematical logic?
Mathematical logic uses deductive reasoning.
Or
partially
right,
deductive. It's not even fully deductive. And nobody says anything about that. Y'all think it's purely deductive. It's not purely deductive.
What? You can't never have a full deductive reasoning?
Yes, you can. Philosophy has, but math doesn't. So mathematical logic is not purely deductive.
I'm a different type of
philosophy has systems that are deductive, purely.
Animal.
So you guys making no sense.
You might need to hang them up and try again tomorrow, bro.
Did that answer? I think that should have answered the question. Did that answer the question for you, Smash?
Brother, even though you're not even in his realm, it definitely answered. And I got to give ups to Humble too, because he doubled down on it. And then Mansa, even though he was trying to, defend him, he doubled down on his thing too. So yeah.
Y'all have not studied.
I don't know why he act like. I mean, I guess I do, but sometimes when we having these conversations, I think it was Season A1 was talking about this the other day. As soon as Roy Chess came in, he started putting things in the chat. Then he came up and told us that he wasn't watching it from the beginning. So he started speaking on things that Humble had already talked about. I knew where this was going. Roy Chess has a way of acting like, I don't know if y'all know Cedric Ortega. Oh, look, he happened to be right there. They know everything.
Let me cam up when I say this. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Quantum. Let me send Cam over there. Let's put him on a. Let's give him a show. Let's give him the show he's looking for. Look at Seti Betty right here, y'all. Look at Seti Betty. Seti Betty in the comments.
Here we go.
What up, Sad? What up,
Sad?
No, you know it's all love, Sad. You know it's all love. But look at my man Sad down here in the comments trying to learn from the young one. What he always in the comments saying, well, I don't need to learn from y'all. Look at you down there learning. You need to come up here. Get your head cracked a couple times. Don't be scared. Go ahead, Quantum. I just had to mess with
Cedric. Shout out Cedric. He said Roy Chess is clear as period. Talk as if he knows. Yeah. And I ain't gonna say so much as that, but Roy Chess has a way of trying to make people believe that they can't know nothing if he doesn't know it. If you don't go to school, you can't learn nothing by yourself. You don't know how to use inferencing. You don't know how to use reasoning. And while it sounds all fine and dandy when you're sitting up here, a lot of my deductive reasoning, when he get mad at people like me and Smash, when we start talking about his Christianity, it's because the reasoning that he has will lead you to, once you get down to it.
I never said anything like that.
You don't have to.
Anything like that.
You don't have. You don't
so
have
you're making conclusions.
You don't have to because your reasoning tells it. You know
don't
about
know reasoning.
You know about. You say I don't.
Everything
but
is
my inferences has been right since the day I met you. Before you told me you was a Christian, I told you was a Christian.
No, they haven't. And even if they were, you got lucky. So you don't know deductive reasoning. You still don't.
No, I didn't get lucky.
Hey, look,
I survived reading guys like you, Roy Chess. You ain't the only person like this.
You know what I mean? Just because I'm the nigga that I am, you know what I mean? I'm the type of person I am, you know what I mean? If mama said fuck it in this, fuck it in, you know what I mean? And if brother said the same thing, you know what I mean? So Mr. Cedric, you know what I mean? Until I get the clearance, nigga, fuck you, bro. You know what I mean? Shit. That's how I feel about it. Shit. Hey, Al, no.
Snake, what up?
Hey, matter of fact, the only reason why I said it because I already know you don't believe in the Torah anyway. You know what I'm saying? I've listened to a lot of your debates, and you ain't really, you know what I mean? Your little Kemet thing, your little phallus temple, that shit's trash. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's get it.
Oh. Yeah, you already know. Hold on. Let me play the joint. Hold on. I gotta play the joint. Is my laptop moving slow? I don't know if it's hot or what, but I know it's been moving slow lately. Hold on. Where the thing at? Hey,
hey, what the? Hey,
Corner, where the Titan thing at?
Hey, Roy just said all we do is read.
Which one, the commercial?
No, the Titan. You know the how.
Oh, it should be.
Oh, I found it.
Spartan. Yeah.
All right, go. Yes, sir.
Oh, hold on.
I like Spartan chess, man. He sure make you seem like you're dumb, though. For some reason, he want everybody to feel like that.
Hey, look, Roy Chess.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with intelligence, Oli. I don't talk like that.
Hold on. What do you mean? All we do is read. Should we not read?
You're not understanding what you're reading, and then you're reading stuff that you don't know is incorrect, and you don't even understand.
All right, brother. Tell me, what did I read? What did we read today Never mind. This is gonna
Well,
be
humble's definition. Y'all.
no. It was your definition from the start. It was your definition.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Humble is the first person to share a screen.
And then you brought a whole nother definition that
No, I didn't.
Nobody knew about. So it was your definition.
In fact,
no, it wasn't my definition.
Smash.
No, that's
I
a lie.
asked him to bring a definition, and he wouldn't even do it.
Exactly.
And when he did share his screen, he didn't even share the definition. He said some
because it's not about the definition.
About.
Because it's not about definition.
It is about definition.
No, it isn't. Again, I gave you the example of brain surgery. You can look up the definition. That doesn't mean you can do it. That's where you're wrong.
And me and the evolutionists don't have to be brain surgeons to have a conversation about brain surgery.
Yeah,
if
but
we
you're not
know
going to
what brain
understand
surgery is, then we can have a conversation about brain surgery.
Yeah, but you're not understanding how to do it. How hard is how much of a deep conversation can you have when you don't have the terminology or the principles in doing it? You're reading a definition that you've never encountered, never stepped foot, never worked with. You've never taken a class.
Hey, so you must not have. Matter of fact, I can't even say that because that'd be disingenuous because we know you have. You've been around all my presentations. You know I work with this stuff, bro.
But
what do you mean?
A lot. You read.
Of course, so if I read, you think I'm just reading and read? No,
that's
you read to comprehend. Hold on, Roy Chess. You read to comprehend. This is the point of applicable information, right?
Do you know
you don't just read
right?
it and put it on a shelf. You read it to apply it in your life.
How do you know that you're not misunderstanding it?
Because you're applying it.
That doesn't mean it works.
Because
it works one time, because it works 10 times, because it works 100 times, doesn't mean it's going to work 10,000 times. That's horrible reasoning.
What?
Because it works.
No. See,
because it works. How many times does it have to work?
Roy Chess is terrible, bro.
How many times does it have to work for you to know that you're not mistaken?
Let me
that was a little rough. That's kind of rough example, Roy Chess.
Have you ever woke up one day and
that was real rough.
Chess, answer this question, Roy Chess. Have you ever woke up one day and gravity just stopped working?
No, not where
right.
I'm at. No.
Right.
Have you woke up one day? Have you woke up one day?
There's no place where I can go.
And all the water molecules just separated into their natural molecules and floated away. Have that ever happened in all the 4.5 billion years the Earth have been here? That never happened. So why can we operate? Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess, I'm making a point. So why can we operate in such certainty? Because
there's
if
no
you
certainty
understand,
in that.
hold on. Because if you understand the pattern,
right?
No, there's no certainty in that. There's no certainty.
What do you mean? There's no.
That's
certainty?
That's the only way to have certainty. That's the only way.
That is not
patterns.
certainty.
Watch this, everybody.
There's no other way.
When I say this, hold on, I gotta cam up when I say this because this is the realest thing I'd have said all day. Whether you wake up tomorrow or not, the sun is still gonna shine.
Right.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% positive.
So why do scientists say that there's going to be a day where the Earth expands and it's going to be no longer?
Whether you wake up today or tomorrow, whether you live to see 200, 300, 400, whenever you close your eyes,
what you call the sun is not going to be what it is now.
The sun is still going to rise. You don't determine whether the sun rises or set.
Wait a minute. The sun that you're talking about now is going to be the same thing in a billion years? Your science says no.
Just tomorrow.
No.
Tomorrow.
You see how you be
tomorrow. He's talking about tomorrow.
No. He's not just talking about tomorrow because he's saying it's certain.
Right.
If it's certain, that means that I can go a billion years, 10 billion years. It should be the same.
Why you talk about thousands of years or whatever it goes?
Right. We're talking about just in the 24 hours.
Because he said it was certain. He didn't just say 24 hours. He said it was certain. He said he knows. No science can prove anything with certainty. What is wrong with you?
What?
None of you can. Nobody can find a single.
Science is used to prove a lot of things.
Oh, they don't.
Go ahead, Sadiq.
Name one professional scientist, I should say, that will tell you they deal with certainty. Name one. Go ask Neil deGrasse Tyson. Does science give certainty? Ask him, or ask what's his name, Sean Carroll. Neither one of them are going to tell you science proves with certainty. Neither one of them. No scientist with a PhD is
The
going to.
rate of gravity acceleration is a certainty that's proved through science.
It's not certain. No
There's
scientist.
a defined rate, brother.
There is no certainty in science. The
Yes,
fact
there is. Well, we got to deal with the rate of gravity.
Well,
Just
hold
hold on
for a
for a
too
second.
much, and you
Hold on
don't
for a
understand
second.
what you're reading.
Oh, hold on for a second. This was slow walk, this
There's
brother.
no hold. There's no hold on.
One
There is
mic.
no
Just
scientist
hold on, brother. Hold on for a
that will
second.
say they deal with. They
Wait,
deal with
one mic.
certainty.
Hold on. Just hold on for a second.
Hold
We're
on,
gonna slow
Roy
walk
Chess, you
this
gotta share
out.
the mic.
Where you got to share the mic, brother. Right? He doesn't do one absolutely. Everybody does one person do all of the talking, right? And so there's many people on this panel, right? And so just to answer your question again, I gave you an example. You ignored it. There's an established rate of gravity acceleration, given that and dealing with the rate at which the speed at which something falls towards the Earth. Now, given your absolute context, you said there is no certainty in that regard or any other regard. Brother, that is called Frankenstein logic, what you've said there. That is flat out Frankenstein logic. Okay? There's nothing deductive about anything you said right there. Not even a little bit. You just totally arbitrarily tossed out established findings that resulted from experimental data and logical and sequential thought, which rendered that result to what it is and established and accepted in every university pretty much on the planet where scientific endeavor is concerned in the realm of physics. What are you talking about?
That's not called a proof.
That's
That's
a
not
proof.
a proof. No, it's not. Ask the mathematician if it's a proof.
That's a proof, right? So
Ask
if
the
you can
mathematician.
these are examples.
No. Ask the
Sentence.
mathematician.
Well,
Don't
no,
just repeat what you're
just
saying.
follow,
like
just follow what
humble.
I'm saying, brother, for a second,
No.
because
What you're saying makes no sense.
just follow me what I'm
Ask the
saying, because
mathematician. There's a
hold on for a second.
mathematician.
Hold on for a second. And so, given how simplistic that example I just quoted was, you could easily conduct an
example. You can't
experiment
use it.
yourself, right? You know what I'm saying? We can easily
can't
conduct this
use
and
it.
verify these experiments. You just simply get on the top, maybe on top of your house, with a couple floors up or whatever, and just simply drop a quarter. And you just basically set up your little, something that can clock speed and acceleration, and just simply conduct experiment yourself. This has been done many
How is that
times in
certain?
this
How
has
is
been
that
done many
certain?
times, brother, in high schools and community colleges and universities around the country. It wasn't just the original scientists who discovered that, who's got the sole monopoly on those findings. You understand? Absolutely, right? You know what I'm saying? It's not the only person in the world. You see what I'm saying? This is
But
why
you make no
absolutes are false.
sense. You make no
And so,
sense.
there's been there's many ways. This is well documented. There's many institutions who've proven
Here you
that
go,
particular.
documenting stuff, reading stuff.
Right,
You make no
exactly.
sense.
Because we have to look at peer-reviewed
Go
data,
to mathematics and ask them what a
especially.
proof
Well,
is.
just follow me. Especially if you haven't conducted the experiment, yourself. See, and so if I haven't conducted
Does
it
math use
myself,
experiments?
you
Does
understand
math
what I'm
use
saying?
experiments?
Are you following what I'm saying, brother? If I haven't conducted
No,
the
you
experiment
make no
myself.
sense.
And so, if I would wish to conduct the experiment, I need to follow in the footsteps, like the brothers were saying earlier, by someone else who established the result through experience, with said patterns of reproducible results. What are we talking about here?
A black man that needs
Really
authority over
fast, really
time
What
fast,
are we
waits.
Roy
talking about,
Chess, really
brother?
fast, Roy Chess. Let
Right?
me
What's going on? Right?
introduce, the special guest real fast. My brother Cedric Ortega to the ring. What's up, Ced?
What's up, Sid?
What it do, family. Great
What's going on, brother? Said,
conversation.
what's up,
I
brother?
appreciate y'all.
Hey man, I hope you ready to get into the
What's good,
mix up here,
everybody?
man. They coming in hot, man. They coming in hot.
And,
Yes, so
man, let's clear the air. Roy Chess is pulling a fast one. He's doing his semantic implant as he usually does. No,
right,
science doesn't operate on certainty. That was established way back with whom? With Hume, right? So not all swans are black, all are white.
right,
And
right.
we can assume so until we find a black swan. We
Mm-hmm.
operate on probability. And as you were indicating, the mathematical equations that we operate with is the highest level of probability. Science doesn't require certainty. That's why science doesn't speak of absolutes.
Right.
However,
Facts.
based on the same science that says the sun is going to come up for the next 20 billion years, we can operate within the realm of the highest level of probability. I can say 99.999999999%.
But never absolute, right?
Probability the
Absolutes
sun
are
will
false, right? Exactly.
rise
Right.
tomorrow.
Hit the bar on.
Right?
Hit the bar.
So
Facts.
all he's doing is doing a semantic flim flam and putting himself on a pedestal because he thinks that we are not philosophically grounded. He is making the argument that Hume made. We don't actually see cause. We see the effects of causes over and over. We don't actually observe causes. So based on the fact that we don't actually know what the causes are, we can never operate with a certainty. And that's correct. That's why science speaks the way it does. And then on the other side, because science speaks in probabilities, people say it's not certain. You see, it says might, high probability. It's probability versus possibility, right?
Right. Yeah.
And Roy Chess does this all the time. He admits he is philosophically not grounded in the philosophy of science. He doesn't understand that these philosophical terms are used within different aspects of philosophy differently, with regards to the title that we're dealing with here. There are metaphysical philosophical positions that we talk about that are not tangible, but yet exist. Justice, love, righteousness. These are all concepts that we share, but they're not tangible. Within the realm of philosophy, within the realm of philosophy of cultures and etc., these terms are metaphysical. There's nothing you can actually touch. Yet, when you make a metaphysical, supernatural assertion about space-time and reality, that supernatural assertion is indeed metaphysical as well. It is not supported by evidence. It is not substantiated by anything other than your imagination. So that assertion is then a metaphysical one. And it can be supernatural in nature, doesn't necessarily have to be. Again, the semantic game is not necessary when you have intelligent people having a conversation, right, Chet? This is not how we further the conversation. So the blows you're getting tonight is due justice from all participants because you're flim-flam.
Can I respond, Humble? So Cedric, I have no issues.
Before you respond, Roy Chess, because I want to because he talked about the title, and then thank you, Cedric. I knew you were going to the title.
Can I say something real quick?
Before y'all do it, I ain't gonna be long. And so I love how you put that, Cedric, when you were saying that you can have a metaphysical idea and a supernatural idea. The only reason, one of the main reasons I say these two things are not the same is because when you're dealing with metaphysics, you're still dealing with the realm of existence. When you're dealing with the supernatural, you're moving into the realm of quote unquote religiosity, right? You're moving into gods, angels, demons, things of that nature. So we understand if you saying a demon is supernatural, but then we put an ERG meter and we measure a demon, then that demon is no longer supernatural, it's now metaphysical. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So and now by saying the demon is supernatural but can come into the physical realm, you've now violated the law of non-contradiction, because it can't be both. You can't be metaphysical and supernatural. You can only be one or the other.
But that's where look,
you are not gonna get a fight from me on that one. If you're expecting me to fight you on that one, nope.
Hey,
you just said it could be both.
Down, I agree with you.
No, you just said it could be both.
Nope.
Hey, I just wanted to say that exactly what Cedric said. That is how you conduct the historical critical method. It's the same way. It doesn't operate under certainty. We don't need certainty to get to this answer possible. So I just wanted to say that. I wanted to jump down and work on my presentation. But thank you, Sid. That's exactly the point.
Most definitely, Ben Eaton. We appreciate you, Ben Eaton. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Let me respond, Humble. Can I respond?
Yes,
So
Roy.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
so
Roy.
I have no problem with Cedric. I don't have anything personal with you. It's all just the concepts that I deal with. I don't deal with the personalities, right? So I agree with majority of what you just said. However, you just said that something supernatural could be in the natural. You did say that. Maybe it was a mistake, but you did say it. All right. So the thing, I think you haven't heard everything, and you keep thinking that I'm just starting trouble. It's not that.
Not
Like
that.
I agree with
Right.
everything. Majority of.
First of all, no.
Let me
Again, I
finish.
agreed with everything that Humble just said. So why
No,
would I assume that supernatural and metaphysical are the same? No.
you
When you
said it could be the
make
same.
the,
You said it was a
you
possibility.
I
understand
don't think you was
categories?
listening.
Do
I
you
don't think you was
understand
listening to
categories?
him good, Roy
So
Chess. He
you're
didn't
so
say
Exactly.
One mic,
yes, he
one mic,
did.
Exactly.
one
Don't
mic.
you?
He did
So
say that.
I
Oh,
think you have a problem understanding categories and how
no, I don't.
one
I
thing can
don't.
fit into both categories yet not be the same generally.
Right.
So
So
when we're
you
talking
did
about
say
metaphysics, so when we're talking about metaphysics, you need to split it in two categories. Metaphysics
Mhm.
that exist, things that we share, love, justice, harmony. These are concepts that we operate on as human beings. They're intangible, so they become metaphysical. Yet within philosophy, these are these are what we call existing. It's a reality there, but they are metaphysical because they are intangible. Then you have metaphysics, which we talk about in the realm of science. Those are assertions made about reality, and they can be both supernatural or just a claim about reality. Doesn't need to be necessarily spiritual or gods, etc. So when you're
but it's a
making the
possibility.
distinction, that's how you categorize these things properly.
Yes,
So
but
yes,
Thank you,
you
said.
still you still
if you
leave the
say
you still it's
all
still
metaphysical
probable.
assertions are
Hold
supernatural,
on, Roy. Let him land
if
his
you
plane.
equate all supernatural to metaphysical, that would be a wrong assertion. If you say all metaphysical is supernatural, that doesn't exist within the realm of reality, that would be a false assertion. Love is
Thank
something
you.
that actually exists. Justice is something that actually exists, but it's intangible.
How do you know it
So
exists?
it is how you use metaphysics.
No, no,
Through
no, no. You
through
can't you
All
can't
right,
get
experience.
it.
start the
You can't get
bullshit.
away with that.
That
Through
You
Hold
don't
experience.
on,
know.
that
one
is
You
how you
don't
second, one
know.
second,
You
Roy
don't
Chess.
know that doesn't
Roy
exist.
Chess, let's
I
let
was
Sadiq get
talking,
in here real fast. Hold
Yeah,
on one
one.
but
second.
I was talking humble. You said I can
I
respond
know,
to
because you
Cedric.
cutting Said off, bro. You gotta let Said land
No,
his
I
plane.
was talking. He cut me off.
Listen,
What are you
listen,
talking about?
hold on. Yo, you've been
You keep
talking
cutting
all
me
day,
off.
bro. You gotta
No, I
share the mic.
haven't. No,
Yeah,
I
I
haven't.
haven't. I just
I
got one
didn't even
couple
get a chance to
sentences,
respond
Roy
to
Chess.
him.
Just a couple sentences. You can
I
have it,
didn't
And then
even
brother.
get
you
a chance to
next, Roy
respond to
Chess. You
him because
acting like I'm not giving it back to you, Roy Chess. You
you're
getting
not,
it
because
right
you keep
after
cutting me
Sadiq,
off. Every
bro.
time I start talking, you cut me off.
Well, you can have it, Roy
I
Chess.
make
So I just want to
two
Roy
got a couple
sentences
Chess.
and then you
sentences.
cut me off.
No,
Just a
no,
He
no.
couple
cut
Hold
me
on,
sentences.
off
hold on, hold
too,
on, hold on,
and you
hold on,
didn't
hold on.
even acknowledge it.
Listen, everybody know how fair we try to be up here on
No,
these
you
panels.
don't.
You feel
Right.
me?
He cut me
So,
off when I
but
was
Roy Chess,
explaining.
you didn't got your ones with Quantum. You didn't
me.
got your ones with
No, I didn't
Hurt.
get my ones
You
with
didn't got
him.
your
He
ones
cut me
Facts.
off.
with the
He
Everybody.
other.
cut me
Come
off.
on, man. You
Right.
didn't got your
He
ones with
cut me
Smash,
off.
bro.
He cut me off. And
But
then
this
you
all
did
Who
okay.
cut
and
This
you
then
off?
now he
okay.
did. I was addressing
Hold
him, and then he cut me off. And you
on.
didn't see that?
Okay. Well, you got you go. Well, just give us 2 seconds, huh, Roy Chess? Just
Oh,
2 seconds.
I got to yield again.
No, I mean
I
you
didn't
said
address
you
But
him.
said
you
He
did
earlier.
it
came up here
right
to
after
address
he
me.
talking, bro.
Just take a deep breath, Roy Chess. We
He
got
came up to
time.
address me, and I asked to respond. You're telling me no.
All right,
I
so
gotta
listen,
wait.
because I don't want to. Y'all know I don't want to be dropping nobody. Y'all know I don't want to be dropping nobody. So listen, we're gonna let Sadiq go. He not gonna be long, and then we going
Wait a
right
minute.
back to you, Roy.
Evolutionist never spoke yet. You haven't even gone to him yet. Why are you gonna go to
So
Sadiq? He spoke
Because
already.
you getting your ones with everybody, bro.
right. Let's
No,
do
I'm
one at
not. Not
one
when
at a
you're
time,
cutting
Roy
me off.
Chess. We're gonna
Not
move
when
on,
you're
Roy
cutting me
Chess.
off.
Let's move on, brother.
You're giving me my
All right,
ones. And you
Because
cut
we're
me
taking
off.
we're
here's
taking
how
up
we
more
gonna do
time.
this.
We could be
So we
done by
got
Let
now.
the
Sadiq.
other guy
Right.
speak.
All right,
Let the guy who never spoke
Hey,
speak.
do we?
That would be
Do
all
we?
right.
fair.
So we got Sadiq.
Okay.
All right, we got
Hey,
Sadiq. Then we got evolutionists. Then we going back around. Go ahead, Sadiq.
All right.
Do we?
I remember. Now, I just want to reiterate that we can acquire some degree of certainty based on experience, where patterns, establishment of patterns is concerned. While there is no absolute scientific experiment, will establish no clinical result, right? Experimental result, and absolute certainty is where that's concerned, right? Just want to be clear there, right? Absolutes is false. But at any rate, but then yet we can eliminate the terminology and understanding of what scientific endeavor will create certainty at all. We can't say that either. there is some degree of certainty that is witnessed, right? And so, where the law of the speed of that acceleration, where gravity is concerned, we can understand with and expect with some degree of certainty, right, or through a probability, right, that we can clock that speed at that rate of travel with fair degree amount of certainty, if you will. Now we know I won't get into will it change over time given the different parameters and pressures on the planet over time. These things do change over time. The rate of speed of gravity, whatever. But moreover, just the bottom line, just to land this plane right. Roy Chess says something very interesting. When I asked, we were talking about how do you establish these observations, scientific observations. He said it doesn't require. You said emphatically, brother, no experience and thus no patterns. I would love to hear and see you illustrate some scientific proofs and so forth that were actually accepted by the scientific body that omitted totally or absolutely that which is contingent on experience and the establishment of observational patterns. And I land.
So again, everything is not science. So outside of science, experiments are not required. So I don't know why you're bringing that up.
No examples. Okay, we'll move on. That's just simple. I'm simple, brother. So there it is, guys.
No, you're thinking that everything is science. Everything that's not a
second,
science,
Roy.
you're gonna reject. So
Evolutionist, are you there, evolutionist?
Yeah. Peace, everyone.
What's up, brother? Evolutionist, how you doing? Hey, listen, man, it's going down in the arena tonight. I know you've been sitting back listening. Hey, give us some of your inputs on what you've been hearing, Brody.
Yeah, it's a lot of circular arguments, until Cedric came and dropped some facts and what Rochester is talking about. And you too, humbly, you were dropping some good knowledge there. I think in terms of Rochester and his logic, the confusion is that
logic.
it's not your
Let him speak, Roy. Let him speak, Roy.
Confusion is that Righteous always taking it back to some formal system of logic, while when we're talking, for the most part, we're talking informal. We're not really talking about all that different formal type of logic. We're just talking about, as you're saying, what can be validated, what can't be validated,
Exactly.
Just making like sound arguments. And again, in terms of the topic, metaphysical and supernatural, they're not the same, but there's some instances where they could cross path. But Cedric already break that down, so I don't even have to go much into that. I'm just waiting for the conversation to I guess move on.
Hey, what you want to add to the conversation? Evolutionist? What's up? What's up with it?
You guys could talk more about the metaphysical and the supernatural, because I think some people have some contention there.
Okay. Most definitely. And really fast, we got somebody new on the panel. Akira, what's up, Akira? How you doing? Akira?
If you're speaking, you're on mute, Akira.
Thanks, brother. Can you hear me?
What's up?
Thanks,
How
brother.
you pronounce your name?
No, you got it right, brother.
Okay.
Give me 2 minutes.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure you was with us, Brody.
Appreciate you, brother.
Go ahead, Roy Chess.
Well, is Cedric still up here?
Yeah, Cedric's still here.
So again, the conversation was about metaphysics, and we got onto reasoning and stuff like that. And the reason why I keep saying science does not lead to certainty, and you just said it, because I think everybody would agree that you just said that you deal with high probabilities. That means none of your conclusions can be certain. That means the reason why you have a falsifiability principle is because they can never be certain, which dictates that there has to be at least one false instance of it. Because what you don't say in your methodological naturalism is that for science, the scientific method or the methodological naturalism cannot use axioms, cannot use definitions. They cannot use it because
Slow
if
down,
you
slow
did
down,
use
slow down,
it,
slow down.
hold
Slow
on,
down.
let me explain
You're saying
further.
a whole lot. You're saying a lot
I
that
know,
needs
I
to be
know,
corrected.
I know. I'm gonna
Let him
explain
So
it.
finish.
my
Now, let him finish. Let him
okay,
finish.
all right,
Let
all
him
right.
finish.
Let me
Let
finish
him
real quick,
finish.
right? So because I know that a lot of science people don't talk about this. They'll throw the other stuff out there, but they don't throw this in there. That if you allow science to use definitions, we would be able to just define God, and then it would exist. If we had axioms, it would be the same thing. So they have to use observations, right? So by definition,
Facts.
none of your conclusions can be 100% by your own admission, because they cannot by definition, because it has to be falsifiable. If it's not falsifiable, then it's not part of your method, right? So by definition, none of your statements, none of your conclusions can be 100%. Maybe it's 88%, maybe it's 97%,
Right.
maybe it's
Facts.
close, but it will never, ever,
Right.
ever, 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 ever approach certainty. And then the reason why I harp on this is because people out here saying that science proves stuff. It does not prove anything. It shows what is likely. That is what inductive reasoning is. That is what I keep telling people. That is not deductive reasoning that science uses. Because deductive reasoning, if you go back to the so-called definition,
If you want to have a
that it has to
conversation, you need to
guarantee.
stop. Otherwise, I'm not going to respond because you're going
Okay,
long.
let me
You're
listen.
long-winded for no reason.
Hold on, let me land
You're
here.
long-winded for no reason. So land
No,
you're playing now,
I'm
I'm not going
landing.
to
You
respond.
I'm
was, you
landing
was
right now.
long-winded too, man. Let him finish.
I'm
Shut up.
landing right now. I'm landing right now. The difference between science and deductive reasoning is deductive reasoning, by definition, guarantees the conclusion when the premises are true. Science cannot do that. Therefore, it cannot. I won't say it cannot use it, but it's very rare.
Right.
Very, very, very,
So
very, very rare.
let's start at the top. First of all, based on Hume's understanding of causality, right? We don't speak in absolutes. That would be unnecessary. High probability. That's because science operates on a philosophical basis that remains open and continues to investigate. So if we would ever speak in absolutes, there would be definitive endpoints and no need for further investigation. So
Facts.
science never made the claim to operate with certainty or absolute certainty. We operate with degrees of certainty, with
No, there's no such thing as
99.99. Now,
degrees.
shut up. Let me speak.
There's
Let me
no
speak.
degrees.
No, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Because you're creating a false paradigm. You're making an assertion for science where science doesn't make because it's philosophically grounded. Because of causality, because of deductive reasoning, because we do not understand what causal agents, but we see the results, that's Hume, philosophically grounded. It allows science to continue to operate in the realm of continuing to search because we don't operate with certainty. Yet, as we say, the mathematical formulas that apply to science grounds it in the proof that is necessary. Yes, science requires there to be there. I can make any assertion and create a mathematical model. Doesn't mean that that assertion is an actuality. There must be an observable fact. That is simply how science operates. What you're trying to do is redefine what science is to insert your philosophical assertion. So what you're doing is you're playing with two philosophical paradigms here. First, you're operating with Kant, and all Kant did was find a backdoor to slip in the assertion of his God because he can imagine a triangle, and that triangle represents an actuality, yet it's an abstraction in his head. His abstraction of a God makes God an actuality in reality. The difference is we can produce the triangle. He still can't produce his God. So philosophically, his position was never grounded. In the time that he created that, it was a backdoor to create uncertainty, because up until that point in time in history, the philosophers operated with certainty. When they discovered the new world, uncertainty fell away, and they realized that we don't know, they created the environment for uncertainty, because it would have cost him his head. And the next thing you're doing is you're creating an area so that you can slip behind the Kantian wall, where the noumena and the phenomena are bridged. And you can't do that because Kant created that wall. Operate in the noumena all you want. Make your metaphysical assertions. We understand that. But the moment you try to make them, bring them over into the phenomena, you're operating within the metric of our epistemic regime today. Science produces knowledge. Any assertion that you make about reality, it will be observed through the lenses of methodological naturalism. You can't get around it. And that's why your God remains outside of space-time and metaphysical. Done, Roy. You can't do it. You
never
think
said
you know
anything like that.
philosophy, but you
With
don't.
I never said anything
No,
like
I
that.
know what
Hold
you
on,
didn't
Roy
say.
Charles, let him land his
Now,
plane.
I just expose everything that you are doing. And if anybody thinks I'm lying, go and study those two particular philosophers and understand the noumena, the phenomena, and Descartes' metaphysical assertions. He can imagine a triangle, therefore he can imagine a God. What he can imagine is an actuality. He makes that long leap in metaphysical assertions, my friend. And because you're not scientifically grounded, you cannot look at the philosophical errors that in which you operate. And I'm done.
So you made several errors. I never even brought up those names. I never mentioned them. I never quoted them. Never mentioned them. These are just logical principles I'm talking about, because that's what we were talking about. You mentioned those things. I didn't, and I don't think you understand what you were talking about anyway. However, again, you keep saying that science uses deductive reasoning. Give us an example of deductive reasoning, because y'all keep saying this nonsense, and y'all teaching black people this, and it's misinformation. Give me an example of what you call deductive reasoning. Because deductive reasoning, by definition, guarantees its conclusion. And you just finished saying that science cannot guarantee anything. So how is it deductive? How is it that you use deductive reasoning when none of your things are certain? You just said that. So you're not making sense. Yet you have a following of people who don't know how to think, and they just believe what you say. Because you read a lot. You guys read a lot. You don't think.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, because I want to share my screen. I don't know why I got you up here twice. That's crazy, Akira. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
All right, I'm trying to share my screen, but it ain't pop up here. I'm trying to get my screen up here. It's moving a little slow for me, y'all. Bear with me.
It's up now. I see it.
It's up. Okay. So I wanted, because Sad made some great points, man, and I just wanted to bring it back because I don't think he's seen the whole presentation, and so I just wanted to.
Yeah, hit us with the full screen, Brody.
Yeah, I just wanted to get into what Sad was talking about earlier. Here, go right here. Right, what he just got done talking about right here, right? The supernatural operates beyond natural physical law, right? Scholarly contact, Alvin Pentinga, right? Warranted Christian belief discusses a transcendent realm distinct, not within, not underlying, not beside, not something imminent, but distinct from the imminent world. Modern confusion, frequently conflated with unverified folklore, pop culture, magic, or catch-all unexplained anomalies. Like I said before, that's another conversation we got to have. Just because an anomaly is unexplained does not mean it's supernatural, right? But I really want to get here because this is important, right? Conflating categories destroy intellectual integrity. So we got metaphysics and we got supernatural. This is what Brother Sad was just breaking down, right? When we're dealing with metaphysics, we're dealing with philosophy, and academic inquiry, which means we're just not making stuff up. We're just not going off on a whim. We're actually testing things. We're actually verifying things. But when you
Facts.
deal with the supernatural, you're dealing with religion, mythology, and folklore. And so when you bring that into the natural world, like brother said, right? It becomes metaphysics. It's no longer supernatural. And what did I say earlier in my presentation, Quantum? I said, I guarantee the moment a scientist, if, right, we want to leave the possibility open, if a scientist ever discover a demon or an angel or something like that, they're
By
going
12
to
o'clock,
move the
they'll
category,
categorize it as physical.
right, from supernatural to metaphysics. Now, why is this? This is because now this thing is a thing in the physical realm that we can verify at some level, whether directly or indirectly. This is how this works. This is how this works, right? Core error. Let's read this and then I'm going to open it up, right? Core error. Metaphysics is systematic, structural, and rational. Rational. The supernatural is often tossed around to describe anomalies violating the natural order. So with metaphysics, we're dealing with something rational, structured, and systematic. But with supernatural, right, we're dealing with something that literally violates natural order. Conflating them gives unexamined worldviews space to weave misinformation, Roy Chess, and manipulation, right, Cosmon, into the community, into this community. And I don't care where you sit. You sit over here at Titans, Rhetoric Frontier, Skeptics. You see what I'm saying? If there's people like this in the community, they're doing more damage than good, and we got to weave them out. I appreciate that breakdown, Brother Cedric, because I was just talking about, hey, listen, if y'all missed it, go back and check this out. It ain't long. It's only 6 slides. Go back and check it out. Very concise, very structured, right? And I bring that energy. Let me stop sharing this. I'm gonna open back up the floor. Who? Go ahead, Quantum. I'm opening up the floor to Quantum. Go ahead, Quantum.
I think Akira came back. Was Akira? Did you have something to say?
Oh,
Akira?
you back, Akira? Go ahead, brother. Akira, I apologize.
Nah, no worries, brother.
Quantum.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate the time, brothers. I just want to say respect to the panel. I jumped in super late. I seen it was live, and I jumped in a previous live last time where brother Omar and Voodoo Hoodoo or something was in it, and then I think I jumped on there because Ashe was on, really, and then but he wasn't on at the time. But long story short, I jumped in super late, so I don't really know the context. Sorry, what was that?
No, I was saying shout out to brother Ashe, Bomb Squad. Shout out to brother Ashe.
For real. For just like a little intro to me, I'm Maori, which is what people would call like indigenous. I'm in New Zealand, so I'm on the other side of the world, but I've been trying to link into anything that's for me. I'm proud to be Maori and stuff like this, but I always see like Africa as the pinnacle of our human race. So I'm battling my own people to sort of. I don't have no ego when they say it's really like it's hard because when I look at Africa and Africans' history, it's like it's so hard to dismiss. Where I have no ego to try and outdo Africa. It's always like, bruh, they laid the foundation for all of us. So I'm always trying to, even with my own culture, just trying to give.
What is your culture, if you don't mind me asking? If you can get into
Maori.
a little bit of what your culture is. Maori, can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, brother. So we're what you would probably see as Polynesian. There's sort of difference between, because people sort of lump us together with Australia, but we're a whole different diversity in terms of that. There's like Australasians, which is Australia, Austronesians, which is Southeast Asia, where we came from, like Taiwan and we came down from Indonesia and things like this. But there's sort of a significant break off where the Austronesians, one came down to where my tupuna or ancestors came from, and then there's another branch that when we leave the Austronesian branch that led off to Madagascar actually, and you probably can look this up, where we can see the lineage in Madagascar was there, I would say civilized Madagascar, and with the Bantu people came over later. Not saying that they weren't there already. It was more like the evidence was there. Like we took two branches off. One went to the Indian Ocean, and then one went down to the where I am in the Polynesian Triangle, where it's like New Zealand. The Polynesian Triangle is New Zealand, or what we call Aotearoa. Rapa Nui, which you probably know as Easter Island, and Hawaii. And so for us, we don't actually call ourselves Māori. This is sort of colonizers' way of, they sort of took it on themselves to call us Māori. Similar to what African was like, we go by our tribes, actually. So I've always, so that's like a little brief thing where I've always...
But now... If you can go a little deeper with me, see, I'm interested in stuff like that. If you can go walk a little deeper with me, do y'all still carry any of y'all ancient traditional systems? Right? Do y'all still keep them close to y'all? Can you explain some of that to me if it ain't too much?
Appreciate the time, brother. Appreciate the time.
I'm not gonna just jump off, but I got to go. I appreciate the show.
Thank you, Sid. I appreciate you,
I'm traveling 5 o'clock in the morning, so I need
Brother
to get
Cedric,
some
before you leave,
otherwise I would have been here a bit long.
Brother Cedric, just before you leave, I seen you on a Sanita live a long time ago, or not a long time ago, but pretty recent. And I just want to say, brother, you're a beast, and I've been watching you, and that's sort of why I jumped on as well. I seen you on there, so yeah, I just want to say, thank you for your time, brother, because I seen you drop some stuff.
Real fast before you go, Sad. That's why I go at you so hard. Because all these other spring chickens running around here, man. These spring chickens, man. I gotta go for the big dog. You feel me?
It's all good, man. Listen, trust me.
Thanks for coming up, Sid.
I appreciate what you do. The shots, I really don't take them as shots, right? I understand the debate environment that we're in. So every time you take a shot, it's really a shout out. And I know that, man. So keep doing what you're doing. And whenever I give you the thumbs up, you got the thumbs up, because you know when you mess up, I'm going to be on your head.
I know you is.
All right. Peace, family. I'll be out.
Peace, brother.
Go ahead. So I get back to you, Brody. So Alexa, can you share some of those traditions if you don't mind, if it ain't too much?
Yeah, no problems. Like so our culture is I sort of try, because I do sort of I'm a free thinker. I'm sort of not subscribed to anything in particular, really. I just love learning from everywhere. But what I've seen is like Africa is the pinnacle. And things like this, but we go through like the Lapita people. That's like I'll just check out these names, but Lapita people, it's the Southeast Asian. But we sort of connect. Shucks, I said this in a previous thing. I wish I was African, brother. So when I'm hearing the Africans going against Africans on different things, I'm like, damn, bro, I wish. I'm proud to be Maori, but it's like far out. Africa is nothing to be effed with. Sorry for the language. But anyway. Māori as a tradition, yes, we do. Sorry, I think my wife's just cleaning up. But yes, we do. We still hold a lot of our traditions from old, and we have actually like because I try and stand on science to not prove, but I do stand on the evidence. I would say that I stand on evidence, and then we see it through pottery and things like this. But long story short, Māori culture, yes, we still practice a lot of our traditions from old, but I don't approve of everything of our old, if that makes sense. So we got similarities, like we've got a headpiece, right? I got one in my room, but it'll take too long to go and grab it. But we call it the heru. And it's a headpiece we put on our top knot. So I go along here, and then it's a bone carving, and it's meant to symbolize protection because we felt like our connection to we call it Atua, or Atuas, because we're plural. We didn't believe in the one God until we got colonized and things like this. But it was to protect our sacred crown, I don't like using chakras, but just for the
I get
the
the
masses.
phrasing. Yep, I get the
Yeah,
phrasing.
so
Now
we
the
used to
reason
think
I
of that.
asked,
Yep.
if I may, the reason I asked is because, as you know, a lot of melanated people here in America, you know, of course we cling because if we take the DNA test, that's what's going to trace us back. But of course we cling so heavy to Africa. But the reality of the matter is, brother, we don't. I'm fascinated in culture so much because the people here don't know. This is why we cling to everything. This is why we're Hebrew Israelites. This is why we're this. This is why we're that. Because we have lost our own identity. You see what I'm saying? So it's amazing. And I'm gonna pass it right back over to you. And so it's amazing to hear, brothers, even though and that's why I was clapping when you acknowledge, hey, listen, we still hold some of our older traditions, even though the colonizer came and you acknowledge that, hey, listen, this one God thing didn't come from us, that came from them. Because what do I tell y'all, family? What I tell y'all, hey, listen, that monotheistic framework, Eurocent, that's not us. We gotta give it back. And here's another brother coming to us telling us, hey, listen, they did the same thing to my people too, bro.
All right. So humble.
Well, humble, you contradicting yourself, man.
Hold on. Wait.
Go ahead. Because we about to get into it, y'all. Go ahead.
The moment you all been waiting for. Hey, look. So humble. You said that, and you said, I guess there's multiple gods that we're supposed to be following.
Who?
So, well, you definitely brought up this monotheistic.
Yeah, you talking about his people though. His people.
So if you're saying a monotheistic perspective, then you're saying that your perspective or your ancestral lineage goes back to not modern, but multiple deities.
Do you not have you not studied Kush? Have you not studied Kemet? Have you not studied Ethiopia? Have you not studied real fast? Have you not studied Togo? Have you not studied Benin? List me one of those cultures over there, right? That before the European ever worshiped or ever gave homage to one deity. They never did that.
Okay.
They always gave homage to multiple things.
All right. So all right. So you might have a point until I bring this out. In order for you to even co-inspire with that theology, you would have to have been into the Torah, and you would even have to go into Jeremiah. And I've been saying this for like the last week now. Anytime I came on here, Jeremiah chapter 40 through 44, and if you go into I think it's a Cyrus papyrus, you will see about the Elephantine, right? And those people that were in the Elephantine that were actually Israelites that were worshiping other gods that the Most High told them they were not supposed to worship. This is history, not just the biblical quote unquote history, but this is history that you can go to from the Assyrians all the way down to the Egyptians to wherever else you want to go. And they will specifically, not to mention, even though I don't deal with the Apocrypha at all, you can go to Josephus, who is known also to be a traitor of the Israelites. But you can go to him, you can go to those specific documents themselves with I guess I don't want to say kings, that I don't know what they had back then, but leaderships basically stating that those people that were in Jerusalem, they had a reputation of not mingling with other nations. And that was the whole big thing about the 70 CE thing in the first place. So all I'm saying is, that according to what you're saying and these multiple deities, there is definitely a people that goes against that in these multiple deities that you're speaking of. You had something
Yeah,
to say?
but hold up. The problem with that view is you're talking about a group of people that came on this planet later. All right, black people been on this planet for thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, and you talking about a group of people that came on later on in history.
No, I'm talking about the same.
No, you're not, because that's not the same people.
No,
different group of people.
What you're not
Hold
understanding.
on 1 second, Smash. Hold on 1 second, Smash. Go ahead, Hurt. You got to let Hurt.
You're talking about a group of people. Those are not the same people that come from Central Africa and South Africa. Those are not the same people. We're talking about people that we know for documents. They've been here for 100,000 years, 300,000 years, and now you got a group of people that came here in 70 BC and 300 BC and all this other crap that want to come up with a spiritual system that they copied from us and going to say that they got the one true God, and yet you're supposed to follow them. How the hell does that make sense, bro? We've been on this. Our people, them people, black people, they've been on this for thousands and thousands of years. They didn't just come up with it at that point. They've been studying it. They've been researching this and coming up with it, and then refined it when they got to, and when they formed Kemet, they refined what they had, and they created a system that reflected the cosmology of what they knew for over tens of thousands of years.
Right.
That's what Kemet was basically about. It was about the group of people in Africa coming from Central and Southern Africa. They came together and they built together, and they built a whole cosmology based on stuff that they've been doing for thousands of years. The reason that we know it goes back to at least 100,000 years because of the Adam calendar found in South Africa. And so we know that they've been doing this and studying the systems and studying the observation of nature for tens of thousands of years. And then they came up with a cosmology to reflect what they learned.
Yeah.
And so
really fast. I just want to
don't
piggyback off of you, Hurt. Hold on.
screen.
Really fast. The piggyback off of Hurt, right? And after I say this, I'm shutting down all the biblical talk. It's not shutting
share
down.
my
We ain't
screen.
going down. No, we ain't going down no biblical rabbit
Share
hole.
my screen. I'm not going to.
I got you, but hold on real fast. Let me respond real fast. Let me get this real fast. So, damn near every culture you look at, right? Whether it be Hindu, whether it be African, whether it be the Chinese, whether it be from the islands, whether Native American, these islands, wherever you look at, right? And you look at the tradition that they had before colonization. These traditions were naturalistic people, right? The things that they were doing were naturalistic. The herbal medicines, their traditions, how they live, right? They didn't have a concept of a divide between living and religion before them. And then once they brought that in, now in 2026, when we look around the world, what do we see? We see all of their traditions are messed up, mixed up. They got their terminology, their symbolism is all mixed up. And then when you get here in America, right? Let's talk about the Yoruba for a second, right? Let's talk about the voodoo that's here and the voodoo that's in Haiti that is different than the voodoo that's in Africa. Why is that? Because the voodoo that was the voodoo that had to be crafted in these places, right, had to be hidden. So what was they hiding behind? So they hid their symbolism within the Christianity that came over. This is why it's different. It's not different because they wanted it to be different or they realized something spooky about. No, it was different because it was forced to be different. That's the whole point that the brother down there was making, the brother Akira was making, brother Herc was making, and I'm making, right? Listen, if we gonna rock with this stuff, if you look like me, here's my challenge to all my brothers and sisters. If you look like me, hey, put that book down, because it's not
share
for
my
you.
screen, man. Hey, share my screen, man.
I got you, Smash. I'm gonna share your screen. Put that book down, because it's not for you. Connect with something that at least look like you. At least look like you. This is why normally I gotta get my new laptop adjusted, but normally y'all know, y'all see my crest of arms in the back, y'all see my coat of arms in the back, and what y'all see on my coat of arms, y'all see my eye on one side, y'all see the Cometa U on one side, and y'all see the Nisi Tapi on the other side. Why is this? Because both of these traditions resemble me. When I look at these traditions, I see me. But when I go to Christianity, guess who I see? I see that Greco-Roman. When I go to Judaism, guess who I see? I see that Canaanite. Like, y'all don't understand this, man. Y'all quick to say I ain't religious, but then y'all hang a white boy up on y'all wall instead of hanging this is psychological warfare here. Now I'm gonna land my plane with that, right? I'm gonna leave my brothers and sisters with something to think about. I'm gonna land my plane down. I'm gonna share this screen right here. Right here.
While you sharing the screen, let me say this, because we was on the philosophy joint, and I was just saying, Humble, you contradict yourself a lot, because at one point you're talking about the African point of view and what we got to get back to, but then you turn around and you let Cedric come in and get y'all with this Eurocentric philosophical point of view instead of using an African-centered point of view when y'all talk about this stuff. When you're getting into, that's the whole thing when I was getting into the science thing, because it's like we forget or we don't realize that Western academia, they put a topological boundary on their science, and if you do anything that's not in what they set as the norm of what they have on their science, then that's wrong. That's pseudo.
But see, here's the thing, Master Herc, really fast, and I want to talk to you about this a little bit before we get in here. Here's the thing about that, brother, and I feel where you coming from, Elder. I feel where you coming from. The thing is, right, when we're talking about these things, it's not well known enough. For an example, right? We go back to Kemet. We know they highly advanced. They got medical papyri, they got, certain scientific things, they got agricultural things, right? They even got some geniuses, right? The first polymath, right? The thing is, none of them wrote an equation. None of them coined anything, right? And while they were very advanced for their age, we can't go back and grab anything to learn from today other than the magnificence of their culture in which we can embody. You see what I'm saying? Like, for an example, in my presentation earlier, right, I used Aristotle. And I would have used, and I would have used someone older, right? If that, and that looked like me, if they would have coined the term metaphysics first. But I can't do that. I at least gotta be honest when I'm doing what I'm doing. Hey, listen, I love my people, but when I'm sharing the information I'm sharing, I at least gotta be honest. You see what I'm saying? So it's not a knock against the African worldview or anything of that nature. You know how we live. We rock with nature all the time. That's why I'm a naturalist, right? But when it comes to sharing information, I just gotta present it authentic, brother.
All right, let's Smash say what he gotta say, and I'll reply to that. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate you, Master Hurt. Go ahead, brother. Oh my goodness, we gotta. I'm gonna beat him out the ring for y'all real quick. Come on, hurry up with this.
You gonna put up Bibles?
Nah, you're not about to beat nothing. And y'all fucked up, and you fucked up by even speaking without even knowing what's going on. Y'all just seen the BLB, and then you started running your mouth. So this right here, y'all have all opportunity to go and look this up. Let me make sure y'all can see. So we don't have no excuse of why you scoffers claim that this is not real, right? Hold on. I think my computer tweaking. Jeez, can y'all see that?
Yeah, and them letters are a little small. Well, my laptop's small anyway, so I gotta blow the whole thing up. But I'm pretty sure it's fine. You might have to zoom in a little bit.
All right, give me a second. Let me take this BLB off. I got a crazy ass computer that might make a little the CPU. Yeah, there you go. All right. So look, check this out, y'all. All right. So since we're not doing a whole presentation or anything, y'all, all you people that say that this is not real, that we have no history of the biblical people and all of this. And the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because y'all claim that, you know, this multiple God thing and all of this, right? So we're going to clear something up. And this right here is it's text and script from the Elephantine, which is in Egypt, which are you people that read the scriptures, you can go to Jeremiah and you read from chapter 40, through chapter 44. And also if you read chapter 22 to 23, I believe, this right here, which comes nowhere near from the biblical text. This has nothing to do with the biblical text at all. When I say that, I mean this right here that we're seeing, this is not from the Bible. This is historical events. All right. So, hold on. Let me go here. All right. All right. So look, if we see, it says, to our Lord Begold.
Hey, Smash, you're putting the people to sleep, man. Where your energy at?
Hey, look, don't nobody care, bro. Just hear me out. To our Lord Begold, governor of Judah, right? Once again, this is from the Elephantine. This don't have nothing to do with the scriptures. This is a thing that's putting y'all to sleep. It's putting y'all to sleep because if y'all found this and it has contradiction, y'all will be all on top of this. But because it shows that the scriptures are real, coming from a whole nother nation, now y'all sleep, right? Humble.
Is that your position that the scriptures are real?
No, just hear me out. It says, to our Lord Begoa, governor of Judah, your servant Jedaniah, he is in the scriptures, and the colleagues, the priests who are in the Elephantine, which is Egypt, right? Upper Egypt. Okay. It says the fortress, the welfare of our Lord, may the God of heaven, which is totally not Yahweh in this sense. They went, and when you read Jeremiah 40 through 41, Jeremiah told them, do not go to Egypt. And this is the place that they are at right now. This is not a biblical narrative. Once again, this comes from the text and scripts of the Elephantine Island in Egypt. Don't fall asleep, y'all. Don't fall asleep. The truth really coming to y'all. You see this right here. It says,
what that got to do with the topic?
No, so just be quiet, brother.
What year?
What? Now we coming on years. Okay. All right, sure.
I'm just asking what year. That's all I'm asking.
All right. You want to know the year? All right. I'm gonna go up some. I knew I was gonna ask that too. Ooh, y'all see that? And this ain't look. Hey, look, no, this ain't because now y'all gonna act like no, because now y'all
I'm
gonna
asking
act like
what year was this written? What year was it written?
bro. Because now y'all gonna try to act like there's not a AD, and there's not a BC. But guess what? I tricked you. That has nothing to do with a date. It just show how much y'all want to. It just show how much y'all want to not believe.
Hey, Elder. He said it don't
Yeah,
have nothing
yeah.
to do with
I'm
a
on
date,
that type
bro.
of timing with y'all.
Yo, hold on. All right.
Yeah. Now listen. No. Listen to this. It say Yadaniah
Hold on.
informed the governor of Judah, Bagaviah, of the damage made in the temple by the priests of Canaan. Right, and it say in collaboration of the Persian general Vijangra, whatever that name is, and the subordinate unit commander of Nephaniah, reporter of the Yahoo, which is not the name of the Most High, Yahoo members, mourning its toll in an attempt to gain political influence and support state act or aid for the temple's repair. Why y'all cut it off, bruh?
Yeah, yo, we not going down this rabbit hole, bro.
Nah, y'all full of shit, bro.
No, because listen, that has nothing to do with what I was saying, brother. That has nothing to do with it.
Nah.
I was letting you read it, bro. You putting the people to sleep up here, man.
I know exactly. All right, go ahead. Y'all already sleep.
What's going on here, man?
But seriously, that had nothing to do. That had nothing to do with what I said.
Here, bro.
Can you explain how that has something to do with what I said?
I was trying to show you.
Show what?
Matter of fact, I got something for you. I'm gonna put this link in there, and you read it for yourself.
All right, man. You don't. I don't think you get the point.
No. That's how I be killing all y'all anyway. I just put the link.
Listen, man. That white man got a hold of his mind. He reading that book too much. I told my
this is not about a book. It's not
about a book. Because where you getting your information from? That book?
That's not.
I done heard you say like 4 or 5 different biblical names.
No.
Akira, show your book.
The Elephantine Jews. He talking about the Israelites.
No,
scriptures.
No.
Smash, do you have that book?
No. Shut up, bro.
Do you have that book?
Shut up. What I was reading had nothing to do with the scriptures. I didn't come from no Genesis, the Malachi, and none of that. It was a document. It was a whole document from the Elephantine, and it's a DOI. All of that.
Nobody's denying that. Nobody's denying that stuff.
You know what's crazy? Y'all claim to be source material in this channel, but when sources come, then y'all nullify it. But
it
had
you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
What I brung out, nigga. What I brung out.
Hold on, Smash. Hold on, real fast, Smash. Really fast. Listen, I don't want to mute you. Really fast. Number one. The topic of this show is metaphysics and supernatural are not the same.
And then y'all got the damn European.
How did we get onto the topic of diving into who the Israelites were? Like that's number one. No. Number two. Hold on, Smash.
Y'all
I
allowed
you to at least read and present what you was talking about. And nothing that you was talking about responded closely or remotely
y'all ran y'all mouth.
Hold on, Smash. I don't want to meet you, Brody. Hold on.
I got you, bro.
Nothing you said matched or even was closely responding to what Herc was saying. And then number 4, man, we must have been going too hard on his knowledge, bro, because the Hebrew Israelite just jumped out this man out of nowhere, bro. Did y'all see that? Yo, we all sitting here talking about logic and philosophy. My man come ready to bang a 20-piece off the Hebrew joint, like, yo, watch this. Let me put this work. Where'd that come from, bro?
Wait,
no.
Humble, let him respond so we can move on. Let him respond so we can move on, man.
First of all, what y'all don't understand is y'all so stupid, bro, and blind. This goddamn Edomite right here shaking his head right there, bro. Yeah. That motherfucker right there with the book in his head. He the one came up talking about.
Hey, Smash, I told you language. Listen, y'all know I'm cool, bro. I don't be wanting to have to kick y'all off, bro. But y'all gotta be respectful, my guy. I get it. We passionate. But get into it, bro. But don't be cussing everybody out.
Nah,
Smash, go ahead, explain it,
bro. It's good. Y'all catch me on my own channel, bro. It's good. Cause y'all try to play me, nigga.
No, just explain it. Just explain it.
Y'all got this damn Edomite up here. He the one ran his mouth talking about, oh, I think I'm an Israelite. I think I'm not. And I don't. First of all, and then this nigga Mansa, he said something about.
I never said Hebrew. I'm not.
All I'm saying is,
don't even.
Nah, shut up, bro. Because
I said Africa is the pinnacle, brother.
I don't know you.
Africa is the pinnacle, not Hebrew. None of that.
Nigga, it didn't have nothing to do with no lexicon. It had nothing to do with no Bible. It had something to do with history that don't have nothing to do with Israel.
We had plural gods, brother. Christianity brought one God.
We're not
talking. Brother.
I'm not talking to you.
You're calling me something that don't exist, brother.
I don't talk to you.
Let him finish, Akira. Let him finish.
So
man, just say what you gotta say, man. Go ahead.
Only thing I brung out that y'all seen was actual evidence that came nothing from no European historian, none of that. It came from African people. It came from Ishmaelites or Arabian people. It didn't come from Europeans. And these documents show that in the Elephantine, way before 70 AD or anything like that, that these people were the people of that book. These documents actually go into the scriptures of Nehemiah and Ezra, proving that these people were in the Elephantine, but they did not belong there. That's all I was saying, brother.
Okay, all right. So that's cool, man. And
then you know what? I'm gonna tell y'all something. I like y'all, bro. You know what? That's what's up, right? Y'all allow this damn heathen to gas y'all up, bro, and that's our problem.
But Smash,
what's your beef with Akira, bro? What Akira do to you, bro?
Your reply had nothing to do with anything that I said, though. That's what I'm saying. That was my point, and that's what
fire. That's fire, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm moving on from that. But anyway, so to get back, you know what I'm saying, to get back to the
don't get off of it. Why can't none of y'all scholars prove me wrong on the source that I brought?
They already proved it. You haven't read. Did you read that book right there?
Y'all put it. All right, I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and I'm gonna see which one of you niggas debunk it. I've been waiting for like a month. One of you niggas came to me on Discord with it. Y'all still ain't debunked it. Which y'all
do you have that book?
Brother, I'm not even from Africa, and I already know more than you. Bro, I respect Africa more than you do. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not talking to you either. Get your land back. That's what you do. Don't worry about it.
We already got it, brother.
Get your land back. Get your
I'll talk when you're finished, brother. I'll talk when you're finished, brother.
Get your land back, Akira. Get your land back. That's what you do. Don't worry about us.
I'll talk when you're finished. I'll watch. I'll show you what happens.
I'll show you. Land your plane smash so he can respond.
My nigga.
I'll respond.
Land your plane smash so Akira can respond, bro.
Don't worry about your people. Don't worry about my people. Worry about your people. Get your land back.
You finished, brother?
All right. Let him respond. Let him respond, Smash. Let him respond, Smash, and then you gonna respond to him. Go ahead, Akira.
Yeah, so honestly, I got respect for everyone. I am not religious at all. I've seen what they've done to my people. I'll just say this because he says like keep your land back, right? Watch this. We were one of the first countries in the world as an indigenous people, Maori. Watch this. Watch what happens because this is what I was talking about. Plural. We said Atuas was multiple gods, right? And it all it was personifications of nature. Mm-hmm. We got a word called Tangata Whenua, people of the land. Katiakitanga, we're guardians of the land. We're not trying to we don't control. We're not over above the land. We are connected to the land. We connect ourselves to land, where we have a thing called rahui, which that is called what you would say restrictions, right? We put a restriction on certain things to make sure there's abundance growing. If we overfish, what does that do? That's going to decimate the future generations, right? So I'll go back to this. I'll give you one little source. We're one of the first countries. One of our Maunga means mountain, and now we always deified certain aspects of nature, right? But now we've actually in our own government, one of our mountains have actually have the same rights as a human being, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? If they pollute there, we can take them to court, and bro, you'll be in jail for life if you litter. We literally have got this in our government system. So when you're saying take our land back, trust me, we have got to. I'm not contempt with how
Take
far
that
we've gotten,
motherfucker back,
but what
bro.
I am saying is one of
That
our
bitch
Maunga
back. That's
and
what
our
I'm telling you.
rivers. Sorry, what
You
was that?
half
Sorry.
white. Take it back.
Real fast.
Bro.
Hold on,
Bro.
y'all. Hold on. Real
You can
fast.
call me whatever you want. That don't phase me.
Hold on,
I'm
Akira.
more.
One mic. I just want to remind the people, man. We going on 4:44 with a great time to do this, but let's get us a little commercial going here, right?
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides, but now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out. Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments.
My bad, y'all. My laptop moving like slow as I don't know what, y'all. But now that we back, what up, y'all? Man, my man Sadiq got the nice fire in the background. What's up, Sadiq?
Yo, what's up, famo, man? Shit, man. Trying to keep myself woke, man. Listening to all the good information, man. Shit, I'm having a blast, bro. Having a blast.
I appreciate it. We're gonna shut it down here in a bit. We ain't gonna keep y'all too much longer. You know, I see my man Evolutionist in the building. What's up, Evolutionist?
Yes.
Yo, I'm still here, just listening. What's good?
Everything cool. Listen, I'm just making sure my people here, making sure y'all all enjoying, this great content we bringing y'all. Yes, my laptop, and I'm gonna keep saying that because I'm inside. I'm screaming at my laptop, like work properly. But it's just a little new mod. I gotta learn how to function with it a little better. And once I get it broken in, it's a wrap. But I want to shout out to my man GDN Capone. I see you down there in the comments, bro. Brother Vince, I see y'all down there. Somebody trying to come up here. But I want to thank everybody for their engagement in the comments. Share the live, send a live to somebody. I know everybody knows somebody that like this type of content. Y'all can check us out over there on Bigo, Facebook, Instagram. You know what I'm saying? And once again, I just appreciate everybody for being on the panel. You there, Quantum?
This nigga still playing the games. You can hear him playing the game.
Nah, his mic muted. That's my wife over here playing the game. I told them that y'all could be hearing them in the background. They be think I be playing. They just be here willy nilly. I'm like, yo, I know they can hear y'all in the background. That is not professional. They can't hear us. Like,
hey, yo, I'm gonna say. Let me just say. Hey, Akira, yo, that's some good information, man. The fact that y'all got the mountain to be recognized as a person. That's deep. And in America, we got the opposite. We got corporations being recognized as humans. You know what I'm saying? The stupidity that we got going on over here. But the thing is, so the thing I think what I was saying earlier about the philosophy is that we talk about the mathematics and stuff. Is that we do have. I mean, it depends. It's where you're looking at. It's like one of the joints. Oh, I got that. Oh man, how do I get that off of there? Hold up, I gotta get that off of there. I just want to show you this book, but
you gotta go at the bottom, and then you gotta go to like that little crank wheel down there, that little gear.
The gear.
Open that up, yeah, and then it's turn your little background joint off.
Hey, now look, check this out, bro. Why are you scoffing ass niggas? Are you non-believer ass niggas?
Hey, come on, Smash. So don't do that, bro. Chill out, bro. Chill out. Don't do that, bro.
Oh, okay, all right. You right. Are you scoffing a people? Are you scoffing a people? All right. I'm telling you, bro. Every time I come up here and I say a cuss word, all of a sudden y'all got something to say, but y'all be the main ones cussing. But it's cool though.
We know you about to try to go in, bro. You gonna try. You gonna go too far.
All right. You right. All right, cool. So check this out. Are you scoffing ass people? Are you scoffing at people? If you look at that chat, I'm gonna make you do the reading. You read it yourself. That's how we do this here. That's how I've been doing this. You read it yourself. Now, y'all can lie and say you can't click the link if you want to. We're going to see how much you want to know the truth yourself. And then when you done with that, then you got to go to the scriptures to prove it. Now, are you lying ass people? That don't come from no Hebrew Israelites either, what you about to read. It don't come from no Hebrew Israelites. So that's it.
So,
you know what I mean?
Anyway, but so what I was trying to show you, Humble, is that I mean, there are books out there.
Exactly. Y'all niggas do not really want to know the truth. Y'all just run y'all fucking mouth, bro. I'm out this motherfucker, man.
All right, see you, man. So there are books out there that do show you the equations that they was working with. A lot of times,
show it, bro. Show it, because I feel like pressing y'all niggas right now. I feel like pressing every single motherfucker up here right now. I feel like pressing all of y'all.
Smash, look, listen.
No, show me. No. This the debate.
Listen, you can go in on. Listen. You can go in on your. You can go in on your Hebrew Israelite joint, bro.
No, all I'm saying is show me. We
what?
Bring sources. I bring a source. Can't nobody else bring a source to prove me wrong?
Because we're not talking about that. You off subject.
Talking about
that. I hope y'all see this, bro. Y'all disingenuous. Can't nobody.
No, you off. All right, okay. No, I don't want to bring a source. I don't feel like challenging you. No,
exactly,
you correct.
You a coward, bro. You don't have nothing.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be a coward.
Once again, it's me smashing out with any one of you niggas.
Good job. All right, you proved your point.
Listen, my bad, y'all. Hey, listen, hold on, real fast. Before I do that, hey, Smash, I ain't want to have to do that, bro. I don't like kicking people, bro. I want us to have fun. I want us to get it in. I want us to challenge each other. I don't have a problem with you challenging nobody. Just do it in the right manner. If you feel like you want to come up here and bang on all of us, do that. But don't do that, yo. And so you already know, bro. I let you take one step, two step. You see what I'm saying? Because I love to have fun, bro. You see what I'm saying? I know how the passion get to us sometimes. But then when you start taking a little too far, bro, like now you taking us off track. Now you want us to keep trying everybody on the panel to respond to what you talking about. I told you in the beginning, I still gave you a little extra mile because I told you in the beginning, bro, we ain't even going down this road, bro, because it's not even what this panel about. But then and then you know what? I had to remember you was my guy, Smash, because what did I just tell family? Hey, yo, I'm about to bust his head real quick and just get him out of here. But then I'm like, yo, this is Smash. I can't do this right here because it's going to deter from what the conversation is really about. The metaphysics is not the supernatural. They're not the same thing. And then I like the brother Kara. He gave a great dissertation about his, his origin, his people, and things of that nature. I'm gonna bring you back up, Smash, bro. Hey, chill out, man. Chill out, man.
The thing is this, Smash, is that here's the thing, Smash. Here's the thing, Smash. Let me say this. I'm gonna just say this because, like Humble said, I didn't feel like going down that road, but you started bringing the stuff up, and Humble said we didn't want to go down the road. Okay, fine. You wanted to show some sources to prove your point, but your point did not answer the question that I brought up. And my question was, why should a group of people who have been on this planet for hundreds of thousands of years all of a sudden follow another group of people who only came here in 1,000 years? It came up, after us, when we already had an establishment of understanding the universe and the cosmos. Why should we do that?
You deflecting, brother. That is not what you
No,
said.
that was the question. That was the question.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it
Everybody
wasn't.
heard me ask that question.
No, that is not what I answered my question based off of. You said
no,
something.
that was my question.
No,
that was my question.
I don't care what your question is. If your question is one thing, then let it be that. But when you start veering off to something else and you trigger somebody or you say something that make them go into another realm, then you got to accept that, brother. And that's what you did. That's what all y'all do. And then when a nigga pull your card, when a nigga pull your card, then y'all want to try to play he being a religious aspect. Y'all bullshit. Y'all full of shit, bro. Or every single one of y'all niggas.
All right. So what I'm saying about the metaphysics. So I'm gonna just say this about the metaphysics is that, again, from an African point of view, is that they don't separate it. They wouldn't separate the joint, and so they looking at it as one thing and the same. And the thing that I was trying to explain as we last time when I did my presentation is that when we are looking at this stuff, we're usually coming from the Western perspective. We're using, the Europeans' perspective in their lenses, Aristotle and Descartes and Plato and what they said, instead of reflecting on what, African people said, what the ancestors said. And that's a different point of view because African people had a completely different world view than Europeans. If what I'm saying, in fact, it was opposite. It was a complete opposite of how the Europeans viewed the world. And so that's why it's hard to understand when I did the presentation on, science, the races of science being racist, because you don't understand, we don't understand the boundary that they put on academia to force us to view the world from their point of view and to make decisions to come to our conclusions the same way that they come to their conclusions, instead of coming to the conclusions the way African people will come to their own conclusions. So that's the only difference, because when we look at metaphysics and you look at what they call metaphysics and what they call supernatural, people like in the E5, whether it's E5 Voodoo or whether it's Kemet, they will all say it's all the same thing. It's all one. It's all in the same realm. There is no way for you to separate or distinct from them, because you're talking about the same elements. Just because Western science cannot prove it, because in Western science you have to everything has to be quantifiable and measurable. They don't have the technology or the tools to prove what African people can do. And so since they can't prove it, therefore it's pseudo. You know what I'm saying?
Now, real fast, brother.
No.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on, Smash. I got you. Let me ask you a question, brother Hurt. So when we have you hear people, a lot of people who are scholars in the Africana tradition, you hear them talk about things like African yoga, right? African, martial arts, right? Were they doing these things because they were trying to reach a higher divine being? Or were they doing these things to keep themselves in shape and connect with the natural world?
And can we get a source behind that, please?
And it's both. It's both of that. And the source to understand that is Personal Divinity and Nature by Kamalu. You also got Dr. Luyaka, Big Bang Theory, Cosmology Theory. You have what? I
was just saying, could you put it in the chat?
All right, But so it's both because in martial arts, being in martial arts, you learn how to use what they call forms, your katas and stuff. You use these things for exercise, but you can also use it as a meditation. You can also use it as a way to go into trance. So there's different ways, but you have to understand how to use it, and your breathing techniques because will help you go into that realm and stuff. And so it can be done, but it depends. But it just depends on. Not everybody teaches that. You know what I'm saying? The only reason I know that because my teacher, he was, we're strictly traditional. It was old school training. So I learned these techniques as a martial artist and how to do it. So yeah, it's done for exercise and stuff like that as well to keep you in shape. So when people talk about the yoga joint, I don't know too much. I mean, I heard about they said they got it from because they seen the paintings on the walls and stuff like that, and they claim that people in Kemet was doing yoga. But we could claim the same. You could say the same thing about the martial arts because we saw the martial art on the wall as well. I think it was the Temple of Unas where they have all them paintings, them positions, and it says that every fighting technique that is known. Like they knew that I'm saying like they mastered every fighting technique that is known, something like that, and it was on the wall. So can we say that they knew martial? Many people say that they knew. Look, they doing martial arts. Look, all these grappling moves that they were doing. So
that was they try to say.
If you can say that about the martial arts, how come you can't say that about the yoga when you see them doing the yoga moves and stuff? So I don't know. I don't know too much about the yoga, but for the martial arts, I definitely would say that you could definitely do that.
And my thing is, and here's why I stress that so much, because what you see when you look at the ancient cultures, right, is instead of people. Now, I'm not saying they didn't have rituals and gatherings and things of that nature, but most of what you see is the people working with the divine energy of a thing, right? You don't really see like it say do this, go do that, no. What you see is, for an example, right? Water. They look at water as sacred, and so they work with water. They all look at the sun as sacred, and so they work with the sun. They find ways to harmonize with the sun to make it work with them. They see the earth is sacred, so when they build, right, they don't just build things and say, okay, this is going to be our shelter. No, but they built things to reflect their love and appreciation for the very earth beneath their feet. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when I hear that, like, people like, oh, well, these were gods and they were worshiping and they were doing this and they were doing, and I'm like, bro, I think you're taking it a little too step far. Did they believe these things existed? Absolutely. But not because they thought they were outside of the natural world. They thought these things existed because they are aspects of reality itself, right? A lot of the deities, when you look at them, they are personifications of the water, of the air, of the earth, of fire, of a mountain. Like these are the things that you get attributed to these deities. So you can't really say that these things are outside of nature. You see what I'm saying? Then there are motifs, and that's a lot of thing too. And I'm gonna land my plane with this, and that's another thing too. When you read these motifs, right? A lot of times people aren't aware of literary devices. So I'll give you an example, right? You got stories where Noon is speaking. You got stories where Ray is speaking, right? Where Ptah is speaking, right? But they don't realize that this is a mythological story. The story is metaphorical. It's not a literal story. When somebody is saying Ptah is speaking, they're not literally saying, you see what I'm saying, before existence was speaking. Like, that's not what they're saying. And so we have to understand that concept in contrast to how divinity is set up today.
I would say that
divinity is set up today as
hold on. hold on. I just want to patch up some damage control before y'all go on about y'all thing, because I see, and you know, shout out to Humble. You know what I mean? You know how to keep the fire low. You know what I mean? And shout out to you that. But I like how you try to depth control that when the brother try to pull up. Yeah, you know, these Europeans. The source that I showed y'all, it had from nothing to do with no Europeans at all. So now what y'all gonna say? When are y'all going to get that? What y'all gonna do when you can't blame the Europeans no more? You can't say, damn, no, this the Europeans documenting this, and this the Europeans documents, and this the Western this, and they took us from here. What you gonna do then? What you gonna do when you got Arabic people, when you got people of other nations and other religions and shit pulling up and saying these people from the West Africa, they never even came, they wasn't even actually from here. They wasn't from here. They just migrated here. And then y'all, these are the same people that y'all claim from West Africa that came here to the Americas. What y'all gonna do when y'all find out that the only way that you're gonna figure this shit out is going through history and the text, not just the Bible itself, but history and the text? What y'all gonna do then? But you know, shout out to Humble. You know what I mean? You tried it, but anybody that read the source, I put it in the chat since I was preaching and putting y'all to sleep. So then what y'all gonna do? But y'all gonna be cowards, y'all not gonna read it, and you ain't gonna pull up and say, you know what, Smash? Damn, you got a point right here. Even if I don't believe in your book, this right here points a area where we was at, not Egypt.
All right. Yeah, I guess at that point we have to agree. I guess
y'all low key intellectual cowards, bro.
I mean, I guess at that point you would have to agree.
Brother, calm down, brother. You said your thing, brother. Calm down.
Hey, hold on, Akira, you're not TDL, so shut the fuck up, bro. This family,
come on,
you ain't
bro.
got nothing to do with this.
Hold on 1 second. So I want to show something real fast.
You're not scary, bro.
Because Smash said, you know, what are we gonna do when we can't blame the white man? What are we gonna do when we can't blame everybody else? Right? But this is why, right? This is just a little bit. Y'all see that? What that say right there? Metal Nature, right? What this say right here? History and resilience, right? Let me click on it. So I can show y'all what this say, right?
Smash, what books can you recommend?
Slow. But basically it say, oh, here, go right here. The history and resilience of the Blackfoot Confederacy, right? Now, why am I showing this, y'all? Why I show that? Because by the time I'm done doing what I need to do, right, I'm not gonna need no white man, no other man, because I'm gonna know it. When I know it, and it's up in here, and it's in my mind, can't nobody take it from me there. That's the important part.
Hey, look. I want to say before you keep going on. Hey, Oli, stop doing that, bro. I understand that you love these other nations and stuff. I never said that he wasn't welcome. I said it's a TDL thing. He not TDL. This is first time up here. So if you willing to welcome just anybody and everybody, now I would see why nobody would say, you know what, this is something that I need to take serious.
Hey, Smash, why you on one right now?
Brother, don't be insecure,
I don't know one not one of my people that just allow people in and just be like, yeah, you could do whatever everybody else do.
Brother, we're all trying to just learn, brother. We're just trying to learn. You don't have to be insecure, brother.
Hold on 1 second, Akira. Why you on one right now?
I don't talk to heathens, bro.
I want to know what books he recommends. What books do you recommend, Smash?
Well, I would start with Genesis to Malachi, and then history.
What books?
History has to
line up sooner or later. That's the problem right there, bro.
It's history. No, it's not. That's your problem because y'all read this book, y'all read this history and this history. Y'all don't even understand that
that's history, is it not? You just said history.
Hold on,
you just said history.
No, you're not. No, what you're not about to do? You're not about to play the little game, the little debate games, to try to mark up some questions and shit in one answer. What I'm telling you is what I said, and what I said was, you are going to have to just read history in the Torah. That do that say don't read other books? No, it don't. It don't say that at all. I never said that. I said you got to read history, your primary books, history, and the Torah. Why? Because the scriptures itself, you know, it's, well, I ain't gonna say the scriptures itself, but that Bible, that whole Bible seems to be prominent to the world, and then history. So you got to dissect it all. And then when you really get down to the nitty gritty, you find out that the damn Jesus character never existed in the first place, because Herod was the King Herod. He was given kingship to Israel after the so-called temple was taken. So how the fuck did he die before then? But once again, y'all don't read shit. Y'all just say, "Oh, Jesus fake, everything fake, the whole Bible fake." I'm a believe in this white man that wrote some shit in a book that said science.
But you just said read history, but we're not supposed to read. Now we're not supposed to believe what the white people write,
bruh. Once again, bruh, you wicked, bruh. You trying to back me up in a question, and you not.
No, I did not. I asked you specifically what books. Okay. You're not naming any books.
So what did I tell you, brother?
You said history in the Torah.
Okay, then. So what the fuck is you asking me? What?
Okay, so let me answer the question.
Brother, calm down, brother.
Hold on. Smash. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Hurt. I'm about to leave, bro. Y'all on some bullshit, bro. Y'all trying to.
1 second, Hurt. Hey, yo, come on now, man. I be trying to listen. Come on, man. You know I'm trying to be nice, bro. You know I'm trying to be nice, bro.
One mic.
Listen. Hold on. Time out. Now I start kicking people and just start dropping people. Them niggas want to look at Brother Humble like, dang, why you do that? Why you go off and wild out and do all, you know? I'm gonna drop out, I'm trying to give y'all a lot, you know, get it in, but just, you know, you ain't gotta get all, man. Listen.
No, the thing is, brother,
do it the right way. Do it the right way.
Listen, the thing is, I don't like when people be trying to be disingenuous and they try to catch you up. Y'all have to understand, bro. Just because y'all don't know just because I ain't been on this panel so much, it don't mean nothing, bro. Y'all don't even know me. I done been literally in the whole real world. And fuck YouTube, F social media. I'm talking about real life, bro. Trying to talk to
you. The only one?
No, listen, brother.
You're acting like you're the only one, man.
I'm not even African, brother.
Like you're the only one who's been through real life, who's been to prison. You're acting like you're the only one.
No,
you're not the only one.
See, you see what I'm saying? You just running your mouth and you ain't even let me finish. Let me finish.
You can't name no books, but yeah, we supposed to listen to you.
Listen, I have ran into plenty of people that try to give you one question, and then when you answer that one question, they got a plethora of answers out of nowhere that you said that you never said. And that's what you deal with on this channel. All of y'all are disingenuous. Most of y'all ain't read what y'all say y'all read. You ain't read the OISP, so you can't go against it. You ain't read Ali books, so you can't go against it. You ain't read the Bible, so you can't go against it. So you just say some shit that's in your mouth and in your head. That's why I say what I say, and I mean what I say. I don't like when y'all niggas be disingenuous. All y'all up here for it is A1 money, nigga. Don't make me spill it out, nigga. Y'all niggas don't really know no truth, bro. And matter of fact, I seen one of you niggas crossing the street earlier. Man, I'm gone, bro.
All right, bye. I'm saying people. I said, what book would you recommend?
Hold on, Hurt.
And the only thing he said,
hold on, real fast.
We got books, man. We read.
Hold on, real fast.
Akira put up Diop books. You ain't naming nothing.
He ain't did nothing. I gave you a source in the chat, brother. I gave you a source in the chat, brother. But you know why you don't want to read it? Because you looking at that white man right there. No, I apologize.
I ain't gonna say that. There's many
looking at
black
that,
people
brother.
who
You put
wrote
a book
books
up, but I gave
that
you a
disagree. There's
I
many
gave you a
black
whole
people
thing
that
in the
wrote
chat.
books.
I
There's
gave you a whole
black
thing
people.
in the chat. Did
There
I
are
not?
many black people that
Did I
wrote
not
books that
give you a
disagree
link in the
everything that
chat?
you say.
Did I not give
And
you a
you
link
haven't
in the chat
named
so you can go and
named
learn,
nobody.
brother?
You
I didn't
haven't
just
named
run my
nobody.
mouth. I didn't just give you Bible verses.
You haven't
I
named
gave you
nobody.
links. I gave
I'm
you a
asking you
link
to
in
name
the
somebody.
chat
I
that
don't
you
need a
can go and
link.
read
I need a
yourself.
book that I can go buy.
Oh, and you can go to A1's Discord
I
and you
need a
can read it
book
too.
that I could go
It's the
buy.
same link. Y'all
I
niggas
need a
just don't
book.
want to learn.
I need a book. I need an author.
Nigga, it's like, I don't know.
Could you just name an author? Just name somebody.
Act like Roy Chess now. I'm done.
I'm just asking you to name somebody. Exactly.
Wait a minute. Nobody acts like me, first of all. I'm unique.
You got that right. Yo, you got that right.
Come on.
Bro. Listen, man.
Once again, I could guarantee you not one of you niggas gonna respond to that link that I put in the chat and prove me wrong. I could bet my
If I
life
can't
on
buy
it.
if it's not a book I could buy, I ain't responding.
I could bet my life on it.
You got that right.
And I've been doing this, and I ain't killed myself yet, nigga. Y'all niggas, y'all don't know what y'all talk about. Y'all just run y'all mouth, bro. That's why I don't waste my time debating y'all or nothing. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna beat your ass,
You've been
and
on
then
here for
you
the last
still
20
gonna go
minutes
with
saying
your
you leaving though.
foolishness, nigga.
You've been on here for the last 20 minutes. Keep talking about you leaving. You still here. Wasting your time. I mean,
I know, yeah, I know. It would be so much easy for me to just leave, huh? I'm on y'all niggas ass, bro. Y'all don't even know.
Nah, hey, listen, if it was
I'm
that
here until
serious,
I
you
leave,
already
nigga.
know
And
you
y'all niggas,
wouldn't
and
have
then
to.
one of you niggas gonna do nothing about it. You're not gonna prove me wrong, nigga.
Can't prove nothing. Can't name no authors or
Make sure
nothing.
you follow that link, nigga, and read the whole goddamn thing, and then
Can't
get at
follow
me,
no
nigga.
authors. Can't read.
Respectfully, brother. Respectfully, brother, I will hit that link. Respectfully, and I'll be open-minded because I'm a student, brother, and I want to learn. So I'm gonna hit that link right now, and then
Hey, if you hit that link, Akira, if you hit that link, right, here's what you do, right? You cross-examine it with what the experts say. All right.
Exactly.
Don't follow it up with no biblical verses. Don't add no
Hold on.
religiosity to it. Go to the anthropology, and you get the anthropology on the source. Okay.
before we even get there, brother, trust me.
Hold on, humble. So you telling me I'm giving this source out to the chat to show that what I'm speaking is real, and you telling him, even though I'm telling him you gotta read this, and then you go to Jeremiah, this and this and this, you telling him not to do that. You just telling him, yeah, go and read the source and just don't worry about the other part that the brother's saying. Is that
Spanish? Can I have a go?
If he read the Bible,
I ain't gonna cap, brother. I just don't talk to heathen, brother. They ain't even like that, brother.
If he
Unless you follow the
if
most
he take one part of the source and then he take that
All
part
good.
of the source
Your
to
link
the
is
Bible,
ass anyway.
right? Then the issue with that is going to be his interpretation is going to be led by the religiosity, right? That's being quoted. But then if he take that source, hold on 1 second. If he take that source and he take it through the anthropological route, then he'll know about the culture, the linguistics, right? What they were doing, what they would think, why they wrote the way that they wrote. He'll learn much more that way.
All right.
Appreciate it.
So
before the brother cuts, I'll go after you, brother.
Hold on. No. Hold
Akira,
on.
I apologize, brother.
Go ahead, Akira.
Akira, I want to say one thing. I do apologize. You know, I mean, if you are a true, sincere person, then I take my words back. But it's very, you know, I mean, you people, you know, I mean, y'all not really serious about it.
I understand, brother. I honestly, when people talk to me, they like when I say I'm from New Zealand, I get downclassed straight away. So it's all good. I understand, brother. That's why I was trying to like respond with. I try and just connect and try and understand other people's point of views. I don't really try to push on mine, but I'm saying to say that's what I was trying to say. Is that I will look it up, but I will say I do my own sort of methodology about it too, because I don't even agree with my own culture's things. So I'm sort of like such a free thinker where I just try and take as much sources as I can, and I'll make my own mind up after that. But no, I appreciate it, brother, and I got nothing else to say, but I respect it. That's what I was trying to say, brothers. I got no disrespect. If I try and bring up books, it's like that's where I'm at as a student.
Good though. As
I'm
long
just
as
trying
you
to learn.
respect the Bible, you good around here. You know what I mean? If you,
Probably
as long
will.
as you do that, you good, bro.
Respectfully, I probably will combat against the religion because I seen what it done against my own people. Because we had Atua and they made it Atua. If you look it up, it says one God, but our people had plural gods.
Hold on 1 second, Akira. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Quantum.
You're good.
Are you here, Brody? Quantum, you here? I don't think he put his ass right there over to sleep.
Well, humble, you wrong though, bro. I would never tell nobody if you gave them a source and then you gave them something else to back it up. I would never tell them, "Hey, read the source, but don't read the other part that he said."
Well, you know,
that's
well,
disingenuous.
the difference between me giving a person a source and you giving a person a source, what you just did, is I'm not going. If I give a person a source, I'm going to give them something to back it up with. I'm going to give them a stronger source to back it up with. I'm not going to give them something that's a part of a belief system, because then that weakens the credibility of the source that you gave them.
Okay, so let me. Okay, so Okay, so what you're telling me is believe in what you're telling everyone is believe what you believe in, and don't go look it up for themselves.
No,
because
I'm telling that. Go ahead.
The reason why I'm saying that is because I just don't understand how it's like literally impossible and honest for someone that loves their people to tell them read this but don't read this. And matter of fact, while you reading this, go and look into deeper sources where they show you Greek words like anthropologists and all of that stuff, and go and look into them instead of the ancient path. I see.
So I should take them somewhere that's going to show them the word gnosis and Christos and yeah, huh?
No,
see,
no, wait.
Look.
Now wait a minute. And no. Now I'm pretty sure before I wish Ali was here so I wouldn't have to say it. But it just show how you and everybody else just run their mouth and they don't specifically see what's going on, even in the Israelite community. If you did, and if you knew me, as you shout me out, yes, shout out to Smash. He always in the comments. Then you would know in the comments when these people are talking about Jesus that I diss him. So you talk about Christos.
Jesus.
No, wait.
But
you talk about Christos. No, wait. You're talking about Christos and all of this, and you still don't have the grasp that I don't follow the New Testament. You still don't see it.
So what do Christos got to do with the New Testament? People wasn't anointed in the Old Testament, is what you saying?
People they wasn't called Christ.
Moses wasn't anointed.
They wasn't called Christ and a Mashiach. They was not called Christ and a Mashiach.
I didn't say they was called no Christ and a Mashiach. I was asked was they anointed.
What does anointed mean, and who does it?
Anointed, right, is being blessed. When you're anointed, you're blessed.
You do know I'm from the streets, right? So when you say in the middle of a sentence, you don't know what you're talking about. You know I know that, right?
He terrible,
right.
Yeah. Yo, you funny.
Fashion idol. So come again.
But no, it's more so like the thing is when we're talking about the Old Testament, right? Whether you believe the Old Testament, whether you believe the Old and New Testament, the issue with the whole book is the fact that none of the stories in the book are original to the people that quote unquote supposedly wrote the book.
Right.
Give me one in the Old Testament.
Give you one of what in the Old Testament?
You come on, bro, man.
The
That's why I
stories.
don't deal with y'all, bro. Y'all so
Moses,
disingenuous, bro.
Moses.
Liars,
Moses
bro.
didn't write. Moses didn't
The
write
whole
Exodus
joint.
and stuff
Moses.
like that.
We was on. We said the whole joint was
I'm not
is white
even
man's
a
religion,
whole
right?
loud person, but y'all piss me off because y'all be lying, and you just
We
don't
gonna go
want
with
to
this.
wrong, or
Can
you
we go
just
with this?
don't know.
We said it's all the white man's religion, right? That's what we originally said. That pissed you off, right?
No. Ain't nobody never on this panel right here said anything about no white man religion. You a liar.
Did you say that, Humble? Did you not say that, Humble?
I did say the white people
You
came
did.
and brought that religion over to Africa.
Man.
And our
Again.
country.
And so
yeah. And Akira
yeah,
said he brought his country too.
So can we? So you saying that is basically not because those people are not. They were not white people. Those are non-white people that wrote that stuff. And you gave us the link that showed us the Persian. I'm sorry, not Persian. Wait, I was just looking at it.
No. See,
let me get the right name. The petition of Yada and the priests.
So you sat there. You see what I'm saying? That's why.
An Aramaic
so you sit there and read that, and now you're trying to say that that's biblical, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm about to say.
Tell me when you read that. What did you see?
What I'm about to say is that you gave us something that was written in 407 BC. And we said that has nothing to do with black people. And the only reason we said that is because I don't know if you ever read The Miseducation of the Negro.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you something. You know how I know you lying? Because I read this whole goddamn PDF, and it take by the time anybody could even get done with it, this damn live will be shut down. You are a liar, bro. That's why I don't fuck with y'all.
I didn't say I read it. I said I typed it in.
So you typed it in.
And all I'm doing is reading the goddamn year, man. I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point.
All right, so let Hurt make his point, Smash. Let Hurt make his point.
All right, you're right.
I'm trying to make a point. Because what we said was that this has nothing to do with black people. That was my complete point.
Yes, it does, nigga.
And I'm about to prove you wrong.
Okay. So you
no. Wait, you gonna let me prove you wrong, or you gonna keep talking?
All right, I got you. So tell me what column and what page right now does it talk about but does it talk about these people in West Africa not being from that area but from the Levant? Tell me what column and what passage. If you can't
finished?
tell me, you're a fucking liar.
Are you finished?
Yep.
All right. So it says the date is 407 BC.
So you're reading the first page, right?
It don't matter. I'm trying to make a point, and you're not listening.
Let him make his point, Smash.
You're right.
So we know the era that was written in. And now I don't know if you ever read Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson, or The Falsification of the African Consciousness by Amos Wilson. Both these books, even Naim Akbar book, both these books talk about here in America, black people being miseducated under this Western educational system that we have, being educated into maintaining the hegemony of the West of America. It don't matter if you're black, white, Asian, or whatever. The educational system here in America teaches you to maintain America's hegemony and not get rid of racism and white supremacy. That's the educational system. That's their conclusions of their book. Now, from reading those books, what I'm doing is making a comparison, because the year that you have that these people wrote this stuff, and when they was writing all this stuff, who was under that? Who was in control? The Persians or the Romans or the Greeks? This was not an African civilization of people who was writing stuff in African languages, using African philosophy, African rhetoric, using Ubuntu or Iwe-Pile. These were people who was colonized by Roman education, Persian education. So they had the mindset. Hold up, it don't matter. It don't matter that they were not white. They had the mindset of what we call today, what we call today a miseducated person. So that's why we say that this is white man's belief system.
Who wrote the article, brother?
What article?
The article that you claim you just read that I put in the chat.
What I did was copy the.
You a liar. You see what I'm saying?
It says petition. It says petition of Yadawa and the priest of the governor of Judah. It don't matter who wrote it or read it. I'm talking about the time period.
No, you claim you with the time period. No, you just said some white European, this and this, and all of these people in charge, the Greek and the Romans, all of this. So who wrote the motherfucker? If it was the MF, if it was the Romans, then you got a point. So who was it? Was it the Romans?
That's not
brother?
The point.
Was
that
it
was
the
not
Romans,
the point.
brother? Just answer the
that
goddamn
was
question.
The
Was it the Romans? Yes or no?
That was not the point. Did anybody else understand my point? Because it went over his head.
Bro.
It don't matter. You didn't understand the point. I suggest you read Miseducation of the Negro, and then maybe you'll understand where I'm coming from.
No. Because you're trying to play some shit, and I already read that book. And this book ain't got nothing to do with what the fuck I brung up, bro. Because you claim, it can't be no white people, it can't be this, all of these other people, and this, and you claim that the Greeks and the Romans, which is true, was in power at this time, which is true. But I know you didn't get that from this article because it's not in there.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
Exactly. You didn't read the article. You a fucking liar.
No, I did not. I never said
y'all niggas that be on this panel, run around in this bitch debating and stuff, and y'all ain't never read the shit that y'all even had.
Because the article has nothing to do with the point that I brought up.
Hey, brother, I got a question. What does Isaiah 43 and 11 say? If you so studied, what does Isaiah 43 and 11 say?
Brother, you good, man.
Exactly. You don't know
what
smart, shit, bro. No.
It's completely went over your head.
No, I'm just not a nigga y'all can press.
Hey, one mic, y'all. What's up, family? Hey, listen, I don't know what time it is where y'all at, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning over here. My wife is tired. She ready for me to lay it down. And so we gonna go around and run and do our close out.
I apologize.
And I'm gonna close it out, And so let's get into it. We gonna start as it. And we gonna start off with the evolutionists. And before we start off, and before everybody close out, right? I really don't like being the bad guy. See what I'm saying? And not even because I like to be a guy. I like to be a guy to be liked, things of that nature. I'm understandable. You see what I'm saying? But now when you push that to the limit, right? And this is why I give people chances, right? Because then when I retaliate, can't nobody look at me and be like, yo, you wild for that, bro. People gonna look at me like, yo, good job. That's what you should have done. You see what I'm saying? So I just want people to keep that in mind. When I'm up here, man, I know what y'all up here doing. I'm watching, so I know what y'all doing. Yes, I let y'all go because, again, we have to realize we're on a big stage is what we do, But at the end of the day, when I'm cutting out, I kick you up. Hey, listen, if I gotta throw you out, you ain't coming back. So that's why I try to keep that to the last resort. You see what I'm saying? I try to keep kicking people off the stage as a last resort because I feel like if I kick you off the stage, then you don't deserve to be here. I mean, you ain't come. I gotta throw the band on top. I don't want to do all that, man. So that's why I be liking to keep it peaceful. I understand competition, man. We know Gary Payton and MJ talk, man smack to each other when they was on the court. We understand this, but at a certain point, you see what I'm saying? We gotta also understand that people are watching. People, parents are watching. People, children are watching. You see what I'm saying? And so we also have to have respect for the community. We also got to have respect for A1, right? Because he's the one that's ultimately giving us this opportunity. So when we do certain things, bro, we got to realize the people that we're disrespecting. And then you got to realize, man, you never know who might see you up here. And you up here go crazy, wilding out, because you might not act like this in your real life. And so you walk down the street one day, somebody say, yo, I seen you so, and you acting like man. Why y'all up there doing that? You got to think about these things, man. And I'm not saying, listen, y'all know how Brother Humble get it at. Y'all know I love to get it at. But y'all don't see me cursing people out. You don't see me dragging nobody's name. You don't see, no, man. Because I realize it's about the information. It ain't about being taking anything personal, things of that nature. Now, with that, I'm going to say, all right, we're going to go around the room. Evolutionist, are you there, evolutionist?
Yo. What's good?
All right, give us your closeout, Brody. Give us your closeout.
Oh, you're closing out? All right. Yeah. Well, y'all don't know I deal with the science, so I didn't really get a chance to talk much, but next time I'll keep on supporting Titans Debate League. Shout out to you, Humble, Oli, and the entire Titans family. In terms of science, because my man here, Mansa Hercules, he's touching on how the science can be racist, and I get what he's saying still, but in terms of science, it's sort of impervious for science itself to be racist. So you kind of have to learn to separate the science from the scientists. Scientists are humans; they are subjective to be racist or whatever they want to be, but the science itself, it's literally like self-repairing. So if there is something, if we find something invalid or something needs to be updated, the best way to go about that is using science. So better science like outdo outdated science. So it takes better science to update science. So, but I get that scientists themselves, they're human, and like all human, they're subjected to all different kind of social behavior, and being racist, being prejudiced is one of those. But the science itself, we got to learn to separate the science, the discipline from the person.
Right, most definitely. We appreciate you, evolutionist. Can't wait to have you back, brother.
Yeah, I'll be around. I have a debate coming up with OTK. So
okay.
Yeah, you'll see more of me. I'll be around.
About what? About what?
It's about evolution, Charles Darwin teaching on evolution. Whether he was basing his teaching on human evolution or just animals, in terms of just birds and turtles and lizards and stuff.
Okay. Go ahead, brother Quantum. Give us your closeout. I apologize. Go ahead, Elder Hurt. Give us your closeout. I don't know why I was looking at Quantum. Go ahead, Elder Hurt. Give us your closeout, and then we're going to Akira, then we're going to Roy Chess.
All right. So the thing, I'll say this to Smash, because I know you're still listening, y'all. The thing is, bro, if you believe so hard with what you believe in, then I say disprove what you believe in. You should do that. Try to disprove it. That's one thing that we learn to do. In math, when you get to stuff taking real analysis and topology, we do a lot of proofs. But then you have to disprove what you just proved. Or try to disprove it. And so, even when I do my presentations, I always try to disprove the stuff that that I'm working on. So for you, I just find it funny, what I said just went straight over your head because you didn't understand the miseducation. You said you read it, but I don't think you did. Miseducation of the Negro, because you would understand that Black people in that time, they would not have been educated in their own traditional system and their traditional mind frame. So there's no way that you could say that they were being truly African or Black when they was writing those things. You know what I'm saying? So I'll just leave it at that. But we were talking about science. So when I talk about science, I wasn't arguing that scientists are, intentionally being malicious, in their works. What I was trying to demonstrate is that the foundation, the architecture of Western science, what Marima Ani calls the Asili, that's what demands like that desacralization and objectification to create knowledge. That's what we're not understanding, because what I said, because one of the things I pointed out is that in the conscious way, you always hear in the black conscious community, when people talk about racism and white supremacy, they say it is a system. It's not just a behavior, it's a system. So if it's a system, that means it has a foundation and it has a structure to it. Okay. It's not just behavior. The behavior, doing malicious and bad science, that's the surface level. In the paper that I pointed out by those two ladies, where they talk about race, I forgot the name, History of Race Through a Prism. They were showing us that it was functional and found racism was functional foundation to Western science. Is at the core of it, is at the center of it. So when the system demands that the spirit, when you are a people and you are a spiritual person and you are a community person, you have this community relationship, but it demands that it strips you of that. And it demands that you have to let that go in order for you to be called a scientist and do scientific work. That's what we are calling racism. Now, don't confuse the math with the science, because a lot of people are confusing mathematics and doing math. That's not science. That's just a tool to do science. So it's a difference of setting standards. And being, and I was saying this the other day when we set the standards, that if you have to say that water freezes at 32 degrees, that's an imperialistic way of me demanding you to agree what I say. I say that this is what it is, so you have to agree to what I say. So this is something that when Maria Ani and Jacob Carruthers was saying, that we as Black people got to start to let go of the way that white people look at the world, the way that they see the world, and we have to start grasping on how our ancestors and how African people see the world, because it is two opposing systems. African people and European people don't see the world the same. Their epistemological views are complete opposites, and that's something that a lot of us don't understand, and we don't try to study it or try to understand it. We just go along with what we know, because look, we see the results. We're talking on the computer, man. We're talking from the science that we see today. But I think one of the main things I like that I like about what Jacob Carruthers was saying and what he was mentioning in his book right here, Jacob Carruthers, what's it called? And the restoration of the African worldview. By this is Dr. Kamal Rashid's book, but he was getting in and explaining how Jacob Carruthers was basically saying that we have to let go of the Western world views in order for us to advance. Because Amos Wilson always said that we're just following a group of people towards death. That's all we're doing. Whatever they do, we're following it and just advancing on it. And it's creating a world that's unsustainable. So it's time to stop doing that. And the only way we're going to stop doing that is to stop doing the same exact way that they draw their conclusions of science and approaching the science the way they do. So our ancestors, when they approach science and doing what they call Reket Teheseb, they approach it from the way of Mayat, Ewe Pile, and Ubuntu. That was their foundation. And if it went against those, they didn't do it, because you're creating a world that is unsustainable and that is filled with chaos. So it's just something to chew on, something to think about. And I know it's hard to conceive because we are educated in a Western world, a Western culture. We all have a Western way of viewing the world. So it's hard to let go of what we know, because we already see the results and the memes and stuff is in our faces. But that's all we got to get back, get to read African philosophy and understanding how they came and how they draw their conclusions, and just move on. But it's fun. It's fun talking about the stuff. You know what I'm saying? Roy Chess, get on your nerves, but he's fun too. He's fun too, y'all. So I see you guys. Akira, it's good to see you again, man. He got them good books. The Diop, man, y'all read them joints when I was like 19 and 20, yo. That's you know what I'm saying? Them the books that a lot of people ain't reading. They not reading it. You know what I'm saying? And they come up here and talk trash, but haven't even read the stuff. But we see each other again. We see each other again, man. Y'all have a good night, man. You know what I'm saying?
Most definitely, brother. Most definitely. We're gonna go to Akira, brother Akira, man. Brother Akira came through this my first time, my first experience with brother Akira. Hey man, you came through and did your thing tonight, brother. I appreciate the information you dropped. You feel me? You know, I appreciate the little background you gave about yourself. Hey, I appreciate indigenous natural people, bro, from all cultures. You see what I'm saying? I don't care if you come from the islands. I don't care if you come from motherland. I don't care if you come from this land right here. I'm 1,000% sure, right? If you come from a tribal people, 9 times out of 10, they were most likely naturalistic. They lived off the land. You see what I'm saying? So I appreciate you. Go ahead, brother Kara. Give your outro, brother.
Yeah, peace, brother. I just want to say thank you for the time, Like, I really appreciate it. Coming from New Zealand, I'm sort of combating against my own people because when I'm watching the debates, like not even just debates, but platforms, and it's the African Americans or Africans in general, or just the conscious community in terms of what you'll call black. I see them battling each other, but it's because I see colonization, what it done to my own people and my own ancestors, like my koro. You can look this up. Dun mihaka tirangumai mihaka. Our language got stripped straight from as soon as they got over, it was Christians, missionaries came over, sort of swindled us to sort of be comfortable to address certain things. Like Atwa was a plural. They made it a singular, which was not our culture. And anyway, our language got stripped, and my actual kuro, he went into the government system, and he actually got our language put into where if he gets anywhere in the court system, we get to speak our natural tongue, which is Maori or Te Reo Maori. And that's sort of where my lineage goes into how much we're trying to protect, and it goes back to nature. Like I said before, our mountain, or Maunga, is actually deified has the same exact rights as a human does. So it's not just like, hey, that's a mountain, we're going to put a big telescope over here. No. You could pollute, and you could get put on the court just as if you were to go and pollute in someone's house in their backyard type thing. So I'm saying that to say, as an indigenous person, I first and foremost want to let everyone know Africa is the pinnacle. I know when I say I'm Maori, I'm very proud, but at the same time, I acknowledge where my ancestors always pointed us to. Africa, if you look at Kimba, they say they were chasing Ra. Like our name for the sun is Ra, or Tamanuiti Ra, right? We got Heru, which is the protection of our sacred space up in our not navel, but it connects us to the spiritual, right? So our Heru is placed on our top knot to protect our consciousness, not just our physical. We got Bess. Bess is we call it Tiki, which is personified as the first man, not literal, but we personify him, and he's a protection of fertility and all these resemblances. So I always try and come on to first just give my experience and knowledge of where I come from as a culture, but at the same time, I have to give knowledge to the same way we, as people, anyone that comes to out, we always have to address our ancestors or our tupuna first. So when we introduce each other in our language, we actually say where we come from, our waka, which is our boat, Te Arawa, our maunga, mountain, our awa, our river. We do all of these things first to say where we belong to before we even say our name. So we don't even introduce ourselves as our name first. That's last. That's how my culture introduces each other. But I just wanted to say that Africa is the pinnacle. It is. I got no ego about it. I see it as a universal knowledge, because I see the same things in a lot of other indigenous cultures. And it's not about separation. It's about, for me, I feel like unless Africa is, or Africans, and not just Africa, the continent, I'm talking about African Americans, has like been the trendsetters for our lemon whole lives for the last couple of years, decades. So I'm saying that to say, I'm just speaking on the whole spectrum of Africa is number one. I'm proud as myself as a Maori, but at the same time, I am not egotistical to say it's a tit for tat. This is our ancestors, and for that, our ancestors, I've always given respect to that. So we're never ever going to say ourselves are higher than any other. So Africa first, pinnacle. We got very common ancestors, common cumulativity. You know what I'm saying in terms of Hiru, Bis, Ra. It's all about universal knowledge, and I always try and jump on with the understanding of trying to understand everywhere where it's whether it's Hebrew, whether it's Muslim, or whatever it is. I try and understand at the same time. I'm super not religious just because I've seen what happened to my culture, and I've seen the effects of my culture or our people in our country. I'm actually probably anti-Christ in my own culture because I go so hard against my own culture in terms of a lot of things that I don't personally agree with. So I'm just saying that to say thank you for your time, brother, and it's always a blast listening to you all, and I got nothing respect for anyone that jumps on the panel, anyone jumps on. So I just want to say Namahi Nui and appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Appreciate you. We about to go over here to Roy Chess, and shout out to the brother A1 for joining the panel.
Hey, you want to say something first, or should I just?
No. Go ahead, Roy.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for having me. You know, peace to you, Humble and A1, of course, for even allowing me the opportunity. I appreciate you guys putting up with me. You know, like I said, my mission is not to be a contrarian, just to be a jerk or something like that. I do mean sincere things when I say what I say. Unless you hear me literally say it's my opinion, like most of the things I say is not my opinion. I can back up what I'm saying and I can explain it. I don't have to read it necessarily, but I can explain it. And that is part of the education process, right? Not just reading stuff, but understanding what you read. And when you can explain it and break it down, that is a level of understanding. That's a demonstration of you understanding, right? So some of the things that sources, you know, outside of philosophy write about reasoning and stuff like that, a lot of people run with that and they form false conclusions because they don't understand the concepts. So a lot of philosophy is about concepts. It's not about the real world per se, but some concepts are real. You know, we Cedric went over some of that, but then it becomes a rabbit hole, because then when I ask him to prove justice or any of those metaphysical things that he defined, he wouldn't be able to do it. But nonetheless, concepts are the backbone of philosophy and deductive reasoning, and understanding and being able to explain it, not just read a source. You have to be able to explain it and break it down and then have a dialogue. That's what the Socratic method was. It wasn't just debate. It was, let me show you why you're wrong. And then what people don't know is that the word paradigm, in case you never heard that word, is when you give an example or a counterexample that's so clear that cannot be refuted, right? So when somebody says, you know, all swans are white, and then you prove that there's a black swan, that means you've given a paradigm. Right, so that's what Socratic reasoning was about. It wasn't about the way he did it. It's about the structure of the reasoning, how he did it. And today in mathematics, that would be called reductio ad absurdum a lot of the time, right? So that's the term that they would use today in math, even though they didn't use it necessarily in philosophy. But the Socratic method has a method, and it is usually a deductive method. Not all the time, but most of the time, there's deductive in there. That's why he's using the paradigm. And finally, I want to say that it has to do with the structure and not the content, right? So I keep saying to you guys, what goes on the left-hand side, what goes on the right-hand side matters, not what we're talking about. So if we're talking about women or history or Kemet or the Bible, it has nothing to do with that topic. It's about how you formulate your premises. What you put on the left-hand side, what you put on the right-hand side. It's not about me having to read the material, right? So that's another mistake people say, that you got to read the material in order to argue about it. No, you don't. Not in deductive reasoning. You're arguing about the structure, the format, not arguing about what the words say. That's inductive reasoning. That's not deductive reasoning. So again, so that's why I came up, you know, finally, you know, when I said about the contradiction, contrary,
Right.
I brought it up because you gave half the definition. That was the point of it. So you have to say both parts. Something that cannot be true and false, and it can't be false. Both can't be false. Because there's another concept which I mentioned, which is a counterexample to your slide. That's why I gave that counterexample. Okay? So I'm not just doing it just to be a contrarian. I'm doing it for a reason, and I can explain the reason. Because if you just leave it as something that cannot be two statements that cannot be true and false, there's two ways to define that. There's two concepts that cover that: contrary and contradiction. So the difference now, when you read it, right, you found out that contrary means they can both be false at the same time, but contradiction, they both can't be true at the same time, right? So you probably didn't know that until you read it, because most people are not into philosophy, number one, and I already know that. So I know most people are not going to know that. I come from, the hood, just like some of you did, and we use that word contradiction just like you did, right? So I know what you meant. I know what people mean when they say that. They say that the Bible has they don't really mean the definition that Aristotle means. I understand that. So I don't necessarily make a big thing, but most of the time they use it wrong if they're talking about philosophy and logic. Aristotle's definition is the standard. And I'll close with that.
Most definitely. A1, you want to get it in before I close this out?
Yeah. First, I want to talk to Smash. Smash, you the homie. You were a little triggered tonight, which is cool. I give everybody grace because I know how we get. Sometimes I get triggered too. But stuff like this comment that I'm showing on the stage, I don't play that stuff. You're not allowed to pick on somebody else for their race and keep all those racialized comments away from my page because I don't let them come over here and do it to you either. And I'm very strict on that. I'm more strict on that than the cussing. I'm gonna let that one slide, but please don't coming up here talking about he colonized the panel with this, and that's a bunch of weird racial innuendo that doesn't need to be inserted into the conversation. I don't appreciate you bringing that to my channel. This channel is for everybody of all walks of life, of every background, every social construct, racial identity that they want to identify with today is allowed to come up here and speak their piece. And we're not going to make that an issue for anybody, whether they're Arab, white. Like, he didn't come up here and colonize nothing. And you have a vendetta against people who have colonized stuff, and you're trying to take it out on him. I don't appreciate that. Akira, I definitely want to interview you and give you your own night to come up here and talk about New Zealand. So please hit me up. And amazing show, Humble. You did an amazing job. A great dialogue tonight. You had some heavy hitters out here. I was thoroughly entertained all night. Was upset a couple times when people were wilding out, but I know it comes with the territory. And I'll hold it against you all. But yeah, the racial stuff, we cannot have that at any point in time. I'm real strict on that, and that was your warning. Some people don't even get that. I gave you one because you're the homie. So I'll tell you, because that makes me very uncomfortable. I've been on other panels and they treated me like shit because I was the only black person. So now you're going to turn around and do that to other people? It's not fair. It's not fair when it happens to us, and it's not fair when you do it to other people. So I try to be, unbiased across the board, man. And that's all I had to say. Amazing show, Humble. You did an amazing show.
I
Wish we could keep
appreciate
it
you,
going,
brother.
but
You already know, bro. You already know. I appreciate you, my guy.
Yep.
Before I get it in, hey, Quantum, you got anything you want to add? I don't know if he stepped away, whether he came back. He probably like I was here.
I think he's asleep. He's asleep. I called him like an hour ago.
Close it out. Let me cam up and I say this. Hey man, if y'all missed the presentation tonight, earlier today, go back, please watch it. I dropped some great information. The slides were amazing. I'm pretty sure I covered all the basics. And everybody know when we coming up, when we giving the spills, y'all already know about Brother Humble. I give the information so you can go back and do the research. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna come up here and give you a 2-hour lecture about something or put it all on the table, right, and then rock y'all asleep. And by the time y'all come up, y'all ain't got nothing to say. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come up here, give y'all the information, get straight to the point, and we gonna rock out and have these conversations. You see what I'm saying? We had some great dialogues, brother Roy Chess. You know, I appreciate you. Brother Quantum got in there. Brother Akira, I cannot wait to see more brother Akira. He has some great information. Y'all already know the elder came through. Elder Hurt came through, gave some great information. Okay. A1 refute Master Hurt claim that science is racist. I can't wait to see that one either. That's gonna be a good one too. That's gonna be a good one. What else I want to say, man? I just had fun tonight, y'all. I just had fun tonight. Y'all already know, man. Sometimes, you know, you give somebody an inch, you know they gonna take them out. Somebody gonna take them out. You know what I'm saying? But I want to. I really. The reason I do what I do is because I really want to show the people. And this is genuinely me. You see what I'm saying? And I want to show the people that every action doesn't need to be approached with a more volatile reaction. You see what I'm saying? There's a way that we can, as adults, put things back in line. You see what I'm saying? Once a hiccup or two happen, you know. And so I'm always going to try to make middle ground before I make any direct dramatic decisions. And I know some people test me like that, you know. Over there on my home planet Beagle, a lot of people do that. You know, when I go live, they'll come through, pop that smack just to see how far I'm gonna let them go before I kick them off or things of that nature. Now on my home planet, I use them as punching bags. I let them sit up there all day. We go back and forth. You see what I'm saying? But over here, we can't really do that. So that's why I'm so strict on a decorum. Listen, trust and believe me. If this was the home planet, and you know people came up talking the way they talk, then hey, listen, we no gloves off, we do what we do, but we gotta realize the arenas we in and the decorum we have to have in the arenas that we're in. You can't go to $1 million hotel with a $5 mindset. You see what I'm saying? So we really gotta be mindful, and also think about the information. It's important that the information get out there, but if you're doing too much, that's your information going to get lost, and you doing too much. You see what I'm saying? So it's all about making each other better, you know. And I hope when people go back and watch this, they get to pick up some concepts and things of that nature, and help them get more interested into philosophy and what is supernatural, and really get on the right page with this stuff. And with that being said, man, I appreciate the family out there. I love y'all engagement. Keep it up. Y'all are the reason we do what we do. Brother A1, I appreciate you. I appreciate Brother Quantum. And A, we about to get up out of here. A1, you
Real
want
quick,
before I was
yeah,
about to say
real quick PSA. I'm getting our sister page up and running. We're almost monetized. I'm gonna be bringing a lot of the scholars, college professors over there, and some of y'all won't be allowed on that stage because of the way you've acted over here. And I'm taking notes, like, and I'm not gonna feel bad when I tell you no. I'm not gonna feel bad when I leave you sitting in the back because y'all couldn't get it right over here. So I'm definitely not about to let you come up on stage with no scholars, no nobody. Like, so let's just work on it. I know it's a one day at a time thing, but let's try. And I'm taking notes, y'all. So I'm watching very close.
Most
Back
definitely.
to you, Humble.
And with that, family, we out of here. Until next time, let's get it.